Live from Burbank, the media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Speaking times will be determined by the total number of public comment cards and callers in the queue at the start of each public comment period. For 1 to 20 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 3 minutes. For 21 to 39 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 2 minutes. And for 40 plus total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 1 minute. No additional comment cards or calls will be accepted once the public comment period begins.
Good evening and welcome to a joint meeting of the Burbank City Council and the Housing Authority. Today is Tuesday, October 15th, 2024. I'm Mayor Nick Schultz and I'm your host tonight. As we begin every meeting, I ask that you join me in a brief moment of reflection. This moment is intended to begin our meeting with a positive and collective support of our beloved Burbank community. The Council welcomes everyone joining us tonight, both everyone here in person and those joining virtually. We encourage you to take a moment right now to reflect on our community and the work that we'll be doing together tonight. And although each of us has our own unique reasons for being here, we're united in our shared passion for this wonderful city that we all call home. And as we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what it means to those around us. Let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. Thank you all very much. Now is the time and place for the Pledge of Allegiance. I believe we have Mr. Chris Pepes from BUSD. Mr. Pepes, are you willing to lead us in the pledge?
I sure am.
Please do so.
Everyone stand, place your hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great job, Mr. Pepes. You might have to become a regular on this show, okay? All right. Madam City Clerk, how are you tonight?
Terrific. How are you, Mr. Mayor?
I'm alive. I'm 6 feet above ground. It's a good night. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
I didn't know he was 6 feet. Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Here.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Here.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Here.
And Mayor Schultz.
I'm actually 6'2", but I'm here.
Thank you.
So there we go.
That's 12 feet.
Ladies and gentlemen, there will be 4 periods of public comment tonight. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the general public comment period. To do so, you must submit your cards or call and enter the queue before general public comment period begins. Once that happens, we're not accepting any more cards or any more calls. I also want to note that we do have interpretation services available tonight right here in the front row as you enter the council chamber. If you need assistance translating into either the Armenian or Spanish language, they are available and on standby. To our interpreters, if nobody makes a request of you by the start of the general public comment period, then by my order, you're welcome to leave, and thank you for your service tonight. So please visit them if you do need interpretive services for any of the public comment periods. Now, the first period for public comment is for general public comment on any matter concerning city business and/or any agenda item tonight. If you're here in person and would like to speak during general public comment, you can submit a yellow public comment card to Ms. Clark or Ms. Ty. And if you'd like to participate in the general public comment by phone, you can call right now at 818-238-3335. And yes, Suzette, you are correct. It's 3 3s and 1 5. You'll be placed in a queue until the general public comment period begins, at which time, again, no additional calls will be taken. Additional public comment periods will be available after each report to council this evening, but that will only be done in person. With all that said, we have 7 announcements to share this evening. I ask that you direct your attention to the overhead monitors.
The following are announcements for October 15th, 2024. Effective Monday, October 14th, the City of Burbank will offer extended hours at all public counters located in the Community Services Building, increasing access to many city services such as building permits, code enforcement, planning, parking, housing, Section 8 services, public works and parks permits, and much more. Visit the city's website for detailed information. The last day to register to vote for the November 5th election is Monday, October 21st. Voter registration cards are available in the Burbank City Clerk's office, at Burbank libraries, or you may register online at lavote.gov. If your name has changed or if you have moved, you will need to re-register by the deadline. There are 4 24-hour vote-by-mail drop boxes in Burbank at the following locations: Burbank City Hall, Buena Vista Library, Jocelyn Adult Center, and Ralph Foy Park. An 11-day vote center will be open at the Magnolia Park United Methodist Church beginning October 26th. In addition, 4-day vote centers will be open at the following 3 locations beginning November 2nd: Buena Vista Branch Library, Courtyard Marriott Los Angeles in the Empire Center, and McCambridge Recreation Center. Questions regarding voter registration and the issuance of ballots can be addressed by contacting the county at 800-815-2666 or by visiting lavote.gov. You can also contact the Burbank City Clerk's office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. Are you ready to rise to the occasion, Burbank? The RISE program is now accepting applications for the class of 2025. RISE is a 9-week leadership program that aims to inspire and empower Burbank residents and broaden their understanding of the city and its resources. If you are interested in learning more about this program, please visit burbankca.gov/RISE. The application is open now and closes on Friday, October 25th. The Burbank City Clerk's office is accepting applications for 1 vacancy on the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2025. The deadline to apply is Wednesday, October 30th at 5 p.m. If interested, please apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. For more information, please contact the Burbank City Clerk's office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. The Parks and Recreation Department, partnering with the Youth Board, presents Vaporized, an anti-vaping public service announcement. Through a grant from the California Department of Justice Tobacco Grant Program, this PSA aims to raise awareness among Burbank youth of the harms associated with vaping and other tobacco products. To view the video, please scan the QR code on the screen or visit burbankca.gov/youthboard. The Burbank City Clerk's office would like to remind residents and candidates that candidates are prohibited from placing election signage on private property without the permission of the owner and are prohibited from placing signage on any public property, including the public right-of-way. To report election sign violations, please contact the City Clerk's office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. City Clerk's office would like to remind residents who have received an incorrectly addressed ballot to mark it as not at this address and return it by mail or drop it into any Los Angeles County vote by mail drop box. Additionally, the City Clerk's office has been informed that some Los Angeles County voters are receiving postage-paid ballot-sized envelopes from the Presidential Coalition in Washington, D.C. Residents should only use the envelope provided with their official vote-by-mail ballot. To report any violations, please contact the Los Angeles County Registrar Recorder County Clerk Voter Fraud Hotline at 800-815-2666 or the City Clerk's office at 818-238-5851. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for bearing with us. We have two presentations before we get to the business at hand tonight. First up, we have presentation of a certificate of recognition to the winners of this year's City of Burbank Clerk's Cup. At this time, I'd like to invite our elected city clerk, Kimberly Clark, to come on down, tell us a little bit about the Clerk's Cup, and introduce this year's winners.
I don't think I need it, do I? I don't think I need it.
Well, for everyone at home.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Everyone at home's got to hear you on this.
Hi, good evening. The Clerk's Cup is a student voter registration initiative that was started in 2015. It was the creation of my predecessor, Councilmember Zizette Mullins, and former Burbank Board of Education board member Steve Ferguson at the time that he was clerk of the school board. At this time, I'd like to welcome Burbank Board of Education board member Armand Agakanian, Dr. Agakanian, to join me.
I'm glad you got the dress code right. It's fantastic, Armand.
The idea of the Clerk's Cup is to foster a healthy competition between our city's two comprehensive high schools, Burbank High School and John Burroughs High School, to see which school student body can pre-register the most students so that when they turn 18, they are ready to vote and participate in our country's democratic process. According to the Center for Information and Research on Civic Learning and Engagement, youth who reported having been either encouraged to vote or taught how to register to vote in high school are more likely to vote and participate in other civic activities, more knowledgeable about voting processes, and more invested in and attentive to elections than other youth. At this time, I would like to invite up Chris Pepes of Burbank High School and Don Snowden Frost of John Burroughs High School, who both teach social studies. Yeah, right. Who both teach social studies and helped oversee this friendly competition. Unfortunately, Abby Ponzer-Kamkar, the clerk of the board, is not feeling well tonight, so she couldn't be here with us. So we have certificates of recognition for both of you. There you go. Burbank High. John Burroughs High School. Okay, there are no winners, there's no losers, as every year. But this year, the trophy will return to John Burroughs High School. Between the two schools, 120 students were pre-registered to vote, which is a great result. Let's have a round of applause for that. Everyone involved should be very proud of their hard work to make this year's contest a success. The future of this country absolutely is in the hands of our young people, so it's encouraging to see our local students registering to vote, engaging in the democratic process, and making their voices heard. Thank you all again.
Do you all want to? I have that effect on people, I hear.
You want me to come over here? Yeah, that works good. All right, hold on. Thank you again.
Thank you all so much. And remember, folks, don't boo, vote. With that said, as our great former president says, don't boo, vote, right? Next is a presentation of a proclamation declaring the month of October 2024 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in the city of Burbank. At this time, I'd like to welcome Christine Ramos from Family Service Agency and our Zonta Club of the Greater Burbank area members to join me at the podium. Now, as we're all gathering up here, I know there's a lot of Zonchans. That includes council members too. Zonchans can come down. I'd also like to invite Councilmember Anthony and Mullins, Chair and Vice Chair of the Domestic Violence Task Force, to join us. And I just want to say that we are so lucky in the city of Burbank to have several community groups and partners advocating for this cause. And these partnerships are really vital in combating domestic violence in our community. So with all that, I'm going to read the proclamation, and then who has a few words to share? Outstanding. All right. You going to say a few things, Gloria, too? No. I'll let you. Okay. Whereas domestic violence occurs across society regardless of age, gender, race, sexuality, wealth, and geography. And whereas domestic violence is the single largest cause of injury to American women from all racial, cultural, and economic backgrounds and affects other family members as well. And whereas nearly 3 in 10 women and 1 in 10 men in the United States have experienced rape, physical violence, and or stalking by a partner and reported it having a related impact on their functioning. And whereas an average of 24 people per minute are victims of rape, physical violence, or stalking by an intimate partner in the United States, more than 12 million women and men over the course of a single year. And whereas many outstanding groups in our community, such as the Family Service Agency of Burbank, the Zonta Club of Burbank, and our Domestic Violence Task Force, are working tirelessly to end domestic violence and assure safety and security for all of our families and individuals. Now, therefore, I, Nick Schultz, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2024 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in our city, and I encourage everyone to learn more about this issue and support programs that offer services to victims of domestic violence. All right, well, I will give this proclamation over to you, Gloria, for a moment because Christine's going to have the mic.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, city staff, and Burbank community. We're all just so grateful to be able to do this work in such an amazing city as Burbank. Unfortunately, you hear the statistics that are given today. It's a really important topic, and we are just so grateful for the support that we've received over many, many years. I just want to remind everybody that of the statistics that you just heard, that unfortunately happens at the same rate here in Burbank as everywhere else. And I guess we just want you all to know that we're here, we're available. Please know that domestic violence is more than just physical violence. It's also emotional violence, financial, sexual, many different types. If you're a victim or someone who's unsure if you're a victim, please go ahead and give us a call and we'll see how we can help. We're Family Service Agency of Burbank, Hazanta, and all these lovely people who work so hard to provide those kind of services.
Thank you all. I'll just do a quick pitch to our task force members. If somebody wants to get involved in the Domestic Violence Task Force or attend a meeting, do you guys want to share how you can get involved?
Definitely. You can reach, we have a committee. Councilmember Anthony and myself are both co-chairs on the committee. And we do meet quarterly. I'm looking at you because every other month. Here we go. I didn't know I meet more often. But we do meet at room 105 at 6 p.m. and the agenda is posted downstairs in front of City Hall. And you can reach our staff here in the city manager's office. They'll give you the dates. But would love to hear from you, or if you are a victim, as Christine said, please reach out to them, Family Services, they do great work, or to the Zonta Club. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And Lori, would you like to come up and join us for the photo? No. Okay. All right, I had to ask. All right. We'll do a quick photo and then onward. All right. Give it up, everyone, for our presenters. Thank you. Mr. Hess, how are you tonight?
Very good.
What do we have on tap?
Mr. Mayor, I do not have anything to report out for tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. City Attorney, would you please report out on closed session this evening?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, and for the benefit of the public, the City Council met this afternoon at 4:30 p.m. to discuss 3 items in closed session. The first item was a matter of existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in the matter of Segovia versus City of Burbank. That's a slip and fall case. The second item was a matter of anticipated litigation regarding an insurance claim with the Golden State substation fire pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9E2 with the city as the potential plaintiff. And the third item was a matter of labor negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 with the city's labor negotiator, Ms. Betsy McClinton, Management Services Director, concerning the Burbank Management Association. The City Council took no reportable action this evening.
Thank you, Mr. McDougall. Folks, in a moment, we are going to begin public comment. When public comment begins, we will no longer accept cards, and you will not be able to call in. So consider this your final opportunity to get your yellow card in, or to call in at 818-238-3335. The window will close as soon as I am finished reading the instructions, which I'll begin to do right now. So now is the time for joint general public comment. In a few moments, I'll be calling out the speaker's name, as well as the person who's next in line to speak. In order to keep public comment moving in a timely manner, we have a designated seat right here in the front row. You'll see the little white slip of paper that says public comment. That is in case you are next in line. You can sit there, and as soon as the speaker in front of you is done, you can jump right up and we'll keep it moving quickly. As a reminder, a timer is available on the podium. This is also, by the way, a last call for anyone who needs an interpreter. Otherwise, those staff will be released for the evening. Now, you may choose to use the first period of public comment to address an agendized item or report, but if you do so, you will not be able to speak on that item following this segment, meaning that if you speak, for example, on one of our hot button topics tonight during general public comment, you will not be able to speak to it again after the staff report. So be warned. We also ask that you state your name for the record. To our 2 interpreters, have you had any requests for assistance? Okay, for the record, I'm seeing a negative response. Thank you both for being here. You're welcome to leave. The general public comment, yeah, give them a round of applause. They deserve it. I like that. Wherever that started over there, good job. Gold star tonight. The general public comment period is now beginning, and no additional cards or calls will be accepted. Madam City Clerk, how many public comment cards and or calls do we have in the queue?
43. She said 34, and I'm like, 43.
I'm in receipt of 35 yellow cards here.
Oh, that's the cards.
Okay, and then how many calls do we have?
8 callers. We're at 43 total.
43. Then based upon the 43 the number of speakers tonight, which is 43, and in accordance with the council's recently enacted policy regarding public comment, each speaker will have 1 minute to address the council. I will be reading off the first name of the first person to address council, followed by the person who will be next in line and who is welcome to take this seat right here in the front row. First, we have David Kaishan, and then Vicky Kirschenbaum. Kaishan, right? Yes. All right. You make it so easy the way you spelled it there. Thank you.
I won't expose you this time.
That's great.
David Kaishan, speaking on item M8 with the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. We urge the City Council to consider an alternative that is not only more efficient, but also far more effective in keeping families in their homes while supporting small property owners. As we all know, the majority of evictions, over 90%, are due to non-payment of rent. This is often the result of sudden unexpected financial hardships such as illness, injury, or job loss, which can affect even the most responsible renters. When people face these difficult circumstances, they need temporary support to get back on their feet. This is where a direct rental assistance program could make a real difference. Instead of allocating substantial resources towards legal battles via grants, which will merely delay the eviction process, causing more harm to both parties, a rental assistance program would address the root cause of the problem, the inability to pay rent. By providing temporary targeted subsidies to low-income renters facing short-term financial gaps, we can prevent evictions before legal action is started. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up, we have Vicky Kirschenbaum, followed by Ron Bax.
Hi, thanks. My name is Vicky Kirschenbaum. I'm speaking to item 11. I support a rent cap at 60% CPI with 3% maximum increase. I ask that you close the rent eviction loophole. I'm asking you to do the right thing, help people stay in their homes. I'm a homeowner. I'm fortunate, but I am asking for fair treatment of folks whose lives can be completely disrupted by unreasonable rent increases.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Ron Bax, followed by Robert Olson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, council members, city attorney, city manager, city staff. I'm Ron Bax. Did you miss me? Last meeting was on October 1st, which happens to be my wedding anniversary. So I had a decision to make. Spend an evening with my wife of 47 years, or with you, or my wife of 47 years. The fact I'm able to stand here before you tonight is testament I made the right decision. Normally, my wife is the most compassionate, considerate, empathetic, ellipse person I know. This is a fact because she has put up with me for 47 years. However, I fear had I decided you over her, an urn would have been overkill for my remains. A thimble might be more sufficient. Okay, enough with my sarcastic humor. Down to business. Mr. Anthony, I took your suggestion to flip my occupancy estimates. The prediction population dropped to 93%. I was less than 1% off of my population. Using your values, it's 11%. Look at another way. The predominant apartment configuration is one bedroom, a single family.
Thank you for your comment. Sorry.
I know.
All right. Next, we have Robert Olson, followed by Elizabeth Bax.
Good evening. I'm Robert Olson. I've lived in Burbank for more than 35 years. It's actually been 30 years since I've spoken in this chamber. We rent out 2 single-family residences. The house behind us, where my late mother lived, and the house next door to us, where my late mother-in-law lived. Our renters are direct neighbors. We view them and interact with them as neighbors. We keep our rents modest and increases modest because we like good neighbors. The staff, in what it has presented to you, doesn't mention that the state statute, Pasadena's ordinance, Glendale's ordinance, Culver City's ordinance, all exclude individually owned single-family residences. Nor does the staff provide any reason why Burbank should be different, even though we raised this issue during the outreach period.
That's your time, Mr. Olson.
Okay.
Thank you for your comment.
I just urge you to exempt single-family residences.
Thank you for your comment, sir. Thank you. Next, we have Elizabeth Bax, followed by David Donahue.
Mayor Schultz, council members, and Burbank staff, I came across a post on Reddit that caught my attention, and it is regarding yet another thing Councilmember Anthony is doing. I did email you all the link. One part that sticks out to me and seems alarming, Councilmember Anthony stating, first and foremost, I'll be requesting on October 15th that the entire city reduce the rental rates of apartments by about $200 a month, and then you can go to his website to see the rest. Is this proper protocol? Is it legal? Also concerning to me is that Mayor Schultz stated in a letter to the editor in My Burbank that he's supporting this council member for re-election and thus his behavior. How do we trust a council member who has already decided what they are going to do before the city staff has the opportunity to present the results of the community outreach? Can a sitting council member advocate for his political campaign on the council chambers by buying votes? I'm going to call it that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have David Donahue, followed by Joe Pimienta.
I submitted a short video.
I do want to have a quick reminder.
Go for it.
All right. Before we start the time, Before we start the time, Ms. Librato, are you ready? All right.
I do want to have a quick reminder, since we're talking about calendars. Metro meeting on the 26th of September at 10 o'clock in the morning, which I know Councilmember Anthony's going to be attending to speak on our behalf to clarify any issues that were brought before the Metro Board regarding BRT. Thank you.
Council members, my name is David Donahue, and I just want to bring to the attention of the public that Mr. Anthony went to the Metro Board and made some promises on behalf of the city. The council basically asked him to go there. He hasn't done that yet. I'd like him to do it. Make a commitment is when he's going to do it, because that is a very personal issue. As the president of Vision Burbank, this is one of our core main drivers, and it is important to be able to correct that inaccuracy. Second, I would like Councilmember Anthony to clarify a comment that I heard him make on Sunday. Who were the second highest vote getter, the highest vote getter 2 years ago, and who was the highest vote getter 4 years ago?
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Joe Pimienta, followed by Carrie Negri.
Good evening, and now for something completely different. So you know that intersection between Olive and Verdugo and Sparks? I bike on it very frequently, and I just keep thinking every time that I pass there, I really do hope that in the future, Burbank starts aiming to turn that intersection rather than to having a traffic lights on all 6 stops, maybe actually putting a roundabout somewhere in there where you would have more fluid and safer traffic flow. You would also have a lot more opportunity for bikers to be more interactive with traffic as it keeps on going. Not to mention, it would also be a lot safer for everyone. Plus, you would get a really good green area. Other than that, as always, thank you for your service. Look forward to seeing you the rest of the evening.
Thank you for your comment. Next, I have Carrie Negri, followed by Mike Donatelli. If I mispronounce any names, feel free to correct it.
You're good.
Then, okay. Well, if I do, correct me, and then your time can start. Carrie, whenever you're ready.
Carrie Negri, I own 2 units on Hollywood Way. I'm a small landlord, and I invested in Burbank because I trusted all of you to make good decisions, because you always have. It's hard not to notice driving through Burbank how many homeowners are putting ADUs behind their houses. And one thing I think you should think about as possibly an unintended consequence is that all these ADUs will then make them landlords, and when that happens, it is almost impossible to evict a tenant in a rent-controlled area, and you're going to have homeowners fighting with their tenants in their own backyards. And I think it's going to change how people think about being a landlord and how they do business, or how they think about things in the future. It's going to be a big deal. It's coming down the pike. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Mike Donatelli, followed by Jason Lewis.
Council members, Mr. Mayor, good evening. I'm here about the rent control situation. My family's been here for just about 70 years. I was born and raised in Burbank. We own real estate in Burbank, and as a mom and pop and immigrants, my parents worked hard, built something, and now this is my mom's retirement. This is her pension at 88 years old. Capping rent control, okay, if you do that, then cap property taxes, cap utility increases, cap insurance increases, and make it on par. Because if you can't do that, then you're choking a business, because that's basically what a small property is a business for somebody. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have, just want to encourage everyone to use jazz hands if you like, because it makes everything go a whole lot faster. And plus, I like it for what it's worth. Jason Lewis, followed by Chris Bayer.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, and council members. My name is Jason Lewis, and while I serve as a Transportation Commissioner, I'm here tonight as a private citizen. Last month, Metro hired a firm for the final design of the BRT. Their press release proclaims the BRT will provide faster and more reliable service to meet the corridor's growth by linking Los Angeles, Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena. Key destinations include North Hollywood Arts District, Burbank Media District, downtown Burbank. Except we haven't done our part in approving a dedicated bus lane that will make the BRT a faster and more reliable service. We were granted permit authority by the Metro staff, who came right here to show their support. We need to vote for and embrace a dedicated bus lane in our city. A dedicated lane would be open to a Burbank trolley, circulating shoppers around to stores and restaurants and back to their cars, bus, or train. A dedicated bus lane allows transit adopters to sell a car, and maybe we could get some of our funding restored. And a dedicated bike lane would be open to bicycles. And I implore you to put the bike rack program back to replace the one in front of Three Sisters. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, and thank you for the use of the jazz hands. Next, we have Chris Bayer, followed by Martha Urell.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Chris Bayer. I was born in Burbank and have owned a home in the Rancho since 1989. The rent's too high. That's the rallying call I hear from proponents of the proposed legislation. I agree. The rent's too high. So is the cost of cell phone service, insurance, internet service, food, insurance, BWP, and virtually every other expense our family's paying. I don't hear a call for limiting the cost of our other families' expenses. I've studied the effect on this proposed legislation carefully, and I've reviewed what's happening with apartment buildings in Burbank right now. They've gone from a price of about $400,000 to $500,000 per unit to now being $300,000 a unit because of this proposed rent control. And I'm concerned what's going to happen with our tax base because we're not going to have continuing taxation at the higher rates. It's going to go down, and that's going to cause us all as citizens to have to pay more taxes. And then I'd like to just spend one more minute on this single-family residence. I just went through this in Pasadena with my mother.
I apologize, that's your time.
I think this is important, Mayor, if I could just spend 2 more minutes.
I understand, sir, but I can't give you any special privilege. I can't give you any special privilege, sir. I'm sorry, but if I give you extra time, I got to give everyone extra time. Thank you. Next, we have Martha Urell, followed by Giselle Urell.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, City Council members, City staff. I want to thank you for the outreach program for the study of implementing a rent cap. It brought information to Burbank citizens that were unaware of no tenant protections. It also brought out the good, the bad, and the ugly of Burbank as well. Although seniors and disabled were not included in the study, BTU's ordinance submitted to City Council is for all Burbank citizens. Please read and pass stronger tenant protections. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Giselle Urell, followed by Mark Scroggs.
Good evening, council members. The data provided for the rent cap survey points a clear picture of the challenges renters in Burbank are facing. There's strong consensus among renters that current rent cap percentages are too high, with supporting a rent cap tied to inflation or percentage of CPI as a stable option. The community sentiment echoes a growing concern about affordability and displacement, particularly for working class families, the elderly, and disabled individuals. Renters feel that their wages increase are outpaced by these rent increases, often exceeding 9%. The imbalance is contributing to the rent burden, with over half of Burbank renters paying more than 30% of their income toward rent and 1/3 paying over half their income, including myself as a single mother. I concede my time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Mark Scroggs, followed by Masis Codaverdian.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Mark Scroggs. On Sunday at the City Council candidate debate, I brought up the question about what can we do to bring other media and other industries here, since the motion picture industry as we know it is not coming back, trust me, unfortunately. A lot of great ideas came from it. I also reached out today to the Chamber of Commerce and the Burbank Economic Council to discuss this further. I'm going to reach out to the Valley people later. But I think sometime in the next coming months, after the election, everything, and the holidays, there should be some sort of forum with above the line, below the line talent, industry professionals that live here, community people, and businesses to go over ideas, because the best thing to do is just throw out things and see what works and work together on it, because that's the only way it's all going to get done. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Masis Codaverdian, followed by Jordan Mello.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Masis Cleverdian. I'm a housing provider for the last 30 years in Burbank. Question I have for you guys is, considering for the last years we have the AB 1482 state law for the rent increase and rent caps, and also the skyrocketed insurance costs for all the property owners. Interest rates in banks increased, cost of goods, cost of services, and upkeep of the buildings going 30 to 40% for last 3 to 4 years. How are we supposed to manage to keep the properties if we're capping on 3 or 4% or 5%, whatever you're coming up with? But in the meantime, our costs are going 30 to 40% in 2-3 years. Numbers doesn't make sense. We won't be able to keep up and we will be forced to sell and get out of California. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And thank you to those of you doing the jazz hands. Always appreciate that. Next, we have Jordan Mello, followed by Mr. Relentless, a.k.a. Joel Schlossman.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jordan Mello. I've happily lived and worked in Burbank for the last 13 years. Like many other Burbank renters, I entered into a lease that at the time was very affordable. But at the current rate that my yearly rent increases, it's likely I only have a few years left before I'm priced out of the city that I like to live and work in. I urge the City Council to pass the Burbank Tenant Union's ordinance to protect the residents of Burbank like me and many others. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Mr. Schlossman, followed by Lilibeth Jimenez.
My sign speaks for itself. Vote no on ABC and your taxes will actually go down. How often does that happen? We'll pay off the bonds and the fee will expire. Taxes will go down. I want everybody here, and everybody can hear me, to ask yourself this one question. Is Burbank gotten better in the past 4 years since the socialists have invited every bum, derelict, mooch, freeloader, psychopath, criminal, rolled out the red carpet for this group? Ask yourself, it's like the zombie apocalypse out there now. And it's because you folks have brought this element to our city and made it so welcoming. Yes. Now, I went to that meeting on Sunday, and I heard all you folks speak, and what Anthony said of wanting policemen with no guns is very scary to me and my family. And that person attached by his hip, Von Dipshit, he's no good either.
That's your time. Next, we have Lilibeth Jimenez, followed by Diana Pulver.
Hello, my name is Lilibeth Jimenez. I wanted to say thank you to City Council and City staff for organizing and conducting public outreach with regards to a rent cap. I know that there's been a couple of months of back and forth on this topic, and I'm really hoping that a decision will be made today. I'm a renter who has lived in Burbank for 3 years. All 3 years I have faced rent increases. Every additional day that... Ooh.
We pause your time. I think the mic cut.
Okay, I think it's good now. Every day that this is postponed puts more families in danger of losing their housing. I would really like to urge council to pass BTU's Just Cause and Rent Stabilization Ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Diana Pulver, followed by Adam Goldberg.
Mayor, council members, local rent boards and rent registration fees only add to the financial burden many mom-and-pop housing providers like myself are already facing. If rent caps are enacted, I worry that I will not be able to maintain my building in as good a condition as I would like. I believe that rent stabilization is best served at the state level in order to secure uniformity across the board, and that the costs associated with rent stabilization will be borne by all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Adam Goldberg, followed by Ashley Ramsey.
Council, I'm sad to be here. I also wish I was with Ron Bass's wife of 47 years. When I was 8, I was so bored at summer camp, I watched a mosquito suck on my arm until it exploded. If it was a Christian camp, I would have prayed for the bug. Forgive them, Father. They know not what they do. Maybe they spent $600,000 on this election by accident. Maybe some creatures eat their young.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Ashley Ramsey, followed by Eric Hawk.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Ashley Ramsey. I'm a resident and a renter in Burbank. I'm here tonight to speak about the agenda item regarding a potential rent cap in Burbank. Time and time again, we've heard of longtime Burbank residents being forced to move because of rent increases, being evicted for unjust causes, being priced out after after renovations, so many stories like these. How many instances have to happen before we make a decision? The current rent protections are simply not enough. We need stronger tenant protections now. The survey results are in, and people definitely want and need change. Please pass BTU's ordinance and help the many residents of Burbank who need this change. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Eric Hawk, followed by Gavin Cho.
Okay, hey, and good evening to the members of the Burbank City Council, wonderful city staff, and others who've taken time out of their evening to participate in today's meeting, or tonight's meeting. On Saturday, October the 26th at 5 p.m., the Burbank Community Band, my name is Eric Hawk, by the way, president of the Burbank Community Band. On Saturday, October the 26th at 5 p.m., the Burbank Community Band will be performing its Halloween concert at First Christian Church in Burbank at 221 South 6th Street at 5 p.m. Immediately on the coattails of that, we will be also having concerts of a more patriotic nature, and that is going to be on November the 11th. We'll be performing at McCambridge Park as part of the city's Veterans Day ceremony, but we also have a wonderful thing the Friday before on the 8th of November, and that's going to be at the VFW. Being allowed to perform at this very small space with 50 musicians is going to be a real hoot. So hope you can make it to one of the shows, and thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
All right.
Next, before I go on, just a reminder, thank you, Madam City Clerk. If you speak to any of the agenda items here in general public comment, just remember that you cannot speak to it later when we get to the report. So thank you, Ms. Clark, for that. Next, we have Gavin Cho, followed by Karen Waters.
Hello there, City Council. My name is Gavin Cho. I'm standing before you as the Director of Development of one of the prominent nonprofits here in Burbank, the Burbank Arts and Education Foundation, and I'm standing before you to celebrate a major accomplishment that our foundation recently had. Our recent State of the Schools event raised over $40,000, which is going to go directly back into Burbank's public education system to our K through 12 schools. So wanted to stand before you, thank all of you for your ongoing support of the foundation. It's great to see the community coming out. I also want to extend a heartfelt thanks to our community members for their continued support of our foundation, which enables us to provide more money that goes back into Burbank's public schools. Of course, always looking for more passionate folks to join us in this work. So if any of the people behind me are excited about arts or education in Burbank, I implore you to visit our website and sign up for our newsletters or sign up for our volunteer forms. Thank you all so much.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Karen Waters, followed by Jeff Vanderboort.
Good evening. My name is Karen Waters, and I have submitted my petition for the Arts and Public Spaces Committee and also the Housing Committee. And I'd just like to tell you a little bit about myself. I've been a Burbank homeowner for a little over 15 years. I'm originally from Chicago, started my career there, and so initially I'll speak to the arts and public spaces situation as to my qualifications. I began my career at Morningstar, which is the mutual fund reporting agency, an editor there, and while there I was on the committee to find art for our headquarters. And so we commissioned art from all over the world. And so that speaks to my art and public spaces qualifications. As far as the,
Sorry,
Sorry,
that's
no
your
worries.
time. But thank you for your comment and thank you for applying. Next, we have Jeff Vanderboort, followed by George Papanikolaou.
Good evening, Jeff Vanderboort. As we continue down this path to adopt more rent caps, we still have no more information of what really is needed by those who need it. That's the bottom line. These caps are not going to help an iota to those people who have real economic needs. You recently adopted some substantial tenant protection laws. Please give them time to work and have the system finally be seen how it works. Susan and I bought our 4-unit apartment building 25 years ago. When we invested then, we continue to invest in improving this building. Imagine if all city revenues and fees were capped at 75% of CPI, how long will our police, fire, utilities stay vibrant and work? Not very long. It's the same thing that I ask about apartment buildings in our city. We know from other cities that apartments will deteriorate.
That's your time. Thank you very much for your comment. Next, we have George Papanikolaou, followed by Jane.
Good evening, City Council. My name is George Papanikolaou. I'm born and raised in Burbank, and I'm a small landlord here. I strongly oppose the rent control. While rent control seems appealing, it's going to cost our city over $5 million, funds that could be better used for Section 8 housing assistance, which directly helps low-income families, or build affordable housing. Just you can look at LA, where rent control has led to neglected buildings, fewer available units, and a more dilapidated city. Our landlords are not charities or welfare providers. We're small business owners who rely on rental income to maintain properties and pay our bills and be quality housing providers. Rent control is only going to discourage property upkeep and improvements, leaving tenants with poorly maintained homes. Rent control only benefits the people that got there first, making it very difficult for new families to find homes. If you're going to freeze rent, freeze the prices at Home Depot, freeze the prices from plumbers, freeze my insurance, because my insurance just doubled in Burbank. But I'm not raising my tenants' rent because they're already at market. But what am I supposed to do in the future if the rent doubles?
Thank you for your comment. And thank you. David, I saw you. Thank you for the jazz hands, everybody. Next, we have Jane, followed by Eric DeRoyan.
I'm Jane Harrison. I moved in my apartment about 12 years ago, and it needed a huge improvement right then. It is quite ratty. But the rent was really reasonable, and I love the apartment. Now I have new owners, and I'm in constant fear of being evicted for the eviction renovation, or a fictitious relative. Tenants need protection, and we need rent control. Some of the landlords ignore rent caps, and just like the homeowners, the renters, the owners of these buildings, we too face increases in food, gas, everything. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I will just note before we go on that comment card number 29 has been withdrawn, so I believe they are no longer wishing to speak. So I next have Eric DeRoyan, followed by Brian Benbow.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Eric DeRoyan. I apologize for reading this, but I do know I'm on the clock. I was a lieutenant. I'm introducing myself because I want to be your next chief of police. I was a lieutenant and a captain here in Burbank from 2012 to 2019, retiring in 2019 with over 30 years of service between the cities of Santa Monica, California Department of Justice, and Burbank. As I'm sure you're all aware, a reform team from outside was brought in about 15 years ago. I was part of that team. Hired in 2012 by then Chief LaChasse, then Captain Albanese, and Captain Cremens, we were brought in to change a culture of questionable police practices, nepotism in hiring and promotions, and other inappropriate behaviors. Led by Chief LaChasse and now Chief Albanese, we set in place many new processes, and a dramatic change occurred. I am prepared to continue this legacy. I have spoken to and have the support of Captain Lasacco, Captain Cremens, Captain Cornelius, and soon to be Captain Stoll to return as their Chief of Police. There has never been an Armenian Chief of Police in Burbank. According to the internet, there's never been an Armenian Chief of Police in the state of California.
Thank you for your time, sir. And thank you for coming to make an introduction.
Thank you.
Next, we have Brian Benbow, followed by Ramela Iragi.
Good evening, council members. I stand before you as a citizen of Burbank. My wife and I have lived here about 11 years. We're also property owners. The thing that makes Burbank special is it's got that great blend of small business and large business. My fear is that if you impose a rent cap, you'll discourage any new landlords, small landlords, from entering the market and providing a service that's much needed throughout Southern California. So I'm here to encourage you to consider not placing a rent cap to keep that great balance about Burbank that we all love and that are attracted to. You have your small business, you have your medium-sized business, and your large business, and that's what makes this place special. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Ramela Iragi, followed by Catherine Raddick.
Hi, Councilmember, audience. I was a resident of City of Glendale for 30 years, and I moved here to Burbank recently. So, well, I mean, yeah, just that I want to see a lot of each other. I'm an activist, affordable housing activist, and yeah, we're going to see a lot of each other. I'm going to come back talk about rent cap in Burbank. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Next, we have Catherine Raddick, followed. So I'm hearing that Catherine Raddick does not wish to speak, so I'll set that card aside. That would bring up next A.L. Garcia, followed by Kate Cundiff.
Good evening, City Council. I'll say it into the mic. Good evening, City Council and Burbank neighbors. Oh, someone left their keys. I've been or is this the remote maybe? I've been a Burbank resident for nearly a decade and hope to remain for many more. However, if my rent is increased at 10% again next year, I'm not sure if I'll be able to stay. It's bittersweet to learn through your rent cap outreach that I'm not alone in this. I urge you to implement the ordinances presented by the Burbank Tenants Union to ensure that I, along with many other Burbank tenants, will be able to stay in our homes coming next year. We're already bracing for a lot of things as a country, and I think that you guys could really help us in that. I also want to acknowledge that it's not lost on me that displacement is a worldwide issue. I want to say free Palestine, free Congo, free Sudan, free Armenia, and genocide. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Kate Cundiff, and then the last in-person comment card I have is Nikki Harper.
Good evening. Burbank Tenants Union gets heartbreaking calls on almost a weekly basis of tenants in single-family homes and condos receiving 60-day no-fault evictions without just cause and without relocation assistance. These are families being displaced from their home of decades. These are children and teachers being displaced from the school district. Looking at universal just cause was part of the rent cap study. Therefore, you should have the power to discuss that tonight. Make a decision. Then ask staff to agendize it for a final vote as soon as possible. If you're waiting to see who gets voted into City Council before you decide, every candidate is in favor of universal just cause in the city of Burbank. What are you waiting for? Close this bleeding wound within our city. And if you don't want to pass BTU's ordinance, you now have a copy of the universal just cause language from Bell Garden, Cudahy, City of Los Angeles, Pasadena, South Pasadena, and unincorporated as Los Angeles as templates. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And last but not least, I have Nikki Harper.
Good evening. I've been a resident of Burbank for practically a quarter of a century. And I don't think anybody here is old enough to remember a time when rents were expected to be 1 week's salary. Okay, so we've been at 100% of our income for a lot of us for years, like for at least a decade. There's no cap that's enough. It needs to be ceased for like a decade. I mean, it's beyond absurd. I work 20 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365. I often go without eating so that my landlord can eat multiple times a day, okay? I do not wish that tenants and landlords be pitted against one another. It should not be. I realize they have taxes. One gentleman back here stated it very nicely. Everything is way too much, and it's way out of balance. So I don't know what the solution is, but it's too much. It can't go up every year. It can't.
Thank you for your comment.
We don't get raise increases.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
We've now completed in-person general public comment, and we'll be moving on to our telephonic public comment. For callers, reminder, please lower the volume on your television or computer and take your phone off of speaker mode setting when you deliver public comment so that we can hear you loudly and clearly. Ms. Clark, do we have any callers on the line?
We do, Mr. Mayor.
Let's send the first one through.
Thank you.
The first caller is Matthew Buck.
Matthew, you are on with the council.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Item 11, the results from the community outreach regarding
potential rent cap do not warrant the need for urgency action or knee-jerk policy to be developed by City Council tonight. The findings do show that your residents are still, as they overwhelmingly voted in 2020, are against severe forms of rent control in Burbank. And lastly, as alluded to in the staff report, the results also show a need for additional data and studies to be conducted. Data-driven housing policy ensures pitfalls will be avoided, especially when it comes to your valuable, affordable housing. Again, focus must remain on what the data shows, not hearsay. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Raj Kamal Singh.
Raj, you're on with the council.
Hi, my name is Raj Kamal Singh. I've been a renter in Burbank for 4 years now and love living here. I love the community and life I've built here. 76% of renters believe in the state rent cap percentage being too high. Many respondents support a rent cap tied to 60% of the CPI with a 3% max increase. Self-funded rental registry, closing loopholes like rent eviction, universal just cause, and stronger anti-harassment protections. Half of renters who've moved from one rental in Burbank to another in the last 10 years did so, at least in part, because of rent increase. Tenants express concern about being priced out of Burbank due to rising rents. A cap is seen as necessary to provide stability and prevent displacement. I'd like to call on City Council to pass the BTU ordinance as it protects tenants from excessive rent increases and to promote long-term stability and certainty for tenants in the rental market while providing landlords an ability to receive a fair return on their rental property. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Steve Rosalio.
Steve, you're on with the council.
Hello, members of the council and Mr. Mayor. My name is Steve Rosolio, and I'm calling in favor of a stronger rent cap and stronger tenant protections here in Burbank. I'm fortunate enough to make a decent living, but find it hard to save for the future when my rent increases 6 to 7% a year, and I'm told that as well. On average, most people get a raise of about 3%, myself included. I cannot imagine someone with lesser means than I. I'm for the stronger rent cap in this community so I can stay in this wonderful community that we have stayed. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Faiza Malik.
Faisa, you're on with the council.
Good evening. My name is Faiza Malik, and I'm an attorney at Public Counsel. RSOs and just cause ordinances have been enacted in the past decade in various jurisdictions as the housing crisis worsens. Burbank's own population is 58% renters, 56% of which are considered rent burden. We urge the council to move forward in the process tonight by directing the city attorney and city staff to draft a rent cap, rent registry, and universal just cause protections for tenants. BTU provided the council with a model RSO and just cause ordinance in April this year. This model is based on existing RSOs in unincorporated and Belgardis, which are models in terms of their comprehensiveness and strength. It includes a reasonable rent increase formula. It also includes a petition process for landlords who feel entitled to a higher rental rate, registration fees to fully sustain the program, and strong tenant protections. As an intermediate step, we also urge the City Council to adopt a temporary rent freeze and interim just cause protections, which are critical to make sure tenants are not evicted and receive huge rent hikes before a final ordinance can be enacted. The TPA does not provide...
That's your time. Thank you very much for calling in tonight. Thank you. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Matthew.
Matthew, you're on with the council.
Hi, my name is Matthew. I've been renting in Burbank for over 3 years. I'm calling today in response for the rent cap survey results. I support the BTU's ordinance calling for a 3% increase, 3% max increase, closing the rent eviction loophole, and stronger anti-harassment policies. Every day we wait is another day a Burbank renter gets pushed closer to homelessness. Please prioritize this issue with the utmost importance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller would like to remain anonymous.
Hello, you're on with the City Council.
Hi, I support a rent cap. Landlords are already entitled to a return on investment legally, and that's supported in Burbank Tenants Union's ordinance that was given in April, and of which, according to the rent cap results, many respondents support such as a 3% rent cap, self-funded rental registry, universal just cause, and more. Again, landlords by law are already have their return on investment protected even in this ordinance, even if this ordinance was enacted. Unlike tenants who don't have that same protection when it comes to these unsustainable rent increases that vastly outpace yearly wage increases. Not to mention the rent cap outreach results revealing 27% of renters have experienced illegal rent increases. Protect the Families of Burbank and listen to the outreach, which showed that the majority of respondents across the board support additional rent cap policies. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Joe Terranova.
Joe, you're on with the council.
Good evening. I'm a Burbank resident and in real estate sales and property management. My son and I for over 50 years in the city. I agree. The rents in Burbank are high, but unfortunately, that's the cost of living here in this city and in the state of California. Everything is high. You have to solve this problem through developing affordable housing with the Burbank Housing Corporation, through Section 8 and other means. We manage a property on Hollywood Way in Burbank, and last year the fire insurance and liability was $2,674 for our clients. This year we just got the bill $8,451. Another 6-unit building on Buena Vista. Last year, fire and liability insurance, $3,609. We just
That's
got
your
the
time,
bill,
sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for calling in. That's your time. Next caller, please. Okay, I've been informed that was our last caller. I would like to thank all of you, both in person and calling in tonight, for participating in our general public comment period, which is now complete. Now is the time for a brief response from City Council, the City Manager, and/or the City Attorney. Would anyone like to begin? Oh, that's a first. Oh, Councilmember Anthony, yes.
I'll go quick. Thank you, everyone, for coming down. Congratulations to the Clerk's Cup, and thank you for recognizing domestic violence still being prevalent in the city. To a couple of the speakers, Mr. Donahue, I'm in communication with Metro staff. We're finding an appropriate time for me to correct the record. There's a couple of other issues, but we're going to get to it, I promise. The record on who got the most votes, you can speak with the city clerk. I'm sure she has all that information. And then, obviously, we talked a lot about the agenda item. We'll get to that. We'll have a lot of thoughts later. And then, Mr. Schlossman, just as a reminder, 4 years ago, the city was facing record unemployment. The ER had a line out the door, and people were confined to their homes and too afraid to go outside. So it was a really bad time 4 years ago. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Anthony. Who'd like to go next? Councilmember Mullins.
I'll go to spare.
Right. I always am just in thrill. I love to hear what you have to say, but okay, Vice Mayor, go for it.
I wanted to. So I just want to thank everybody for coming down tonight, for sharing your thoughts, and for bearing with us through this new process. We have a new public comment system. It went by pretty quickly. I know some of you didn't get to finish your comments. Most of them were on the ongoing issue. Please reach out to us, email us. A lot of you are reading from your comment. If you have the rest of that written, please email it to us. We want to see them, we read through them, and we love hearing your thoughts. So thank you for bearing with us, and I'd also love to hear your thoughts on the new system that we have. To those of you who spoke on the agenda item, I won't go into any detail, just mention that we will talk about it when the time comes. And to those who spoke about traffic issues in Metro, thank you for bringing them up. Thank you for sharing your ideas. We hear them. I know one of my colleagues is excited to hear about roundabouts. And so thank you all for sharing that. And the last thing I will say is congrats to Gavin Cho and all the folks at the Burbank Arts for All Foundation. I really want to know about that tuba. If you haven't heard about the tuba, go to their website and find out. It's a heartbreaking story. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Who'd like to go next? Oh, I forgot. Yes, Councilmember Mullins, your turn.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Again, thank you for everyone that came in tonight, called, and emailed us about the agenda items on the agenda. Congratulations to the Clerk's Cup. I'm not surprised girls keep the cup because that was kind of the trend that was going on for a while. And then, of course, recognition of the Domestic Violence Month. That's a really important issue for all of us. I want to say to Mr. Bax, you did the right thing by staying home with your wife that night. So happy anniversary. You get kudos from me. Also, Joe, I know exactly that intersection and what you're talking about, Olive and Sparks, right there where Starbucks. I do cross that street often, and I'm concerned about it. But thank you for bringing that up. And then Eric, 3 shows coming up. That's great. I hope to make one of them, and I know some of our council members may be able to attend, but I'll definitely always support you. Mr. Chow, for the school, $40,000 kudos. I attended, and you guys did a marvelous job, so good news on that. And Ms. Waters, who is applying for the arts in public places. We will be discussing this item as it come up for the vote. So thank you for applying and being here tonight to introduce yourself. And everybody else, we're going to discuss the agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mullins. Councilmember Takahashi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As always, thank you all for coming out tonight and taking time out of your day to come speak with us and share with us your perspectives. Also, many of you emailed, called, had meetings with us. Always appreciate those outreaches. And also thank you for those who bring materials. It's always helpful to have extra materials to support what you're speaking on. For the items 8 and 11 and for the applications, we'll get to those a little bit later, but I've written notes for all their comments. And then a few of the non-agenda, Mr. Pimienta, thank you very much for bringing up the roundabout topic for that intersection. Just thank you. Mr. Lewis, who left, but I did want to get an update on one of the things he mentions, which is the bike rack in front of Three Sisters, the one that had the car wreck. Do we have an update on that bike rack and what's going on with that?
We could provide an update. We could let you guys know.
That'd be great.
I don't think we have one.
Great, thank
right
you, because I used that one too, so I have some personal interest.
Got it.
Thank you. Mr. Hawk, you still here? I don't know if you're still here. Oh my gosh, okay, so I went to the Philharmonic. It was awesome, and I'm so looking forward to the Burbank Community Band for the Halloween concert. Please go there with me, everybody. It's awesome. And then, Mr. Cho, thank you so much for showing up today and introducing yourselves to us here at the council, BAF president. You've attended a couple of the Cultural Arts Commission's meeting, and it's been great to see you there. And you've been very enthusiastic and present since you've been president, so I really appreciate your being here. And that's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Takahashi. City Manager, City Attorney, anything tonight? No?
I think they'll all be addressed by the agenda item.
Okay, I had to ask. Well, I want to thank everyone for coming down. First of all, to Mr. and Mrs. Bax, congratulations on your wedding anniversary. While you could have joined us for an intimate evening of riveting conversation, I think you absolutely made the right call in being home. So, but congratulations to both of you. That is truly an achievement in this day and age. This is in response to comments from Mr. Donahue and Mr. Lewis, partly in response to Mr. Donahue. Mr. City Manager, I believe a while back I had requested a report back from our subcommittee on the status of communications with Metro regarding BRT. Is that coming up on an agenda?
We did have a subcommittee meeting last week, so they could report out at the end of the meeting.
Outstanding. I'm looking forward to that. See? Intimate evening of riveting conversation. To Joe Pimienta's comment about Sparks and Verdugo, Mr. Prescott, I see you here. You don't need to get up or respond to it, but if Transportation Commission hasn't already looked at that, that'd be a wonderful conversation for them. So,
if I could, real quick.
Please.
So a few years ago, we did look at that intersection. The roundabout didn't go the way that some of us planned. However, so they re-looked at it. We are looking at bringing something back mid next year as part of our work program for transportation. So it would probably get through that process with, it'd probably hit Transportation Commission prior to coming back to council.
Outstanding. I love to hear from our commissions. That's a great idea. Mr. Scroggs, thank you for your continued advocacy regarding the entertainment industry. Let's see, Mr. Hawk, thank you. Burbank Community Band, that's fun. Can't wait to see y'all at Veterans Day. Mr. Cho, nice to see you again. Congratulations on the new position with Burbank Arts and Entertainment. Thank you to everyone who came down to talk about item 11. I'll get to that later. Thank you, Ms. Waters, for applying, and good luck tonight. Mr. DeRoyan, thank you for coming down and introducing yourself. As the public may know, council does not directly hire the chief of police, but it's always nice to put a name and a face with one of the applicants, and good luck in the process, sir. And that's the guy you got to talk to right over here, Mr. Hess. Let's see. Almost done, folks. Oh, yes, and then last but not least, to Mr. Relentless, which I think is a fantastic superhero name, but of course I'm talking about the indelible Joel Schlossman. You asked me a pointed question, sir, so I'll give you a short and a long-term answer. Short answer is yes, absolutely, hands down. Longer-term answer is yes. To the council member's point, when we took office 4 years ago, our local economy was entirely shut down. We were in the throes of COVID-19. Unemployment was through the roof. And by the way, don't take my word for any of this, folks. Do your own research, listen to our chief of police, and you will see that violent crime is down, that the number of unhoused persons in Burbank is down again for another consecutive year, just 6% last year. Our budget is balanced, despite what some of you might hear, which is just complete crap. You can quote me on that. Budget is balanced, and yes, we are in a much better position than we were 4 years ago, and I'll simply say this. I will hold the record that I and everyone up here, all of our staff, some in the audience who were staff, I will hold our record of what we've done in the last 4 years and compare that to anyone in Burbank's history who sat here. I feel pretty damn proud of what we've done. So with that, oh yeah, if you don't agree with me, vote. And if you agree with me and you like the trajectory we're on, vote. That's your solution. With that, I have no further comment. Does that spur any other discussion, Councilmember Mullins? Nah, I just wanted to check. Okay. That concludes response to public comment. Now we'll go to the consent calendar. The consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. Ms. Clerk, would you please read the consent calendar for this evening?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This evening we have 8 items on our consent calendar. Item 1, approval of the City Council minutes of the special meeting of September 24th, 2024, the joint meetings of September 24th, 2024, and October 1st, 2024, the special meeting of October 2nd, 2024, and the dark meeting of October 8th, 2024. Item 2 is approval of the Housing Authority minutes of the joint meeting of September 24th, 2024. Item 3 is approval of the First Amendment to the Cyclic Storage Agreement between the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California and the City of Burbank. Item 4 is approval of the Verdugo Fire Communications Service Agreement between the cities of Burbank, Glendale, and Pasadena and the City of San Gabriel for dispatching of emergency fire and medical response. Item 5 is approval of a sole source agreement with Allied Universal for citywide homeless outreach and security ambassador services for libraries and parks and recreation. Item 6 is approval of contract amendment number 1 to the Homeless Initiative Agreement between the County of Los Angeles and the City of Burbank, Local Solutions Fund number HI-23-001, awarding the City of Burbank $325,237 for fiscal year 2024-2025. Item 7 is approval of a second amendment to the professional services agreement with Cadre Architects to complete the design and provide construction support for 211, 233, and 333 South Front Street and 10 East Verdugo Avenue for use as the city's Homeless Solutions Center. Item 8 is an update on Housing Enforcement Unit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clark. Councilmember Mullins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If it's okay with council, if we can get a quick update on 2 items. Item number 5 and item number 8. Nothing lengthy, but just to give us an update to what's happening on these items.
All right, Mr. Hess, in what order would you like to go?
Yeah, we could go in numerical order. So with number 5, we'll have CDD staff come up and do a 1-minute quick summary.
I'll give them 2, but 1 minute, why not?
I'm good with 1 minute. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Casey Lee, Housing Development Manager for Community Development, the Community Development Department. The proposed contract between the city and Allied Universal is a 3-pronged contract to provide citywide homeless outreach services for the Community Development Department, security ambassador and outreach services for the libraries department, and security ambassador and outreach services for the libraries department. So all of those services will be comprised into one professional services agreement, and the term will be from November 1st until June 30th, 2025. In the meantime, we will work on an RFP to solicit vendors to provide homeless outreach services.
And if I could, because we're switching from Street Plus to Allied, we'll be noting we'll be getting out prior to, once November 1st hits, we'll be providing information on how to contact the new Allied services.
Wonderful. And Mr. Hess, colleagues, if you'll allow me, one question. Will folks be able to use the 311 app to contact Allied services?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, that's great. And if you haven't already, you can go right to our app store and download it right now. I don't mind if you all pull out your phones and do that. It's a great tool. Shout out to IT department. Councilmember Anthony.
I just wanted to clarify with our city attorney going out for a short contract on this award that follows our city code, our city charter, state law. We're allowed to do that, and then we go out for the RFP for the full contract.
It's consistent with the city's code. The council may award a sole source agreement in the best interest of the city.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you for the update. I think it was an important piece of information that the public needed to hear, the switch over from Street Plus to Ally. So stay tuned because there will be public outreach to give that information.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. Next, we have item number 8, also requested by Councilmember Mullins. Mr. McDougall.
Mr. Mayor, I'll give a brief update on this. As part of the 24-25 annual budget, City Council appropriated $650,000 in recurring funding for a housing enforcement unit constituted of 5 positions, 3 in the Community Development Department, 2 in the City Attorney's Office, one of them an attorney, one of them a support staff, and then a social services supervisor, a habitability code enforcement inspector, and a housing assistant. All of these positions, recruitments have been open, interviews have been conducted. They're in various stages of recruitment. We actually have an attorney candidate going through the onboarding process. I think that's the furthest along. We're just waiting for the onboarding date. In the meantime, one of our senior assistant city attorneys has been carrying on the housing enforcement. We went from probably 2 or 3 cases in the middle of the summer up to about 6 cases where we've done follow-up letters. So far, all matters have been handled with basically education letters, which have allowed the landlords to remedy defects in their notices or exemptions. We are in the process of finalizing a solicitation for city-paid half-day mediators for landlord-tenant disputes. And once we have onboarding of the program, we will develop the grant criteria for legal assistance grants for qualifying low-income tenants and landlords. And the final piece of this program is to have a discussion about landlord-tenant commission, possibly engaging in a community mediation program.
Great. Councilmember, we'll start with you. Any follow-up or questions?
No, thank you. I think this item really is a part of our discussion tonight regarding what we're doing, and I think it's important for the public, everyone in attendance tonight, to know that this is something that council did approve and adopt for $625,000 to spend on adding staff members in the city attorney's office and also in code enforcement. So this is part of our tenant protection plan, and I know it's under consent, so not everyone had the opportunity to read it, and I do appreciate the city attorney giving us an update, and that would inform the public what we have done so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And we kept the budget balanced, in case I forgot to mention that again. Mr. McDougall, I did have one question for you. Who is the point person in your office who's temporarily spearheading that role, and how can a member of the public get in touch with them?
So members of the public would contact our housing services people in CDD. They do preliminary case workup and they refer it over to the city attorney's office. There's 2 different attorneys who have participated in the housing enforcement program to date. So I'm not going to give their name and number unless they pop up at the microphone. I'll give them credit.
I'll ask you later.
But otherwise, they receive intake because sometimes the services, housing services are able to actually meet their needs of the people who call. And once they have a file worked up, then they send it to our office for follow-up with the landlord.
Wonderful. And just one more question. I hate to be a pain. If somebody's listening right now and they have a question or a concern or a complaint they'd like to lodge, Mr. Hess, Mr. Prescott, Mr. McDougall, what number can they call? What website can they visit? What app can they use?
We're going to have Miss Leland. She
Fantastic.
She has the info.
Welcome back, Miss Leland. Congrats again on your award, by the way.
Thank you very much. Very kind. Good evening, members of the council. Maribel Leland, Housing Authority Manager. The best number to call for housing staff is 818-238-5180. Then our housing team works in collaboration to take in the information, and then as Mr. McDougall mentioned, then we will gather as much information as possible, whether it be a landlord or a tenant, and then work with our city attorney's office or code enforcement office as well. And then also email housinginfo@burbankca.gov. You can also send an email there.
So that was 818-238-5180 or housinginfo@burbankca.gov.
Correct.
Oh, I feel better knowing that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yes, Councilman.
I feel like she should be able to introduce herself as Employee of the Year, Maribel Leland. I don't know.
Yeah, everyone give her a round of applause. She deserves it. Good job, Maribel. All right, Councilmember Takahashi.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that information. I also noticed the other day when I was looking for that information that if you go to the front page of our website, there is a giant button right in the middle that says housing. And if you click on it and scroll down to the bottom, all that contact information is there in case you didn't write it down or, somewhere else and you didn't have it with you. So front page, big button, scroll down on housing.
Outstanding. Thank you. Any other question, comment, discussion? Beverage order. All right. Can I get a motion?
Since I caused this, I make a motion to move the consent calendar as presented.
Second.
All right. Motion by Mullins, second by Perez. Any other discussion? I really enjoyed that. Thank you. Let's call a roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Schultz?
Ooh, yeah. Yes. Passes 5-0. Congratulations. That brings us to our first of 3 reports this evening. Now, as a quick reminder to the public, after staff's presentation, council will proceed with in-person public comment only. So if you want to get your comment cards in on any of those items, you can do it right now, or you can do it shortly before we begin public comment. Speakers will be allowed to speak on the agenda item at the conclusion of the presentation as long as you have not previously spoken on that item during the first period of general public comment. Now, the first report to council this evening is regarding the appointment to fill a vacancy on the Burbank Housing Corporation Board of Directors for a full 2-year term. Ms. Clark, please present the report.
Good evening, Chair Schultz and members of the Housing Authority. Kimberly Clark, City Clerk. Tonight I will be presenting item number 9, appointment to fill 1 vacancy on the Burbank Housing Corporation Board of Directors for a full 2-year term. On August 30th, 2024, the City Clerk's office began advertising and accepting applications for the vacancy on the Burbank Housing Corporation Board of Directors for a 2-year term. This vacancy is a scheduled vacancy for Board Member Chris Welker, who serves as one of the 2 representatives from the City of Burbank and whose term is set to expire on October 31st, 2024. To obtain qualified candidates, a notice of vacancy was advertised through the following: the city's website, city council meeting announcements, all social media platforms managed by the city clerk's office, press releases sent to the Los Angeles Times, Burbank Leader, and myburbank.com, notices posted on the City Hall bulletin board, community groups and organizations, and through constant contact email notifications. The deadline to submit applications to the City Clerk's office for the Burbank Housing Corporation Board of Directors was Monday, September 30th, 2024 at 5:00 p.m. The City Clerk's office received 4 applications: Chris Welker, Sharon Kurgis, Mary Lou Gilliland, and Karen Waters. The applications are listed in the order they were received. At this time, I'm happy to answer any questions council may have.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Clark. Before we go to questions, is there any public comment on this item? I'm not in receipt of any in-person public comment cards. Okay, there being no public comment. Colleagues, any questions of Ms. Clark before we get to a vote? Ms. Clark, would you like to read the name of all the applicants, and then once you've done that, we'll go through and start the voting process?
Sure.
Okay.
Chris Welker, Sharon Kurgis, Mary Lou Gilliland, and Karen Waters.
All right, wonderful. Good luck to everybody. Ms. Clark.
So by a show of hands vote, Chris Welker, Sharon Kurgis.
I'll just note for the record, I believe that was 5-0 to reappoint Ms. Welker.
There's no tie. There's no possible tie.
One would hope not. I
Thank
believe
you.
that's correct. Ms. Welker, if you're here, congratulations. Thank you for your continued service. To all of the other applicants, thank you so much for applying. This is always an extremely competitive process, and we hope to see you again soon. I think one of you we will hear, two of you in a minute. Okay. So again, congratulations, Ms. Welker. The second report to council tonight is the appointment to fill a vacancy on the Art and Public Places Board for an unexpired term. Ms. Clark, please present the report.
Thank you again. Good evening, Mayor Schultz and members of the City Council. Right now, I'm going to present item number 10, appointment to fill one vacancy on the Art and Public Places Committee for an unexpired term. On August 30th, 2024, the City Clerk's office began advertising and accepting applications for one vacancy on the Art and Public Places Committee for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2026, which was created by the resignation of member Charla Elizabeth. To obtain qualified candidates, a notice of vacancy was advertised through the same channels that I just reported in item 9. The deadline to submit applications to the City Clerk's office for the committee was Monday, September 30th, 2024 at 5:00 p.m. The City Clerk's office received 9 applications: Jeff Ferguson, Christine Jazkowiak, apologies if I'm mispronouncing that, Monica Karam, Annalise London, Janice Jafari, John Buckingham, Sharon Kurgis, Mary Lou Gilliland, and Karen Waters. The applications are listed in the order received. Please note that applicant John Buckingham has also applied for the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission. If appointed to the committee, this applicant's name will be removed from consideration for the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission appointment, which is tentatively scheduled to be presented to the council at the Tuesday, November 26, 2024 City Council meeting. At this time, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clark. We're going to hold questions until we do public comment. I'm in receipt of 2 public comment cards in accordance with council policy. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the council on this agenda item. The first speaker will be Monica Karam for 3 minutes, followed by Chris Jazkowiak. And again, I too apologize if I mispronounce your name. Chris will go second, also for 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, staff. My name is Monica Karam. I am a Burbank resident. I've been here for 20 years. And I am an active member of the arts community. I'm an artist myself, an awarded artist here in Burbank. I am a member of the Burbank Association and California Creative Arts. And well, I applied to be in this position because I would love to serve my city. And I think it will be great, for me to be part of it because I am an active artist. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for your comment, and thank you for applying. Chris, you're up next.
Good evening, Council. I'm Chris Jazkowiak, 30-year Burbank resident, and I've worked in Burbank as well. Some of you may remember me from co-serving on the Save Magnolia Park committee from a few years ago. I'm also a more than 40 years creative director serving the entertainment industry, as well as, ed tech. My qualifications are that I not only do I have a passion for our city, I'm actively engaged in the arts already, having been a contributor to the Burbank Arts and Education Foundation and partnering soon with Gavin Cho, applaud, to serve additionally in the foundation that he's pursuing. So my background is entertainment, predominantly generating experiential experiences that are on brand with managing a budget, manufacturing, fabrication, and I also, since I'm so involved with Burbank, whether it's on the bike path or at the library or any of the other areas, I'm very familiar with the current art and public spaces, and I'd like you to consider me to continue that process and make selections for the city to be on brand and keep Burbank looking good. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, and thank you for replying. That was the last public comment card that I have, which completes public comment on this item. Colleagues, any questions of Ms. Clark before we conduct voting? Ms. Clark, can we appoint all three, or all 8? No, I guess we can't. All right. Yeah, why don't we do that just to be safe? Read everyone. So we're not voting. We're just going to read everyone's name in the order that they will be called. Let's do that once, then we go to the vote.
Jeff Ferguson, Christine Jaskawiak, Monica Karam, Annalise London, Janice Jafari, John Buckingham, Sharon Kurgis, Mary Lou Gilliland, and Karen Waters.
Good luck to all the applicants.
By show of hands, Jeff Ferguson, Christine Jaskawiak, Monica Karam. Monica Karam is appointed.
All right, congratulations, Ms. Karam. And to everyone who applied but didn't get appointed tonight, please know that this is, I can't speak for my colleagues officially, but this is my least favorite part of the job because there's always an incredible number of people that want to serve their community and never enough positions to fill. So please don't be discouraged. Please continue to apply, get involved. And to those who did get appointed tonight, congratulations and thank you for your service. Okay. That brings us to probably what brings most of you here tonight, our last report to council. Now, before I do the standard intro, I want to talk a little bit timing because we're going to do things a little bit different tonight. Staff's presentation is expected to take approximately an hour. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the first segment, which is a 30-minute presentation starting in a couple minutes. I am then going to call for a 10-minute recess. So that's your time if you want to get up, stretch your feet, use the restroom, grab a drink. We will come back and then staff will present the second segment, which will be another 30 minutes. At that point, we will then go into public comment regarding the staff report. The third report to council tonight is an update and a review of the survey and outreach results on a potential rent cap in the city of Burbank. At this point in time, I'd like to welcome Ms. Simone McFarland and her associates to present the report.
Good evening, Council and Mayor, Vice Mayor. It's great to be here tonight. As Mayor indicated, I'm Simone McFarland, Assistant Director in Community Development. And tonight it's my pleasure to bring you the results of the 90-day outreach program that solicited feedback from the community regarding a potential local rent cap that would be more restrictive than the current state rent cap. The Council had requested 2 components to our outreach efforts that when combined would provide I think this thing's cutting out. Okay, I won't touch it. That would provide a lot of data related to the community's feelings on a potential rent cap for the city of Burbank. The first component was conducted by Pivotal Strategies, including an in-person and online community outreach meetings and an online feedback process. Both enabled the community to ask questions, express opinions, and talk directly to the staff. A total of 5 meetings were held where 480 people attended and more than 1,000 expressed their opinions through the online feedback form. The second outreach component was a statistically relevant 15-minute survey conducted by FM3 that evaluated the community's impressions. For this survey, people were contacted via phone, postcard, email, and text. The survey included 371 renters, 367 homeowners, and 123 residential landlords. I'm happy to say that we had a variety of people participate, and this has resulted in a lot of data, as you shall soon see. Staff believes it's important to walk through the data with our consultants as they will provide statistical interpretation, context, and meaning to these numbers. Our charge as staff is to always be unbiased in our work, and our consultants' presentations will also reflect our desire to provide you the information that is useful for you to make future policy decisions. First, Pivotal Strategies will talk about their outreach and the online feedback results. And then, as you indicated, Mr. Mayor, we will have a 10-minute break. And then with that, FM3 will come back and provide their results to their survey. So I'd like to thank all of the people who participated and attended the meetings, that completed the feedback forms and answered the survey questions, as everyone's opinion matters. And the information is important because people have taken their personal time to participate. So let's get to it. First, we're going to start with Pivotal Strategies presentation. The city's worked with Pivotal Strategies before on Measure T and Measure P. They have years of experience doing outreach, and John Andrews, our presenter tonight, is very familiar with Burbank. He grew up in our town. He went to Burbank High instead of Burroughs. But I think we'll let him cup up anyways and give his presentation.
We're not picking favorites tonight, though I have one. Welcome back.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, wherever she may be, and members of the council. My name is John Anderson, Vice President with Pivotal Strategies. I'm honored to be speaking with you tonight and presenting information on the potential local rent cap study that our team worked closely with city staff on for the past few months. I apologize before we get into the presentation. It's quite long. We have 64 slides to go through. This one's quite small. It's just a brief overview, so I'll read it to you all now. Over the past 90 days, the City of Burbank embarked on a robust public engagement initiative designed to address one of the community's most pressing concerns, rising rent costs. The city's potential local rent cap study aimed to foster an open dialogue between residents, tenants, and landlords, gathering valuable input on potential updates to the city's rent protection policies, including the exploration of a local rent cap. 5 interactive community meetings were held, both in person and virtually, across a range of locations and times to accommodate the diverse needs of Burbank's population. To further engage Burbank's constituents, the city also launched an online feedback platform, providing additional space for those unable to attend in person to contribute their insights at their convenience. The engagement program was supported by a comprehensive public outreach effort to spread the word, resulting in more than 1,000 individuals providing their feedback. The study's findings will play a critical role in shaping the future of tenant protection policies in Burbank. The city's commitment to inclusivity, transparency, and responsiveness throughout this process has ensured a wide range of voices were heard, helping to guide meaningful policy decisions that will reflect the needs of the entire community. So as we jump into the presentation, I'd like to kind of just level set here. So we broke down the process into 3 stages, first being outreach, community meetings, and then lastly, public input. And we'll go through each 3 of those areas tonight. So starting with outreach, we understood the importance of reaching people where they are. To make sure the word got out, our team attended 5 local events, including the Downtown Burbank Cultural Market, Starlight Bowl, National Night Out, Burbank Farmers Market, and Magnolia Park Night Out. In total, we handed out 400 flyers promoting our community meetings and encouraging attendance. These in-person engagements were a crucial step in bringing our message to the public. We also employed a comprehensive approach to ensure every corner of our community was aware of the potential rent cap discussions. We printed materials and placed them in various city facilities, distributed flyers to participants in the 55+ senior nutrition program, as well as in the park and recreation after-school program. We also placed 50 lawn signs in high-traffic areas and 9 retractable banners and 7 large format posters in key locations like city parks and the Metrolink station in downtown Burbank. These efforts were all about making sure this conversation was as visible and accessible as possible. This next slide here on the screen just shows the distribution of all of our printed material as well as the signage that was put up throughout the community, again, just to show the wide distribution. And here's just a few of those lawn signs, banners, and everything you may have seen throughout the city over the last couple of months. Our online presence was just as important as getting out the word as the in-person presence. On July 29, 2024, we launched a dedicated project website. This site provided background information, meeting dates, and access to an online feedback platform. All of this was available in English, Spanish, and Armenian, reflecting Burbank's diverse community. The website has had more than 9,700 unique visitors during the study. That's nearly 10,000 people who accessed information and engaged with the process. We also made sure to update the website as the study progressed, including adding recordings of the virtual meetings. And here's just a screenshot of the website if you didn't have the pleasure of viewing it over the last few months. Social media played a big role in keeping the community informed. From July 29th to September 25th, we shared 12 posts across Facebook, Instagram, Nextdoor, and X, ensuring a constant flow of information about our meetings and the various ways residents could participate both in person and online. And here's just a snapshot of some of those graphics that were placed on the city's social media platforms. Beyond social media, we also invested in paid advertising. This included digital and print ads in multiple languages. We partnered with well-known media outlets like the Los Angeles Times, the Burbank Leader, and My Burbank. In addition, we placed ads in Armenian language media and Spanish language outlets. And finally, we utilized Google Ads to place advertisements on the Google Display Network, which includes thousands of websites and Google products like Gmail, YouTube, and of course the Google search engine. And here's just an example of some of those ads. We also issued a press release to formally announce the community meeting series on July 29th. Throughout the study, we sent 10 e-blasts to the city to keep the public updated. We also made announcements at 5 city council meetings, as well as the Planning Commission and Landlord Tenant Commission meetings. We also partnered with Burbank Water and Power to insert information into their utility bills. We wanted to be as comprehensive as possible, ensuring that everyone in Burbank, again, had access to the information no matter how they normally receive their news. And to wrap up this outreach effort, we utilized the city's on-hold phone messaging to promote the project, updated the city's website with direct links on the homepage and the digital calendar, and we also collaborated with partners like the Chamber of Commerce, the Burbank Public Library, Parks and Rec, BWP, and the Police Department to include information in their newsletters. We also had a rotating bulletin on the Burbank channel and on display at the Jocelyn Adult Center. And finally, we had a notice placed on the Burbank 311 app, which got many shout-outs tonight. All right, so now let's talk about the community meetings themselves. We held a total of 5 meetings, 3 in person and 2 virtual. These meetings were held on different days of the week, at different times, and in multiple locations. What's important to note is that interpretation services and materials were provided in both Armenian and Spanish, making sure the meetings were as inclusive as possible. The structure of the meetings was designed to maximize engagement and ensure everybody felt comfortable to provide their input. Each meeting began with a city presentation-led staff that outlined the current state regulations as well as the initiatives already taken by the Burbank City Council to strengthen tenant protections within the city. This was followed by a question and answer session that lasted about 50 minutes on average. We understood at the onset that this is a very complex topic, so we wanted to provide this crucial Q&A time so participants can ask clarifying questions before submitting their feedback. And after that, we began our public input session to solicit feedback from the community members. For in-person meetings, we also had information stations set up where attendees can get more detailed insights and ask further questions. The public input sessions concluded with participants submitting a comment card at the in-person meetings or answering a 17-question questionnaire at the virtual meetings. And here on your screen, in case you weren't able to attend any of the in-person meetings, is just a visual of what that public input session looked like. We had posters with information and, again, staff that can answer any clarifying questions. And here's what the public input area looked like at those in-person meetings. We had a couple of interactive display boards where folks could record visually their comments and feedback with a sticker. Each one of those meetings had one of those large boards, and it also had the comment box where people could drop off these comment cards you see on your screen here, which again were available in English, Armenian, and Spanish. And here's just a close-up of what those big boards look like. And again, each meeting had one of these boards. So, what did participation look like? Across the 3 in-person meetings, we had 241 attendees, while 239 individuals joined our virtual meetings. Combined, at all of our meetings, we had more than 4 hours of Q&A, allowing a meaningful dialogue between the city, tenants, landlords, and other residents who participated. These sessions were crucial for gathering diverse perspectives, and we're proud of the level of community engagement our team and city staff were able to achieve. Here's a snapshot, just a photo from the first community meeting at the Jocelyn Center. This was our third meeting, our second in-person meeting at the Los Angeles Marriott Burbank Airport Hotel, and our final in-person meeting as well at the Hotel Burbank. Now, switching gears to the final step in this process, public input. Our primary goal was to provide clear, accurate, and unbiased information, enabling both residents and landlords to give informed feedback on a potential local rent cap. It's important to note that responses we collected are from self-selected participants, which means that the results are not entirely representative of the Burbank population as a whole. That said, the input we received still provides invaluable insights into the community's views. We made a robust effort to collect input through multiple channels, including the 3 in-person meetings, the 2 virtual meetings, and our online feedback platform, which remained open through September. All feedback forums included both specific questions as well as an open comment area, allowing participants to provide additional thoughts or concerns. This multi-channel approach ensured we captured a wide range of opinions. So let's break down the numbers. In total, we received 1,018 responses across all feedback platforms. That amounts to 180 comment cards that were collected during the in-person meetings, 99 responses that were submitted during the virtual meetings, and 739 responses that came through the online feedback platform. Again, while these responses were self-selected and are not statistically representative of the entire city, they still provide crucial insights into the concerns and sentiments of residents and landlords alike. So now we're going to jump into the questions. We asked participants to simply answer the beginning question to start was, do you live in Burbank, for each of the platforms? This helped us gauge the proportion of feedback coming from Burbank residents versus non-residents who might have a stake in local housing policies or might have previously lived in Burbank. You'll see the overwhelming majority of responses, 92%, came from Burbank residents. 5% of respondents stated that they do not live in Burbank but do own a rental property. And just 3% of respondents said that they do not live in Burbank or own a rental property in Burbank. We also asked respondents for their zip codes to get a better sense of geographic distribution. There's a strong representation from all zip codes, but you can see some had a higher representation of the others, with 91505 being the greatest representation. When we asked about people's living status, we received a mix of responses, even some surprises. Participants were allowed to select multiple responses, so that's why we see some of these smaller categories, such as 15 people being both a renter and a landlord, or a landlord and a homeowner in Burbank. In total, renters approximately were 56% of the responses, and that's through combining the renter alone category, as well as the renter plus landlord response category. When combining the various responses, landlords make up approximately 28% of the responses. And those who are homeowners only represent roughly 18% of the responses. You'll notice that this adds up to more than 100%. That's just because we're rounding up numbers here, so sometimes we do achieve a number greater than 100. One of the key aspects we asked about was people's support for the current state law, AB 1482, and the various aspects of its current protections. First, we asked if they support the primary protection of AB 1482, which caps rent increases at 5% plus the increase in the consumer price index up to a maximum of 10%. Support for this was mixed, with a slim majority of respondents supporting the cap as it currently stands, while others expressed concerns, with approximately 41% stating that they oppose the current statewide rent cap. We also asked about exemptions under AB 1482, specifically for single-family homes and condominiums that are not owned by corporations. These types of rental units are currently exempt from the cap on annual rent increases on continuing tenants. Again, we saw a mix of support and opposition, with a slight majority stating that they oppose the exemption and approximately 40% supporting the exemption. There's also another exemption in state law that applies to newly constructed rental buildings for the first 15 years. We wanted to know what participants thought about this. Opinions on this were largely in opposition, with roughly 64% opposing exemptions for newly constructed units until they are 15 years old. Approximately 27% respondents supported this exemption and 9% had no opinion. One idea explored was the possibility of a $20 per month per unit fee paid by rental property owners to offset the costs of a potential local rent cap. Support for this fee was split almost down the middle, with 49% expressing overall support and 47% in overall opposition. And that's that top row there. On the bottom row, as a follow-up question, we asked if, in addition to the monthly fees assessed, would they change their opinion if the city had to spend approximately $1.8 million in startup costs to set up everything required to implement a potential local rent cap? As you can see, this additional expenditure largely had no impact on the residents' decision to support or oppose implementing a monthly fee, with 89% stating that it does not change their opinion. We then asked participants, would they support capping rent increases at no more than the current consumer price index, or CPI? Overall, 57% of respondents supported this idea, while 42% opposed. For the next question, we took it a step further and asked if respondents would support capping rent increases at 75% of CPI. Interestingly, there was very little movement between this question and the previous question asking if they would support rent cap at the same level as CPI. We see a slight dip in support and a slight increase in opposition. Overall, 53% support this more restrictive cap, with 44% overall opposing. We also explored the idea of a relocation assistance trigger, or what some people refer to as a soft cap, which is a model similar to what the city of Glendale has enacted. As an example, this would require property owners to provide 3 months rent and relocation assistance if annual rent increases exceed a certain percentage. For this example, we use 7% as our trigger point. Compared to the past two questions asking opinions of pinning rent increases to the CPI, we see a larger drop in support for this soft cap model. Overall, 46% of respondents support this soft cap model, while 50% opposed. Next, we asked participants what they thought would be an ideal annual rent increase range for Burbank. Responses varied wildly, with suggestions ranging from 1 to 10%, or those who believe no rent cap should be established, or no local rent cap should be established. Notably, the respondents fall heavily on the two extremes of this chart, either supporting a low percentage between 1 to 3%, or supporting a high percentage or no cap at all. As an example, if we total up the respondents selecting 1 to 3%, we get 432 responses, or 46%. If we add up the number of people who support a high level, or a level higher than the established 8.9% allowed by the current state law, or no rent cap at all, we have 343 responses, or 37%. During each of our meetings and in the online feedback platform, we presented 3 scenarios that could take place in the city of Burbank and asked their opinions on these 3 ideas. The first idea, idea number 1, asked about continuing. Is it cutting out for everybody? Or just me? Okay. The first idea, idea number 1, asked about continuing with the current statewide rent cap of 5% plus CPI up to 10%. When asking this question, participants were given the following example to help inform their decision. As an example, the maximum allowed increase effective August 2024 is 8.9%. And we also let them know what this would cost the city for these 3 examples. For this one, the city would not incur additional costs in this scenario. Overall, 43% supported maintaining this standard, while 52% opposed. For idea number 2, we explored the idea of implementing a stricter local rent cap, also known as a hard cap, that's more restrictive than the state-mandated cap. When asking this question, participants were given the following example to inform their decision. As an example, the city can opt for a rent cap that is lower than the 8.9 statewide rent cap, 8.9%. If the city were to establish a local rent cap, it would have to be either consistent with or more restrictive than the statewide rent cap. The city will incur an annual recurring cost of approximately $5 million. Costs could be offset through an approximately monthly $20 per residential rental unit fee, which is $240 annually, to be paid by the rental property owners. Overall, 55% of respondents supported this idea, while 44% opposed. I will add that this percentage is very similar to the numbers that we received when asking participants what their living status was in Burbank. You may recall 56% of respondents stated that they were a renter, and 46% were either a landlord or homeowner. And again, these numbers could add up to over 100 because of rounding. The last option we presented, idea number 3, was a soft rent cap. This question was previously asked, but we wanted to ask it again as we put it up against the other 2 ideas. The main difference with how we asked this question of the soft rent cap is that we did not provide a suggested percentage like we did in the previous question when we used 7% as our example. Again, this idea would allow rent increases up to the state limit, but would establish a trigger where a relocation assistance for tenants facing rent increases would take effect. When asking this question, participants were given the following example to help inform their decision. Residential rental property owners would be allowed to raise the rent up to the statewide cap. However, they would also have to provide relocation assistance of 3 months' rent for increases beyond the trigger percentage received when asking participants, went to the wrong slide. Beyond the trigger percentage. So with this one, we see an overall support drop again, with overall support being 42% and overall opposition being 54%.
Before you go on, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I think the wrong slide is on the screen while you're speaking. Can we go back to the prior slide so people, I just want them to be able to see the visual of what you're discussing.
So just to wrap up that point then. So what we do see is, however, they would also have to provide relocation assistance of 3 months' rent for rent increases beyond the trigger percentage established for tenants who move out because of the increase. And we also let them know that the city would not incur additional costs in this scenario. And I'll just repeat the numbers since they're on the screen here now. Overall, 42% supported this, while 54% opposed. This idea of a soft rent cap, or the Glendale model, had the lowest level of support compared to the other ideas, continuing with the other ideas of continuing either with the existing protections or establishing a hard local rent cap. Thank you, Mayor. So that concludes the questions that were asked of all study participants. The next set of questions comes strictly from our online feedback platform. On this platform, we are able to divide up and filter respondents based on the selections they made. As such, we ask a specific set of questions to tenants and landlords. The first set we're going to examine are questions asked to tenants only, and that's to learn more about the various aspects of their living situation. The first question asked, how long have you been renting at your present home in Burbank? You'll notice an interesting bell curve shape with a strong majority of tenants having lived in their present rental unit for more than 3 years. If we total up the residents who have lived in their unit for 5 or more years, we have more than half, or approximately 57%, stating that they've been in their current unit for more than 5 years. And on the other end, 22%, or roughly 1 in 5, stating that they have lived in the unit for 2 years or less. Next, we asked what type of residential rental unit they currently occupy. The overwhelming response, that 75%, or 3 in 4 people, stated that they live in an apartment. The next selection shows roughly 1 in 10 respondents living in a single-family house, and the remaining small percentages in either a townhome, ADU, guest house, condo, or something else. For the next question, we wanted to know how large the rental buildings were that respondents live in. Understanding that not everybody knows the exact number of units, we let them know that their best guess is fine and gave them a wide range of response options. The most popular response, or a plurality of the respondents, said that they live in a building with 4 or fewer units. If we combine the top 2 options, 58%, or roughly 6 in 10, stated that they live in a building which has 10 or fewer units. In a similar vein, we wanted to know how old the building is where the respondents are renting. Again, their best guess was fine, and we see 92%, or roughly 9 in 10, stating that their building is 16 years or older. The next question asks if in the last 10 years have you rented in Burbank anywhere other than your current residence. 69%, or roughly 7 in 10 people stated that they have not lived elsewhere in Burbank other than their current rental residence. And 3 in 10 people have not rented another unit in Burbank in the last 10 years. Or have, excuse me. Next, we asked if the tenant has moved out of a previous Burbank rental residence because of a rent increase, or for another reason, or both. 53%, or roughly 1 in 2 respondents, have not moved out of a rental residence in Burbank. 22% moved out for a reason other than a rent increase. And if we combine the bottom 2 responses, we see that 24%, or roughly 1 in 4 people, have stated they moved out of Burbank because of a rental residence a rent increase, or a combination of both, a rent increase and some other reason. The next question to tenants asked in the last year, or when your lease last came up for renewal at your current residence, was your rent increased, decreased, or kept the same? You'll see 79%, or roughly 8 in 10 tenants out of 10 tenants, stated that their rent increased during the past year. 15% stated that their rent stayed the same, and the final 6% said they have not lived in the residence long enough to encounter an increase in rent, and 0% of the respondents said that they had a decrease in their rent. Our final question for tenants only asks them to share the total cost to rent their residence per month. If they share their rent with others, they were instructed to still provide the total cost for rent, not just their portion. The response illustrates a bell curve with most renters, 54%, or roughly 1 in 2, saying that their rent falls between $1,500 and $2,500 per month, and approximately 1 in 5 stating that their rent falls between $2,500 and $3,000 per month. As we did with tenants, we also asked questions specifically to landlords as part of our online feedback platform. The first question asked, which of the following type of residential rental properties do you own in Burbank? The most common response at 35% was that they own a single-family home. 28% own an apartment building with 4 or fewer units. 21% own an apartment with 5 or more units. And if we combine the top 2 responses, we get 62% of landlords saying they own either a single-family home or an apartment building with 4 or fewer units. At the bottom end of the range, we have 14% stating that they own an ADU or a guest house, and just 1% owning a townhouse or a condo. A majority of landlords, 77%, reported that they have tenants who did not pay full rent at some point in the last 12 months. For the next set of questions, we wanted to learn more about how a potential local rent cap would impact landlords. We asked, how would a local rent cap lower than the state mandated rent cap impact your ability to pay expenses? 68%, or roughly 7 in 10 respondents, said it would greatly impact their ability to pay expenses. And 14% said it would have no impact, and then 12% said it would somewhat impact their ability, and the remainder, 6%, stating no opinion. Next, we asked for considering only continuing tenants, not new leases, in the last 12 months, did you increase, decrease, or keep the same rent on your continuing tenants? 44% of the landlords said that they kept the rent the same. 35% stated that they increased rent on the continuing tenants. And 21%, or roughly 1 in 5 landlords respondents, said that they did not have any continuing tenants. The next question asked, how likely are you to sell your residential rental properties in Burbank or leave the market if the city of Burbank enacts a lower cap on annual residential rent increases for continuing tenants? Overall, 67% of respondents, or 2 in 3, expressed some level of likeliness to sell their residential rental properties. 33%, or 1 out of every 3 respondents, said that they are overall not likely to sell their residential rental properties. Next, we asked if they would be likely to convert their units or unit to a condominium if the city of Burbank enacts a lower rent cap. The overwhelming majority, at 77%, or roughly 8 out of every 10 respondents, stated that they would not likely to convert their units to condos. Almost done here, I promise. Next, we asked how likely are you to invest in your property as a whole, such as landscaping, retrofitting, and security, if the city enacts a lower rent cap. 76%, or 3 out of every 4 respondents, stated that they are less likely to invest in their property as a whole. And 24%, or roughly 1 out of every 4, stated that they would continue to invest at current levels. The next question asks specifically about the individual units and how likely are landlords to invest in an individual unit if the city of Burbank enacts a lower rent cap. 78%, or almost 8 out of every 10 respondents, stated that they would be less likely to invest in their individual units. And 22% would continue to invest at the same current levels. This largely matches the response rate from the previous question. Our final question asked for landlords asked how likely are you to move into your rental unit or have family members do so if the city of Burbank enacts a lower rent cap. We see a roughly even split for this question, with a slight majority at 56% saying that they are overall not likely to move into their rental unit or have family members do so. On the other hand, 45% of respondents state that they are overall likely to move into their rental unit or have a family member do so. So in addition to the structured questions which we just walked through, we gave respondents the opportunity to provide open-ended feedback. We received a wide range of comments, and the following slides provide key points based on the common concerns and feedback received from tenants, landlords, and homeowners. And again, we received a wide range of comments which generally fell into 2 categories, that being tenant-focused summaries or concerns and landlord-focused concerns. For the tenants, these included the existing proposed tenant protection ordinance, public sentiment on housing affordability in Burbank, rent increases outpacing wages, suggestions for alternative solutions such as Section 8 vouchers and more affordable housing, and fears about community stability if rents continue to rise. On the right column here, landlord focus summary. This focused on protections for landlords, rising costs of ownership due to inflation, maintenance, and insurance, the economic impact of rent control on the housing supply, overall opposition to go above and beyond existing state protections, and finally, the idea that further rent control measures would harm small landlords disproportionately. A complete list of comments received during this study will be made available tomorrow morning on our project website, www.burbankrentcapstudy.com. There is 676 total comments, which is about 54 pages long. And we appreciate the opportunity to partner with the city on this important program. And we hope that the community feedback gained will help the council in any future decision-making process. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your presentation. Yeah, you can give them a round of applause. They did a lot of work. I see those jazz hands, Harry. What I see more is you smile. It makes you smile. It makes you happy to do the jazz hands. Keep doing it. All right, folks. Thank you all for bearing with us and creating a really positive environment so we can have this important dialogue. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. I'm actually going to give you like 11 minutes. So we're going to come back at 8:30, and we're going to reconvene then. Council is in recess until that point. All right. Welcome back. I'm going to do that some more. That was fun. Outstanding. Thank you. All right, everyone. We're back from recess. I'm just going to note the temporary absence of the Vice Mayor. I think she'll be with us in just a few minutes, but we're going to get started again. Ms. McFarland, welcome back for
Thank
part
you.
2 of staff presentation.
Woohoo, we're halfway through.
I've never been more excited. Let's go.
You look at Mayor. City Council, as you have heard from Pivotal, that we received a lot of feedback from the community, a lot of slides that we went through tonight. Before you hear from FM3, I think it's important to understand that Pivotal's online feedback was what we call a convenience survey. Those who participated are people who are passionate about the topic, and they self-selected to contribute. The survey results that you now receive from FM3 are random samples of individuals contacted to provide a statistically relevant survey. Say that 3 times fast. Therefore, the results may not align with the presentations you just heard. Dr. Richard Bernard, a partner at FM3, will present the results. Dr. Bernard has been conducting surveys, focus groups, and one-on-one interviews for more than 22 years. He's assisted us with the surveys for our successful measures T and P in 2018, and he's helped us with our previous community surveys. So, Dr. Bernard, your turn.
Thank you. And Dr. Bernard, before you begin and present the findings of the statistically relevant survey, I would just like to make another call. If you'd like to turn in a comment card, we're getting close to that time where it will be closed off. So please, if you'd like to speak to this item, fill out and turn in a yellow public comment card and hand it to Ms. Clark before the end of the staff presentation. Dr. Bernard, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I don't know who's responsible for loading. Okay, great. Thanks. All right, Mayor, eventually Vice Mayor, and the balance of the council, thank you and staff for inviting me to present the second round of data. You should know that most of the questions that you will see in this survey, John presented, we shared the survey with him and Pivotal, so that there's some similarities, though, as Simone mentioned, this survey is statistically reliable and generalizable to the population because it's a random sample. So I'm going to start by talking a little bit about methodology and then talking a little bit about our charge. We conducted the survey between August 11th and September 5th, which coincidentally was just prior to the first community meeting. But there were pop-ups beforehand. It was a dual mode survey, which means a random portion of the respondents took the survey online and a random portion on the phone. In fact, 39% of the respondents took the survey on the phone, the balance online. We interviewed, I had promised you, and I came here, we would try desperately to try to get 600 and get 100 landlords. We were successful getting 804 residents and, in fact, 123 resident landlords. Those are the ones I'm going to talk about tonight. And an additional 23 non-resident landlords were also surveyed. And you should know, because I know you're conscious about being fiscally responsible, there was no added cost to having those extra interviews. The unweighted data, which means the people who actually responded, and then I'll get to the weighted in a moment, there were 371 renters, 367 homeowners, and 123 resident landlords. Many of those resident landlords are homeowners. In fact, we have, once we weight it, we have about 24% of the homeowners are landlords. So we have a sizable percentage of homeowners who are landlords. And so when I break the data out, and you'll see that, unlike John's survey, he did it in the aggregate, I've also broken it out into renters and landlords. You will see that the homeowners' numbers are somewhat influenced by the landlords. So I'd like you to keep that in mind. When we weight the data, we look at the responses, the demographic responses to the survey, and we make sure that they mirror the demographic responses of the adults who live in Burbank, and so we weight them to be reflective of that. Once we weight them to those numbers, we have 426 renters, 307 homeowners, and 84 resident landlords, again reminding you that landlords, some of them make up some of the homeowners. The margin of error for questions asked of everyone, which was asked, certain questions are asked of everyone, the margin of error is plus or minus 4.0%. We contacted folks by telephone, email, text, and postcards, and we, of course, offered the survey in English, Spanish, and Armenian, as is custom, and it's appropriate in the city of Burbank. 8% of the respondents selected to take the survey in Spanish, and 2% in Armenian. And as John frequently mentioned correctly, if you see something that doesn't quite equal 100%, I blame that entirely on rounding. So our charge was to create a survey to assess residents' opinions of policies and issues related to rent caps on continuing tenants. Specifically, the research was intended to measure opinions of the state rent cap and other specific rent cap alternatives. The research was also designed to inform us a little bit about the landlord experience and the renter experience, because my understanding is that there's limited information currently available to the council and to the community. And so just even getting a sense of what do they look like and their experiences are helpful in your decisions. I want to thank the council. I met with each one of you to provide some sort of insight into what you would like asked in the survey, and that sort of created our charge. Unfortunately, it was only a 15-minute survey, so I couldn't ask every question that every council member wanted, but we really made an effort to make this as unbiased as possible. In no way in any of the survey did we try to convince any person to support one, both, or many sides, because there really are multiple sides to this whole story. We just try to get their opinion and understand where they were. The other thing I wanted to mention was that the renter results that you will see mirror the renter experience in Burbank. The landlord experience doesn't entirely represent the landlord experience in Burbank. It's not a one-to-one comparison. And what I mean by that is it excludes large landlords. So if they owned 50 units, 75 units, 100 units, they are not included here. And it would be, certainly you're much smarter at this than I am, but if you wanted a broader view of things, you may want to reach out to the landlords who own multiple units. So when you'll see the experience for renters, you'll see a high percentage of them live in apartments, not surprisingly. But when you look at the demographics and the experience of landlords, you'll see a high percentage of them, because their residents own single-family homes, townhouses, ADUs, and the like, and they don't match up. And that is why that's the case. So please don't be surprised. All right, let's start. The first thing I want to show you is sort of getting a sense of the level of support for the state rent cap. We said, as you know, the state of California passed a law capping annual residential rent increases for continuing tenants. I'm going to read you some components of this state law, and we asked after each one, do you support or oppose? So the dark blue is strongly support, the bright blue is somewhat support. I've aggregated the total support on the right-hand side. The dull orange and the bright orange is somewhat and strongly opposed, respectively. I've aggregated the total opposed on the right-hand side, and the gray are the folks who don't know. Now, initially, a random half the survey heard one of the first elements, which is caps annual residential rent increases for continuing tenants at no more than 5%, plus the local rate of inflation, or 10%, whichever is lower. And we were a little worried that that seemed very technical. And so for random half the sample, we added an example to kind of ground people into what does that mean at this current time of the survey. So we said as an example, so everyone heard that part I just read, and then half the samples heard, as an example, based on this state law, the rent increase cap in Burbank is currently 8.9%, to at least try to put it in some perspective. We saw that there really weren't statistical differences in opinions, so I've grouped them together so that we have a lower margin of error and a little bit of more heft. So let's start. The top bar are all residents. And you could see, just in terms of the state cap, for what I've just read, 73% support, 22% oppose, 45% strongly support, and 15% strongly oppose. But to me, a lot of the story, and I will be focused on this for the most of the evening, is the view of the renters versus the view of the resident landlords. I have watched many of your meetings. I've been visiting some of these meetings, and people are very passionate, and they've considered this. They're thoughtful when they come up and talk to you, and they're all experiencing something from their own experiences. And it really sort of, you could see a bifurcation in the council meetings of renters and resident landlords. And what was interesting, and it wasn't my charge, but what came out of the data, is that there are clear differences among many of the questions there. And so where there are similarities, I'll point them out. Where there are differences, I'll point them out, just to give you clarity. So in the case of renters, for just the state cap, 78% support it, 18% oppose it. For resident landlords, it's 63-35. Still a majority support that. Though the intensity of support, renters are at 52% strongly support, resident landlords are at 28% who strongly oppose. And so that's what you're partly hearing in these community meetings, right? If you're not intense about it, you're not coming out to city council meeting so you can speak for 1 minute about something that really means a lot to you. So this gives you a little bit more of a flavor for it. We then walked through some of the other elements of the state law rent cap. The top item is what I just showed you. And these percentages are just focused now on the percentages of total support. So I've already showed you the 73% all residents support it. Let's go to the next row. Now we're going to start testing some of the other elements for level of support. Exempt single-family homes and condominiums unless they're owned by a corporation from the cap on an annual residential rent increase for continuing residents. Overall, all residents, 44%, support that. But note, and I've highlighted in red, renters support the exemption at 37%, resident landlords at 65%. And I find that really interesting because you'll see shortly in the demographics of the landlords, a disproportion of them are actually exempt under the current law. So it's not really impacting them, not all of them directly, but they still stand disproportionately opposed to this exemption. The next one exempts newly constructed rental buildings until they are 15 years old from the cap on an annual resident rent increases for continuing residents. All residents, 32. Look at the differential of renters. 29% support that exemption. Resident landlords, 52% support that exemption. Still, that differential in this case, about 21%, 23%. Okay. And then finally, we get back to another rent cap. Cities may enact their own rent cap policies for continuing tenants, but the allowable rent increase cannot be greater than what is allowed in the state law. 72 overall, renters 79%. Their support increases. Conversely, the landlords are at 54. A slight majority support it, but a differential of 25 points between renters and resident landlords. So that's the current place that you folks find yourself in because of state law. After going through all of these items, we re-asked the initial question about that rent cap with the tenants no more than 5% plus the local rate of inflation, or 10%, whatever's lower. We asked them again if they supported or opposed it. If you look at the first two bars, that's the initial opinion that I showed you previously a couple of times, and the opinion after the more information. If you look at the data, there really is no change with that additional information. But if you don't look at the demographics below, it hides what's really happening. What's happening is when renters know more about the state rent cap, support goes up. It starts at 78 with just that initial ask, and after more information, it goes up to 84, 6 points. Conversely, resident landlords start at 63%. That was on the initial question, and after more information, the exemptions and the like, it drops down to 51%. So you see that these two groups are going farther away, but if you look at the whole city, it seems like there's no movement. And that would have been hidden if you didn't separate out the opinions of renters and landlords. We wanted to get a sort of a qualitative reading about how are the state rent caps affecting people. So we said, regardless of whether you support or oppose the state law, do you believe the rent cap is having a positive impact on you personally, a negative impact on you personally, or is making no difference one way or another on you personally? So on the left-hand panel are residents, but we've excluded landlords, just in overall. There it's a 32 positive, 20 negative for a 15-point differential in positive negative in the positive direction. When you look at resident landlords, you now see 46 negative, 21 positive, a 25% differential in favor of the negative experience because of these rent caps, which again is interesting because shortly you'll be seeing that many of these landlords are exempt from the current caps. Now, we don't know why it's having a negative impact. Maybe it's preventing them from investing more in the city. We have no idea, but they view it personally as a little bit more negative than positive. If we look at renters, it's the flip. It's also, funny enough, a 25% differential, but this time it's positive, 46 positive, 21 negative. So these rent caps are having, for almost 1 and 2 are saying it's having a positive effect. And for homeowners overall, you could see it's not, it's sort of neutral. It's 11 positive, 19 negative, 71% say doesn't impact me anyway. All right, now I want to move on to some of the ideas that the city, you folks in public, have been contemplating over the last, I believe, year and a half. So again, these are percent support. Start with capping an annual rent increase at no more than the rate of inflation. Overall, 63% of residents support this, but 75% of renters support it, and only 37% of resident landlords support it. So you see that pretty large difference between these two groups. Then if we drop it to capping annual rent increases at 75% of the rate of inflation, renters are at 66%, still, 2/3, it's pretty high support, and resident landlords at 31%. And finally, capping, and this is the soft cap, also known as the Glendale model, capping annual rent increases at 7%. However, the residential rental property owners are allowed to raise the rent higher than 7% up to the state cap if they provide relocation assistance of 3 months rent for tenants who move out because of an increase. Their renters are at 1 in every 2, at 49%, who support this, and landlords 1 in every 4 at 24%. Now, it's, we did a couple of test runs on the phone just to make sure people are understanding the question. We don't always do this, but it's a very complicated topic. I mean, you folks have been talking about it for a year and a half, and sometimes I scratch my head because it's super complicated. And I give credit to all these folks who are here and feel like they know it. They're much smarter than I am. But we tested it out, and for some people, they got it, and for some people, it may have been confusing. And I'm not suggesting that the numbers don't mean anything, because clearly renters like this more than landlords, and one might expect that. So it seems somewhat consistent with what one might expect, but it's a mouthful. And so my only recommendation to the council is, if you choose to consider it, and I'm giving you throughout the night no recommendations at all, but if you choose to consider it, that you really deeply explain it to the community so it's really clear what this actually means, so that when people leave, there is no ambiguity. So that's my sort of general observation from the data.
And thank you for those who decided to use jazz hands there. Tom, thank you.
All right. So now I want to move to the fee. Now, I realize it's not my place to get ahead of the council. So I kind of worked with staff, and it was only a 15-minute survey, so we can ask what we can ask. So it was thought of that we would take the findings or the estimates from Measure RC and use that as sort of a model to test administrative fees. And we said the city of Burbank predicts enforcing an annual rent cap policy, whether it's the state or another proposal, will cost the city approximately $5 million per year, as was sort of estimated at the time of Measure RC. Would you support or oppose the city levying approximately $20 per month paid by residential rental property owners to cover the cost of enforcing an annual rent cap policy? Again, the blues are support, the oranges are opposed. I've aggregated total support, total opposed on the right-hand side. The gray is, well, I'm just not sure. I don't want to answer that. Overall, from the all residents, which include renters, landlords, and non either of those, 55-33. Renters support this 69-18. Look at the intensity of support by renters, 41%. But no one's asking them to pay for that. In this scenario, no one's asking them to pay. It's very clear, right? So that's probably not surprising. And when you drop down to resident landlords, it's 25-71, almost a 3-to-1 opposition to it. And look at the intensity of that opposition at 64%. It's all, we could say for simple math, it's almost 2/3 of resident landlords say, I don't want to be responsible for paying that. Now, no discussion of any other alternative was made. I'm super clear that, everything's up for grabs, it's in your hands, but at least it's data for you to know. That if you were to switch it in some way where there's shared responsibility or the extreme other way, that number would shift. There's no doubt about it. And I think it's pretty obvious, so I'm not going to elaborate on that. But happy to in questions if you'd like me to. All right, we now want to move for a moment to landlords. We wanted to know what they would do if the city of Burbank enacts a lower cap on the annual residential rent increase for continuing tenants. So what happens if you take the state cap and you do something different, and you can only go down, right? You can't go up, at least based on the state law as currently mentioned. So we proposed a number of items, and we said to them, tell me if you're very likely. That's the, I got to turn the slide, sorry. Dark blue is the very likely. The bright blue is the somewhat likely. I've aggregated those two on the right-hand side. I'm calling them total likely. The bright orange is not too likely, or sorry, the dull orange is not too likely, the bright orange is not at all likely, and the gray says that it doesn't apply, or the other gray is they don't know. And I now have total likely and total not likely on the right-hand side. I want to walk through each one of these. And many of the numbers in John's unscientific but important survey mirrors, to some extent, these results. So throughout most of the survey. So I want to point to that as well. Making fewer upgrades or improvements. 2/3 say they are likely, very likely or somewhat likely to make fewer upgrades or improvements. So that has implications with respect to housing stock in the city, right? The quality of apartments that people can rent, in this case, houses and the like. 55% said they'd invest less in their residential rental property, either very or somewhat. 29% said no bearing, they'll still do what they're doing. Move into your rental unit or have family members do so. 1 in every 2 said that would be the case, with 29% saying very likely. Sell your residential properties in Burbank or leave the market, 41-40, so they're kind of split on that. But even if a small number of them do that, the percentage of rent opportunities in the city will decline. And then finally, convert your unit or units to condominiums. You'll notice that number is extremely low. I want to point out, and you'll see in a moment, that most of the people have single-family homes or townhouses. This question doesn't really work. It worked more for perhaps a little bit for John. It really comes down to about 8 people in this survey or so that really it would have an impact. So I'd like to say we tested it. I'm hoping you don't make policy based on that item, but the other ones have implications. And the last thing I want to say is, in my experience using this kind of rating, I trust the very likely. I don't trust the somewhat likely, because people are kind of hedging. If you ask them and they say, oh, I'm not going to tolerate this, I'm stopping to do this or that, they are going to be much more passionate. So I'd be looking at the 41, 39, 29, 25, rather than the 68, 55, 49, 41. That being said, 41%, if they stop investing in their rental units, again, the quality of the housing stock, at least partially, will decline over time. And remember, these are just reported responses. They may not end up doing this. That's all I can provide you in the survey. So that's something you're going to have to take into account. I want to now go to let's look at the renter experience first. Now, again, the renter experience is reflective of all renters in the city because it's generalizable. We asked them where they currently rent. 65% said an apartment or a flat. Single family home, 19%, and then you could see the balance down there. Again, I will remind you, when we get to the landlords, it won't be a one-to-one comparison. Remember, if I'm a large landlord and I own 100 units and I live outside the city, we didn't interview them, but people live in those 100 units, and we're going to capture them as a renter experience. We said, how many rental units would you say are in the building or complex? Your best guess is fine. 41% of them said 10 or less units. And 17% said 51 or more units. So that gives you some kind of number in terms of their experience. To me, this is one of the most important questions in the survey in terms of rental experiences. We asked we asked them if they've currently lived at their current residence 10 years or less. And among those, we asked, in the last 10 years, have you rented elsewhere in Burbank other than your current residence? And so 36% said they did. And of those 36%, we then asked, did you move out of your previous Burbank rental residence because of a rent increase or another reason or both? So they've lived in Burbank for 10 years or less. They live in rental unit A. At some point, these folks are moving to rental unit B Could be next door, it could be across the city, it could be anywhere. And half of them say that rent had an impact either entirely or partly in why they rented. I looked at John's results and it said a quarter, but he asked it of everyone. And if you do the math, it actually matches pretty close to the experience here. And I think this is a really important data point in your discussion from the renter side in terms, now self-reported, there's a lot more stories to every rent move, but you know, we had to kind of limit our request. All right, then we're going to go on to issues about increase. In the last year, or when your lease most recently came up for renewal in your current residence, was your rent increase, decrease, or did it stay the same? If you've not lived there long enough for it to have occurred, you can tell me that instead. So of every renter, 67% experienced an increase, 21% said they stayed the same. But if you only look at the people who are eligible, you've got 3 in every 4 saying they received a rent increase among those living at their residence long enough for a renewal. So 3/4 in the last year, or when it could be rented, have experienced a rent increase. We asked them, for those people who have not experienced a rent increase, how many years has it been since you've had a rent increase at the residence where you currently live? Your best guess is fine. 11% of those eligible said they had never received a rent increase in their current, where they currently live. Important data. I hear some people say everyone experiences a rent increase all the time. It's clearly a majority, but there are some people who do not, and you could see at least a small percentage of folks who've been with their tenants. Now remember, these are houses, mostly ADUs, townhouses, and the like. They are not the large apartment buildings where the story may be very different. And then we try to calculate for those people who experienced an increase, we try to we ask them what their current rent was, what their past rent was, and we try to calculate what percentage the increase was. And you could see in this case, you've got 38% who said less than 5 or less percent, and you've got 27% who said 10 plus. And some of you might be saying, well, the state rent cap, wouldn't allow you to be that high. Remember, these are people who are exempt. Some of them, not all of them. In the renter case, it's a small amount, but there are people who are exempt. They disproportionately live in apartment buildings where they're not exempt, because I know your housing stock is pretty old relative to the 15 years requirement. We ask people if they pay their rent alone or do they share their payment of their rent. Almost a little bit more than 1 in 2 pay their rent alone. The balance shares. And then to get a sense of cost, the first column are the people who pay alone, and you've got 56%, somewhat similar to John's, that are $1,500 to $2,500. That's their rent. And for people who share their rent, so their portion of their rent, you could see it's a little bit lower, that a majority of people pay $1,500 or less. So let's look at the landlord experience. And again, these are resident landlords, keep that in mind, self-reported. Did the cost of maintaining your rental property or properties go up in the last 12 months or not? Similar to John's numbers, 71% said that it had gone up. 19% said no, and 11% refused to tell us, or they didn't know. But that's still good data. Have you had residential tenants who did not pay their full rent at any point in the last 12 months? 1/4 said that was the case, an important data point with respect to understanding the landlord's experiences. We asked them in the last 12 months approximately what percent of the income you live came from the rent you collect for your residential rental unit or units. This is an important data point, again, self-reported, and people, it's a subjective view on what they need to live on. It's not my place to judge. But what's important to note is that you've got 11% who rely 50% or more in terms of if they've reported, on their rental unit for them to live. And if you add 22% to that, you're now about 25% or above. So folks who are renting, and they're mostly mom and pop in this situation, or almost all mom and pop, they are relying a lot on these rents for them to survive. And here is what I've been referring to most of the evening. We asked them, what do they own? Now, obviously, people can own more than one unit, so it's going to add more than 100%, so don't freak out about the numbers. 66% said they own at least a single-family home. You've got 14% townhouse or condo, 11% say an apartment building with more than 4 units, 12% apartment buildings for 4 or less units. You'll notice there wasn't that one-to-one comparison that I've been mentioning all night with respect to renters, because some of them are renting in places where the owners don't live in the city. And then finally, 2 more. If I own 1 unit, we asked them in the last year, did you increase? Did the rent stay the same? Did it decrease? Or do you have a rental unit that it's not a continuing tenant, so it's not eligible? 27% said increased, 64 said the same, based on 68 people. Again, self-reported. And then if I own 2 or more units, you've got 28% that said they increased it on both, 30% on some, and 41% said not a continuing unit. When we do the math, 42% of all landlords, those are resident landlords, raise the rent on continuing tenants in the last 12 months. And now finally, I have to say that I really respect your audience. It was a lot of data for them to sit through, so thank you very much, and I bet John would say the same. 3 out of 4 resident landlords who raised their rent increased it by 9% or less. You'll notice that you've got 20% that are 10% or more, but you saw how many people own single-family homes, and they are exempt, which explains it. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions.
Dr. Bernard, thank you very much. Give him a round of applause. Credit to Ron, Tom, and Julio for the jazz hands. That was great. All right, that brings us to the point of public comment. Ms. Clark, if you can confirm. Oh, I see an 18th card coming through. Okay, there's a 19th. Okay, well, wait a minute. So this is a final call for cards. Would you like a Cheez-It, Harry? I see you staring at that. It's fantastic. You can come have this one. That's fine. All right, Constantine, get to work. All right, we have 19 public comment cards. You come up here. I'll give you a Coke, Harry. We have 19 public comment cards in accordance with Council's recently enacted policy on public comment. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the Council. Again, I'm going to call the first person who will be speaking, and then if you're next in the hopper, you're able to sit there in the front row right behind the very dapperly dressed Mr. Jones tonight. First, we'll be hearing from Julio Jaramillo, followed by David Kaishan.
All right. Thank you. Julio Jaramillo, 50-year resident of Burbank, 5-0. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Admiral Anthony. I love the Castro. I should bring you a beret. So great job to both of these presentations. I have a third presentation, but I want to comment on those 2 really quick. The first one was there were 9,700 hits to the website, 10% of Burbank's population, and 1,000 responses, 1% of Burbank's population. So your pool of data is from 1%. So the Burbank, the BTU, they're now 1%ers. Secondly, great presentation on the second one, but the first slide said 78% of both the renters and the landlords approve of the current 1482. There's your answer. There's your data. What we have now is great. It's in place. Secondly, there was another great slide, almost the last one that wasn't spent a lot of time on, was that 58% of the renters are single occupant homeowners. So tell me, those of us that own a home, are you able to qualify for your home with one salary? No, you need dual income. So why should a renter who's, okay, I'm 50% burdened because I'm paying for my apartment by myself. But if I have a roommate or a spouse or a boyfriend or a girlfriend, that 50% becomes 25% and I'm no longer burdened. Hello. Okay, so now I'm going to do my real-world presentation. I hope this can be seen by our constituents that are going to be voting for you guys in the next couple of weeks. Let's line that up. So here are the rent control failures in real life. And these can be data checked. New York, member Siri told us, oldest USA rent control, highest USA rents. Santa Monica, August 14th, 2024 article. I sent it to the council. Toughest rent control in SoCal or LA Metro, highest rents in SoCal Metro. Rent control doesn't work. Culver City, which staff and nobody looked into, what happens after rent control? Well, since 2020 rent control, inventory in Culver City, look it up, 400 units have been lost every year. You know where you saw the single family homeowners, 66%, they're gonna sell those homes. Units, no more renter, adios. Pasadena, the vice mayor who voted for it, I also sent you guys this article, it was a well-intentioned bad idea in action. It doesn't work. Argentina, Javier Milei, the new president, just reversed rent control in Buenos Aires, the whole country. Rents dropped after inventory spiked. People brought their units back on the market and the rents dropped, supply and demand. The Netherlands, we're going down to the socialist haven over there. Rent control is deepening their housing crisis. People, they're not investing in their units. No units are coming back online. You saw the vote when they said 15, oh my God, I'm almost out of time. And Venezuela, Hugo Chavez, 2011, government-controlled rents, 7.7 million people have fled, and now they're renting apartments in Aurora, Colorado.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have David Kaishan, followed by Ron Bax. And Mr. Kaishan, before you go on, I'll give you leeway, but try not to cover anything you covered in general public
that
comment,
was
okay?
N8, if I'm not
Okay.
mistaken. M8. Yeah,
All
I
right.
won't be covering that.
Okay.
If I do, let me know. David Kaishan, the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. The results from the extensive community outreach conducted by the city's 2 consultants clearly shows that there is a strong disagreement between renters and all property owners, multifamily and single family, about whether a local rent cap should be pursued by the city council. However, there is a strong consensus across all groups, renters, rental housing providers, and homeowners, that more in-depth research must be conducted if the city is to continue considering such a policy. According to survey results, more than half, 60% of owners did not increase their rents at all for existing renters over the last 12 months. This is despite the fact that 70% of owners incurred increases in costs and had renters that did not pay their full rent over the last 12 months. Further, according to data from CoStar, which is the leading third-party aggregator of rental data for residential and commercial properties statewide, rent increases in Burbank across all size multifamily buildings for 2024 have been below 1%. These facts show that there is no urgent need for the City Council to continue pursuing a local rent cap at this time. We urge the City Council to respect the extensive outreach work by its 2 consultants and the community's consensus position that much more in-depth research must be conducted by the city prior to any further pursuit of a local rent cap. I did skip the paragraph regarding M8, so thank you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Kaishan. Next, we have Ron Bax, followed by Elizabeth Bax.
Well, my comments have changed drastically. I'll read what I'd prepared before I enter the chamber. Good evening again, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, council members, city attorney, city manager, and city staff. I'm Ron Bax. I read the staff report. Twice the city staff expressed the sentiment that more research is necessary before an ordinance could be considered. After reviewing attachments 1 and 2, I don't see how anyone could challenge that conclusion. Now, when I came in the when I came in the chamber and I saw the presentations, the pivotal and FM3 slideshows explain the staff's sentiment. And then the doctor here used the term bifurcated. You could see that clearly in the data. And I can't argue with his recommendation that you need to do further research before you take any action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bax. Next, we have Elizabeth Bax, followed by David Donahue.
I appreciate the city and FM3 and Pivotal for all the work that you've done. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it and how hard it was to do this and coming in the late nights and putting all this information together. I really, really appreciate it. And to council for allowing them to do it. If the rent cap is enacted, the landscape will change in Burbank. The rental buildings will begin to be dilapidated and more rentals will become corporate. Single-family home rentals will go away for sure. You need to do more research on how this will affect the whole of Burbank. Realizing that the way Burbank is now is why so many people want to live here. Now, if you look at my current situation, which some of you have heard a little bit about, I haven't worked in approximately 2 years. I've suffered a financial hardship greatly. I've had to learn how to do with less, yes. I have had to take out loans. My credit card debt is high, and I own a home, and so I still have many bills to pay, property taxes, mortgage, and all the other. And nobody's taking care of me and giving me anything to lessen my burden, along with having to pay groceries. I've been in food lines. I'm planning to go register at the Jocelyn Center to get the food 2 days a week, because that's how I'm going to survive. I'm taking care of how I'm going to survive and my kids. I'm losing my health insurance on December 31st because I don't have a job in the film business. And I have to take care of myself. I have to take care of my kids. I have to take care of my family. It's not easy. There are reasons why I'm not working and why the film business is down so low. One of them is we don't have big enough incentives in Burbank or in LA. When I was listening to last night to the planning committee, and they're planning to implement parking fees downtown. And I was listening to it, and I texted a friend of mine, and I said, I can't afford paying for parking. I didn't get a raise this year. In fact, I got a cut. What are they going to do for the people who can't pay to park down there? Like, I can't even afford the bus either. This is not equitable. And he said, it's $2. I said, what if I can't afford it? Then you aren't parking on the street. You will have to find a structure, like go elsewhere. I hope you get it now.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have David Donahue, followed by Joe Pimienta.
Council, my name is David Donahue. Ms. Librato, I'm going to introduce this next video that I put together. It's going to be a fun one. So I want everybody to pay very close attention to what Councilmember Anthony says in the beginning. Ms. Librato, please.
I want rent control so strict that all of the units turn into condos for sale. I would love to buy my apartment. I'm a renter right now, but I don't see the future where I get to own that property. So for me, converting apartments to condos would be fantastic. That's the way you get people to build equity and invest in their local community.
How do you do that?
And keep it affordable.
Yeah, keep it affordable. How does, when my friend Gordon just said that housing is so expensive.
Right,
so how does this guy
supply and
afford it?
demand. If a bunch of new condos are dumped onto the market, the price is gonna drop.
So you're against having any rental properties altogether?
Altogether.
That segment of business should be obliterated completely.
Absolutely.
So thank you, Ms. Librato. That was perfect. Very well done. I want to thank the Burbank Masonic Lodge for having a forum on Sunday. And this is where we had all except one city council candidate participate. In my opinion, I like what the Leadership Burbank does, I like what the League of Women Voters does, but what the Masons did was allow about 3/4 of their questions to be from the audience. Folks, there's more. The entire link, just so you know, because that one was edited, is on the Vision Burbank YouTube channel. It's 2 hours, 42 minutes, or give or take. But it was interesting. So if you are a renter, so the folks that are majority over my shoulder here in the chamber, it is a predetermined statement and an opinion by Councilmember Anthony to remove rental units from the market. The moderator, who's in this room, Mr. Harry Timeranian, had him reiterate it, and the word was obliterate. Now, I'm sure that Councilmember Anthony is going to explain that when he has a chance to rebut it, and I'm going to be looking forward to it, and it's just good that we have an opportunity to share that with all of Burbank. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Joe Pimienta, followed by Dan Kay.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, and everyone present in the chambers. My name is Joe Pimienta. I am a homeowner and a local participant with the Burbank Tenant Union. I'm going to speak about a couple of things. I should have brought copies, but the printer broke, so I'll hand it in later. But I did want to bring to your attention that earlier this week, I emailed to every single council member a study put together by Liberty Hill and Tenants Together, basically pointing out like what does basically answering a question that it's been on everyone's mind, which is if there were to be a rent cap, who does this affect the most? So in that in the results of that document, there is basically the information that out of the 25,132 rental units, 32.6% of those are by local investors. Out of those, only 10% of those are mom and pop owners, and only 4.6 of all units covered by public council's potential rent stabilization or RSO, or the BTU's the BTU's RSO would be covered by that, while 67.1 of all rental units in Burbank would be protected. So there's more information about that, and again, I should have brought the printed copy with me, but like if anyone would like it, you can reach out and ask for it. There's a lot more information in that document, including basically an entire rental registry looking at all the parcels of who owns it, and taking a look as into like how who owns these buildings, and taking a look of like why the mom and pop argument is that they are still a minority. So I just wanted to point it at that. The other thing that I wanted to point out and that I really wanted to talk about is that, like, as someone who comes to these meetings, I love it when this city congratulates and gives awards to people, for people that work here. And the part that always gets me is where it's, while presenting someone with their triumphs, is born and raised in Burbank. Now, the reason why I bring that up is because if things keep going the way they are going, you will be hearing that sentiment a lot less. People are being displaced from this city because they cannot afford to live here. You've been seeing that. We've been seeing the data. We've been seeing the information. So in decades, you will not be hearing that sentiment because so many people currently cannot afford to live here. Families cannot afford to live here. So people that can do amazing work will no longer be able to be born and raised in Burbank and to be able to do something for Burbank. Just wanted to point that out as another reason of why I think that putting in rent caps is actually not a silver bullet, but rather a really good tool, plus a lot more work from everyone to continue to make sure that that the people of Burbank is what gives quality to the city. With the rest of my time, thank you so much. Looking forward to hear the rest of your discussion. And as always, for everyone who worked on this, thank you for your service and thank you for your work.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Dan Kay, followed by Cheryl Weaver.
Good evening, City Council, City staff, fellow Burbank residents, and non-local corporate interest groups who are donating hundreds of thousands of dollars to certain city council candidates this election cycle. So as Joe mentioned, we've looked at data of who owns these units, these rental units across the city. Local mom and pop landlords own about 10% of units in Burbank. Most of the remaining units are owned by large, out-of-town landlords, like my own landlord, about 20 buildings, 700 units throughout the area. He's a multimillionaire, $10 million house in Santa Monica, and he's not represented in this study. He raises rent every year, the maximum amount, 8.9% currently. He threatens and intimidates myself. And he doesn't maintain the units. So all this concern about not maintaining the units is already happening on a massive scale across this city by most of these units who are owned already by out-of-town landlords. So we've discussed, debated, researched, and presented on the topic of tenant protections for 2 years. We have the data, we understand the problems and solutions. Now is the right time to make a decision. Burbank is ripe for a sustainable rent cap and robust tenant protections like we see in municipalities across California, including Bell Gardens, Pasadena, LA County, and Concord. These cities have also implemented temporary urgency measures to protect renters while they implement these programs. I urge council to please implement an immediate and temporary rent freeze, universal just cause, and moratorium on all no-fault evictions. We have all witnessed the repulsive rhetoric and threats from landlords in anticipation of passing strong protections. Burbank's renter majority, 35% of whom are exempt from just cause protections, deserve these urgency protections while staff continue their hard work. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Cheryl Weaver, followed by Christina Boyer.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Nikki Perez, and the council. Cheryl Weaver, local real estate agent, work with both renters and landlords as well as homeowners. Just as a note, Anthony, you should know that in my 20 some odd years of being a real estate agent, the purchase of an apartment or a condo is usually the last resort for most buyers. It's always, I want a home, I want room, I want whatever, and buying an apartment and spending the money for an apartment is usually people's last choice anyhow. But I digress. I go back to our report here. There was a slide that says that nearly 7 in 10 resident landlords say they would make fewer upgrades and improvements. I won't even go into the ones that are going to take them off the market or sell them. I've already had tons of phone calls on that already. So it's really happening, and this study is scaring the crap out of landlords. But there isn't a, you may or may not know, in other cities, there's been a provision that helps calm landlords' fears. Because the one thing landlords know is there are going to be expenses. There's going to be improvements. There's going to be repairs that are going to need to be done. And if they're locked in and can't get the money for those repairs, they're going to be left with the choice of either selling or going into their pocket very deep to pay for those. But some cities have allowed for capital improvements expenditures to be separate from the rent cap. Those expenditures can be, let's say they have to put in a new plumbing throughout the building. They then take the cost of that expenditure, they amortize it out over a 5-year period, divide it by the number of units that they have, and then can pass that expenditure, only that expenditure with proof, onto their tenants. That would give a landlord such a relief of not being tied into this really restrictive rent cap that they feel that they're going to be tied beyond belief. Anyhow, I digress. It's different than what you've been looking at, but I definitely want to say consider this as an option if you do a rent cap to give the landlords some breathing room in case they need to do something like completely repipe their building. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller, next speaker, it's a night, is Christina Boyer, followed by Shant Norhadian.
Good evening. My name is Christina Boyer. I'm an attorney at Public Counsel. I want to thank the City Council, city staff, the consultants here today for the thorough research and outreach process over the past 2 years to develop tenant protections in Burbank. Burbank is a city of renters, renters who are paying more than 30 or 50% of their income to rent, renters who are on the verge of displacement, renters who are real people who are really struggling and need protections. The presentation we just saw showed that a majority of Burbank residents support a hard rent cap. Today, I urge Council to move forward with a clear direction to city staff to draft an RSO and universal just cause ordinance. The Council has had the chance to now thoroughly consider different policy options, and now is the time to move forward. That directive should include drafting an annual allowable rent increase formula based on 60% of CPI with a 3% cap, the creation of a rental registry, universal just cause protections, eliminations of rent evictions as a just cause, and right of return for tenants being retrofitted. In addition, the City Council should enact a temporary rent freeze and temporary universal just cause protection to keep tenants housed while a permanent ordinance is being drafted. I want to flag a couple, The model ordinance shared by BTU in April contains the language for these components. It is based on language from jurisdictions around LA County and the state. To flag a few key points, first, RSOs with hard rent caps are constitutional. This ordinance would protect vulnerable residents while also ensuring landlords a fair rate of return, a proper legislative purpose with provisions furthering that purpose. It would not violate the Takings Clause nor the Due Process Clause of the US or California constitutions. Again, the ordinance shared by BTU is based on existing jurisdictions' RSOs, none of which have been deemed unconstitutional. Second, Burbank needs to enact temporary protections because a significant number of Burbank renters are not covered by the TPA and have no eviction protections or current rent caps. These tenants will likely face huge rent increases or be evicted while a permanent ordinance is being drafted. Other jurisdictions enacted temporary measures during their RSO processes, including Bell Gardens, Cudahy, Culver City, Inglewood, Pomona, and unincorporated LA County, without legal challenges. These measures have improved renters' housing stability as permanent policies are considered and drafted. Burbank must move forward to protect its renters. It should take action tonight. Thank you for your diligent work to move this forward.
Thank you for your comment. Thanks to everyone doing jazz hands. Next, we have Shant Nurhadian, followed by John.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, council members, Mr. City Attorney, and staff. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you again tonight. My name is Shant Nurhadian. I'm a resident of Burbank, and I work for a local family-owned housing provider. I wanted to discuss two items. First, as with any regulatory decision, it is prudent to understand not only the potential benefits, but also the consequences from enacting a certain policy. This council has not identified nor discussed the potential consequences to the city arising from enacting a local rent cap. Would the availability and quality of the existing housing supply be diminished? Would property values and consequently the tax revenue base of the city decline? Would market rents for future renters substantially increase? Would housing providers be discouraged from investing in their own properties and be forced to exit the market? Would instances of property crime, vandalism, and trespassing increase? My hope is that this council will have the wisdom to seek the answers to these questions in its deliberations rather than blindly proceeding forward with enacting a policy simply because it exists in other jurisdictions or because it is popular with political and social activists. Second, the housing affordability challenges that are currently faced in the city of Burbank and statewide were not caused by the housing providers, but rather by a demand and supply imbalance caused by a lack of new housing supply. And yet, the housing providers continue to be wrongfully targeted to resolve the affordability issue by both the City Council and my friends on the other side of the table, who have consistently endeavored to infringe upon the private property rights of housing providers by advocating for additional regulation and confiscatory rent control legislation, neither of which, by the way, will reduce rents. Despite the animus and hostility voiced against housing providers by some members of this council and my friends on the other side of the table, housing providers are hardworking and committed members of this community who have faced and overcome significant challenges that continue to be imposed on them. If you think that it was easy being a housing provider during the past 4 years, then you are living in a different world than the one that I inhabit. Lastly, I would like to read from an opinion by Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes. One consideration in deciding whether limitations on private property are exceeded is the degree in which the values incident to the property are diminished by the regulation in question. The general rule, at least, is that if regulation goes too far, it will be recognized as a taking for which compensation must be paid, end quote. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Oh, we were doing so good, everybody. All right, next we have John, followed by George. This isn't like a Beatles reunion or something, is it? I'm kidding. Welcome back, John Giroux.
It won't be 3 minutes. I appreciate seeing all of you. Thank you very much, and so forth. I not only live here, work here, and I invest here because I really believe in Burbank. It's a great town, and it should be exemplary in the county, because very few cities are like Burbank. So now I'd like to focus on the broader picture. And the broader picture is, let's look at the macro picture here. We have a great town. We want to keep it that way. We want to do what's best for the city. So housing, as Fred Ramirez said last night in the Planning Commission hearing, we got to meet our goal of 12,000 units by 2035. And right now you see a flood of housing being built, but that all happened years ago. It takes time to come through the pipeline and to put things together. So what you're seeing is a manifestation of 2 or 3 or 4 years ago. Now we're faced with the following: higher construction costs, higher interest rates, prevailing wage requirements, unavailability of land and infill areas, rent control caps, restrictions beyond state laws, soft rents, higher vacancies, possible recession. We don't know what the general economy is going to do in the next year or two, and increasing loss of the workforce as a result of our entertainment industry being challenged and leaving and going to Georgia, and going to London, going to New York, other places. We are losing business. We are losing the workforce here in this city because we don't have proper housing. So supply is the answer, and I think we should focus on that. And thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next, and that was fantastic use of jazz hands, everybody. Next, we have George, followed by Alessandra.
Good evening. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, thank you. The statistics were very enlightening, and let me tell you, I looked at it through a slightly different lens. There was one slide on the informal survey on page 47, which talked about how out of the respondents who are the residents, 92% live in buildings that are 16 years or older. Now, why is that the case? If you look around the city, there was a building boom in the 80s. Now, you may say, well, today we have high interest rates and inflation. We can't build the way that we used to, but they had high interest rates and inflation in the late 70s, and it took time to cool down. So I don't see a reason why we cannot ignite a new building boom in this town, okay? What else did we see in the survey results? We saw that this is a very divisive issue. It's evenly divisive, okay? Good policy has to be sustainable. And what does sustainable mean? It means coming up with strategies that are not divisive, okay? What else did the survey show? It showed that rent control is very demoralizing for the property owners. And those are the people that invest their capital in the city. They create the demand for developers to build housing. Okay, 1 in 4 housing providers, according to the survey, 1 in 4 are highly likely to sell. 2 in 5 housing providers are highly likely to invest less. Okay, what does that mean? That means that the people that are the solution to the problem, we're disenfranchising them. the people that invest in the city, invest in housing in the city, the people that we should be approaching and asking them, what do you need to build more housing? How can we accommodate you? Instead, we are in turn alienating those people. All right. So it might be a good idea to pursue ideas that are not as divisive. For example, the Landlord-Tenant Roundtable identified over a dozen unobjectionable ideas, according to the 10 participants in that roundtable. And let's find a solution that doesn't divide the city. I really think that that's a good idea, okay? The tenant protections are good. We do want to enforce the law, and I think that staff and the city's attorney's office is exactly doing that so well. The housing enforcement unit is going to do that, okay? But don't disenfranchise the people that are the solution, not the problem. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Alessandra, followed by Ramela Iragi.
Ooh, testing 1, 2, 3. I'll start now. As a member of the Burbank Tenants Union, I'm here to speak in favor of implementing BTU's ordinance, a legally viable document crafted from other successful RSO and JCO policies throughout California. None of these existing RSOs have been deemed unconstitutional, and our ordinance cites a reasonable rent cap of 3% or 60% of CPI, whichever is lower, which is in line with other regional municipalities, including Pasadena, Concord, Bell Gardens, Cudahy, and the County of Los Angeles. There is also a built-in mechanism that ensures a landlord receives a fair return on their investment. While landlords have constitutional protections, tenants do not. I urge the City Council to move forward with a reasonable local rent cap that keeps families in their homes and our communities stable. Our ordinance also has broad community support. To quote Attachment 2, many respondents support a rent cap tied to 60% of CPI with a 3% max increase, a self-funded rental registry, closing the rent eviction loophole, universal just cause, and stronger anti-harassment protections. Listen to the will of the people. The majority of the members of the community in the city are renters, and over 75% of them support a strong local rent cap. I urge you all to move forward with rent stabilization tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Ramela Iragi, followed by Harry Tamurian.
Hi again. Actually, I have a problem with these studies. I think we need more studies about rent cap. One of the studies showed 28% of landlord hasn't increased the rent in the past 12 months. I don't believe this is right. Everywhere I hear that the rents I hear from everybody, most of the people that rents are being raised in the past 12 months. So I believe we need more study and another issue. In my opinion, we have the answer to the housing crisis is we need more housing to be built. And we need more inventories, and the next issue that I want to strongly believe is the government has to help the tenants and as well as the landlords. Otherwise, I don't see any another solution to this. I understand that tenants are suffering, landlords are suffering, so yeah, that's another solution to this crisis. Government, the solution is government, and yeah, I mean, well, which I believe that we need more this millionaire and billionaire being taxed in order to we get out of this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Harry Tamurian, followed by Christy Maloof.
Is that my Coke over there?
All I can direct you to do is visit Ms. Clark when you're done. I'm a man of my word, Harry.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, thank you. Harry Tamurian, Burbank Association of Realtors. The results from the community outreach regarding a potential rent cap does not warrant the need for an urgency ordinance. This council has now authorized approximately $650,000 towards tenant protections, authorizing attorneys, mediators, and housing inspectors. Let this work. Take a breath and see how all these ordinances play out. Implementing a hard cap hurts everyone. Housing providers will not have enough money, enough income needed to improve their properties and make repairs as stated in the survey. And low-income tenants, the individuals that we are attempting to protect in all of this, will not have homes. Why? Because rent control does not have a means test. Someone making $200,000 a year is going to take a unit away from a low-income individual because the landlord, the housing provider, is not going to check their income. That's what rent control does. Someone who makes all this money takes it away and stays in there from a low-income tenant, the people that we're trying to protect. The findings do show that your residents are still, as they voted, in overwhelmingly in 2020 against severe form of rent control. As alluded to in the staff report, the results show a need for additional data and studies to be conducted. You have an election coming up in less than a month. Do not dump a hastily written ordinance in the laps of new council members. Data-driven housing policy ensures pitfalls will be avoided. Focus must remain on what the data shows and not hearsay. Thank you so much. And for the Coke.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Christy Maloof. I hope you enjoy the Coke, Harry.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. Since being a landlord approximately 13 years ago, I have never had to evict anyone. I've received all my rents on time. Everyone paid during COVID. I feel blessed. I have great tenants. My rents are reasonable. I oppose the rent ordinance. I oppose the rent ordinance by the Burbank BTU. I oppose especially a monthly fee for landlords to pay, and I oppose a rent registry. Why would I do that? I would just have to sell. Please keep AB 1482. I still need to repipe, retrofit, and make upgrades to my unit. If a rent cap came in place, why would I continue to do that or even remain? Thank you very much for your time and all the time you've put into all of this. Good night.
Thank you for your comment, Christy. Next, we have Philip Bellamy, and then the last comment card I have is Kevin Morris. You're welcome, Harry.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the rest of the City Council. I'm a landlord in the city. I've been one for about 25 years. We were affected by COVID and had a number of tenants who just chose not to pay, and one even required us to spend another 6 months to get him removed. And it's just the price of being a landlord. My question would be to the council, if the state of California has a perfectly adequate rent control policy that they are administering, why would you take on the additional responsibility and cost of creating a rent bureaucracy for the city when you already have one that's being taken care of by the state? I can live with it, and I think most tenants can. The one the city is proposing is not one that I would be able to live with in terms of keeping my buildings up, and as a result, we would just stop. I mean, we take care of health and safety issues, but as far as new carpet, new drapes, that kind of thing, it would probably fall to the tenant themselves. none of this can be paid for if there's not enough income to help pay for it. The question I would have is, if we've got a Section 8 program in the state, or actually the federal government has, why not use that? Let that help the tenants that really need it, or the ones that can't afford to stay without help, let them stay. That would be my suggestion. Then you can help the ones that really need the help. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our last comment card for this evening is Kevin Morris.
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening to the council members. My name is Kevin Morris, and I am a doctor of physical therapy, and I serve Burbank by treating home health patients age 60 all the way up to 108 throughout Burbank. So my population is a very special population, and often I go into people's homes that live in apartment buildings or 55 up communities. Within these communities and with these tenants, often they are not on a flexible income, they're on a fixed income, whether that being a limited pension or on Social Security. I'm very privileged that as a tenant, if my rent does increase significantly, I can thankfully weather that storm. However, many of my patients that I have that are 65, 75, 85 and older are on fixed income and might not be able to weather that storm. Additionally, if more money is being placed into their housing expenses, does that take away from their food? Does that take away from their access to medication? Does that take away from their access to healthcare services? So I want to provide that unique perspective for a population that is very vulnerable, and a lot of population that cannot be here tonight to advocate for themselves, for a very specific vulnerable population on fixed income. So for them, think about that, and please consider individuals who are unable to pay for significant increases. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for staying so late and for your public comment. That completes public comment on this staff report item. I don't anticipate staff has a direct response at this point, so we'll get to questions from the council. So council, before we get to deliberations, if we can just try to limit it to questions, get a first pass through everybody, that'd be appreciated. Who'd like to begin? Council Member Anthony.
I only have two questions. One for both of our public outreach professionals, Pivotal FM3. Neither of your reports give us any recommendations. This is just data. Is that correct? Correct. Okay. And then my only other question is, do we know when AB 1482 is set to expire at the state level?
2030.
And then have we seen any state housing bills at all come through to
Hundreds of state housing bills every year.
to extend AB 1482? To extend it beyond 2030?
Councilmember Mullen said SB 567 was the last amendment.
Right, but it isn't extended past 2030. Okay.
I'm
That's what
not
I was-
aware of any that just got signed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, who'd like to go next? Anyone? All right, I'll start off. All right, in no particular order, Mr. Prescott, I was wondering, I know this isn't exactly on point, but it's related to the issue. We're hearing a lot tonight about feedback on the cost of housing. I want to talk about a related issue. One question, do we have any data on wage growth in the city of Burbank, either in the current year or forecasted in the next few years? That'll be my only question on the subject.
Sure, Mayor, I can answer that question. We looked up LA Regional Consortium. They have some estimates for nominal personal income growth. Their forecast for 2024, 3.6%. For 2025, 4.1%. And for 2026, 4.6%.
Great, thank you very much. The next question I had is for Pivotal. Let me find the two slides I wanted to ask you about here. Here we go. So I'm going to be looking at slides number 50, and then after that, I'm going to compare it to slide number 55. I'll just represent that my question is more, I see what I perceive as perhaps an inconsistency in the data, but you probably have a really smart answer, and that's what I'm hoping to get out of you. Can we get slide 50? Slide 50 was a question that was posed. Have you moved out of a previous Burbank rental residence because of a rent increase for another reason or both? Oh, I'm sorry. Slide 50 is, I'm looking at the wrong one here. The question was, in the last year or when your lease last came up for renewal at your current residence, was your rent increased, decreased, or kept the same? And this was a question that was posed to our tenants. So to our representative from Pivotal, just want to confirm here, 79% of tenants responding said that they experienced an increase, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, can we now get slide number 55? Slide 55, a similar question posed to our housing providers. Considering only continuing tenants, not new leases, in the last 12 months, did you increase, decrease, or keep the rent, or keep the same rent on your continuing tenants? Only 35% indicated that they increased it. The vast majority said they stayed the same. That just seems inconsistent to me. Seems like both sides are maybe giving the answer they want to give, but like both cannot be true. Can you explain that inconsistency to me?
I think your inclination is correct that they both can't be true. All I could really say is that these people are self-selected, right? So these are probably the impassioned people that want to come speak about a particular issue. Again, this is actually the online feedback platform data. So this means somebody took the time to go through 20 plus questions, find us online, and give their feedback. This wasn't the feedback from the in-person or the virtual meetings. So, I mean, there really isn't going to be a one-to-one comparison for these sort of questions. Again, this isn't statistically valid. These are just the people who decided to provide their input.
I will note there was a point of common agreement. No one said that their rent decreased. Trying to find common ground, everyone. Who else has a question? I don't want to monopolize it. Go for it.
Alrighty. I have a question. We keep mentioning 5 million. I've heard it from both groups. I've heard it from staff. Is 5 million the exact number that it would cost to implement a rent control program in the city of Burbank?
There is no exact number because to date, we're only guessing, right? We're estimating. So the most recent numbers we have are from the newest program in Pasadena, who hasn't yet filled all of their positions. Their budget estimates might be changing as their labor groups reach new agreements, right? They haven't filled their positions. 2 months ago, they hired their director for the new department. That estimate, I think, is north of 5 million. The best number we had specific to Burbank was the 9212 report for Measure RC from 2020. And surely costs have gone up. But even that study, which was considered analysis, was based on estimates of other like ordinances. So there is no solid estimate. That was $1.8 million startup costs and $3.9 million ongoing costs. And the number that we used in this survey, the $20 or so per unit, came out of the estimate, I believe, of adding the 1.8 to the 3.9 and basically paying for ongoing operations and a repayment of a city loan. So that's where those numbers came from. But all of them are guesses. So what staff would do to actually build a budget for the council would be to receive direction, come up with the components, and as we did for the housing enforcement unit, we would develop a staffing plan, cost that out like we did in the budget, and bring that to council, and that would be our first year estimate, and then we determine whether we could handle the workload and all of the components. So until that time, we won't really know what the actual cost to Burbank will be.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the ongoing explanation, Joe, because the other thing I was confused about is when we saw this back in April from staff, it was anywhere from 1.3 on the lower end million to 5 million on the higher end for different cities that we looked at, including Beverly Hills, Cudahy, et cetera, et cetera. So good to know that it's somewhere in that ballpark, but we don't have an actual estimate of how much this would cost. In that same vein, you mentioned the $20 that we presume it would cost per unit, right? My question for the folks is both surveys, well, both methods of research here mentioned that the cost was through a payment made by the landlord. Is this the method that most cities use?
I think we threw that pitch to them and they passed it on. So the answer to that is the city only has jurisdiction over the landlord. We have them register. They register. I'm even learning daily how the process currently works. The city licenses landlords each year. They send them a bill in December, and in January they get their new license. And that's how we regulate landlords. We don't have a contractual relationship or a regulatory relationship with tenants. It's quite possible it could be passed through. We understand some communities do a cost-sharing pass-through. In fact, you recently saw that with the soft story seismic retrofit, where council was asked to consider a $38 pass-through, I think for a period of 10 years, depending upon the cost. So it's quite possible, but to keep it simple, the other alternative would be the city could fund the program out of the general fund. That would be leading the survey participants by forcing them to pick which programs the council would have to cut. The council could fund it that way and not impose a cost, but we felt that that would unfairly slant it versus a $20 per month fee on housing. And that seems to be how some of the other cities fund it anyway, as opposed to cutting programs to residents.
And would it be fair to say that most cities use a pass-through method?
I'm not familiar with how all the cities do it.
Simone, I see you reaching for the mic.
There are a number of cities that do the pass-through method. I think when we presented the last presentation to you, there was data in that presentation that talked about who passed that through and what those costs were that Shipra Rashish had presented to you previously.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And then that's what I'm referring to. The majority of cities do a pass-through method. And when we say pass-through, for the folks in the room who maybe don't know what this means, is the city attorney is correct. The cost, we can only regulate units and landlords. But that cost is in almost every method of rent control or stabilization I've seen partially passed on to the tenant. It is a shared cost. It is not paid by any one party. So those are just two clarifications I wanted to get. The last question I had is on slide 31 in the pivotal presentation. I'm sorry, page 31, slide 62. It talks about public input and the tenant-focused summary and the landlord-focused summary. It mentions protections for landlords. I do appreciate one of our commenters, Ms. Weaver, mentioned a protection for landlords. That was very specific, clear, and helpful. Are there any other protections for landlords that were mentioned in that discussion? Do you have maybe a couple examples, something you can share?
Thank you for the question. A lot of it was anecdotal, where it was just kind of to the point of some of the comments we heard earlier. Who's protecting me? What part of government's protecting the landlord? From increases on insurance, maintenance, labor, that type of stuff. What I would recommend is reading through the appendix, all 54 pages. A lot of those stories are explained through that appendix. It's obviously something we couldn't cover tonight in one slide, but there is some more detail in those comments.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and thank you, Ms. Weaver. And I also look forward to reading through that appendix tomorrow.
Colleagues, I actually had a couple quick follow-ups. You go first.
I just have one follow-up, actually. I really liked what Ms. Weaver was offering. Is there a legal remedy to allow landlords to go above a cap? If a hard cap is put in place, Can they like ask to go above for like, I think you mentioned some capital improvements? Or,
Yeah, so the process is called fair return. Well, our obligation is to create some kind of due process to allow a fair return. LA City has a very long-standing one. Pasadena has a new one that I don't think they have a board set up for yet, but it's to allow a landlord to make a case for extraordinary costs that justify increases above the percentage. Now, whether it's called increased rent or whether it's called a pass-through of capital improvements, I don't know which cities call it that, but it's essentially like for seismic soft story retrofits or perhaps replumbing or new roof, where something is extraordinary, not routine.
Thank you. I'll be very quick. I wanted to follow up on the Vice Mayor's questions. So this is to all of staff and to our consultants. If we do nothing tonight, then it doesn't go further. If the council wanted to know what a program would cost, it sounds like that's sort of direction that you'd need tonight.
Yes, because then we could actually put together a proposal for you to look at.
And as it stands right now, we don't have a cost feasibility study or any assessment.
Well, we don't really have a proposal as far as what you want to do, so it's hard to provide something unless we know specific direction to the council.
Okay. And it sounds like we haven't looked extensive, maybe there's some familiarity, but we haven't looked extensively at ways to defray the cost, including what I think the Vice Mayor was referring to, the pass-through costs that could be borne by either or both parties. Is that the sort of thing that you could look further at?
Yes.
Okay. And then I just have one more question, colleagues, and I'm going to be done for a while. Go around the gamut. I think, Mr. Prescott or Mr. Hess, I'll direct it to you, but whoever you think is most appropriate. In my 4 years on council, we've discussed a number of pretty large, medium to large scale housing projects. Just a couple illustrative examples: Pickwick, Mariposa, Fry's, Empire, just as an example. To the best of your knowledge, have any of those gone online, opened their doors? Are they available for rent or ownership as it sits today? Front Street, I heard a reference to, that was before my time. I'm just asking, since approximately January of 2021, projects that have been approved, have any of them gone online?
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Patrick Prescott, Community Development Director. The Fry's project is in plan check, the former Fry's project. That's 870 some units. The Empire Avenue SB 35 is under construction, nearing completion. Pickwick, 92 for-sale townhomes with a certain number of affordable units. SB 35 project is under construction and above. You can see the sticks above ground. They're hoping to have the model units finished this year. So that's Pulte Homes. The other Mariposa, the other SB 35 Mariposa is in litigation, as you know, so they can't submit. First Street predates this council, the majority, but that one building, First Street Village, is fully leased, occupied. The second one is nearing completion. First and Palm. And Front Street, they hope to be energized and leasing early 2025. So I think another big.
That's a great answer, Mr. Prescott. I guess the point I was making is it sounds like it can take a little time to get through entitlement, through construction, to open your doors. In your experience, sounds like it takes a few years?
Yes. It takes a while. Yeah, particularly given the current climate, inflation, labor costs.
Right, labor costs, supply chain issues, you name it. Okay.
Yeah. It's good though, because we have them in the hopper, and we didn't before. The council adopted a 12,000 unit goal by 2035. 2,000 units, give or take, at some level of review, plan check, or construction. It's a good first step. If you look at the age of the housing in Burbank, and that's come up, it says we failed to build housing. So we're playing catch up.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yep. All right. I'll be done for a bit. Who'd like to go next? Councilmember Mullins, why don't we hear from you? But the three of us have gone. You should go.
Okay,
It's
I
fun.
will do that.
Like dive into the deep end of the pool, you know?
Oh, thank you. I do have a question because the rest of the survey, when you're looking at the results, the one I want to focus on is the one for FM3, page 3, I believe it's slide 6, where it does demonstrates that nearly half of the renters feel positively impacted by AB 1482, the state rent control cap. And so I'm looking, I want to make sure that I'm reading this correctly because it says 52% strong support and the total of 78 total support. It's kind of, I don't want to say contradicting, and I don't know how it was explained, because if 78% of the renters saying we're okay with AB 1482, but yet we have all these other slides that does indicate that there's rent increase, there's, you know, the renters are not supportive of, they're supportive of rent cap. So why is it that was 78%? And you may not know the answer, but to me, it's like, okay, well, 78% say that they're okay with 1482. Or am I reading this wrong?
No, I would say you're reading the data correct. 78% support with 52% strongly support. That is correct. When we asked them if their rent had increased, we didn't ask them necessarily, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Right? So you're conflating their experiences with an emotion that we don't necessarily know. We do know in terms of positive and negatives in rent cap, in the rent cap, we know from the renters, that would be slide 11, page 6. When we ask renters, it's been a positive 46%, negative 21%. And 32% had no difference. Now remember, some of these, not all, but some of them, a minority of them, are not impacted because they're exempt. Not all of them, but some. So here there's a relatively positive, more positive than negative. So it seems to me there's consistency to some extent. There's not an overwhelming negative view of the current rent. When you ask them about other options, sort of the Glendale model or others, support, depending on what you're asking them, will decrease or increase. If they certainly would like a lower rent cap, we see that here tonight, we saw that in pivotal data, and we see that here. But right now, they're not saying that the current status is terrible, if that helps.
Yes, it does, because it really helps me to know that how AB 1482 is actually working in balancing between renters and landlords. So contradicting information, what we hear at the podium, that everyone is unhappy with 1482, or everyone's, having the rent increases, but yet I'm seeing 78% saying we're satisfied with 1482. Yes, if you ask me the question, do I want to reduce my rent? Would I be like to reduce my rent? Of course, my answer is going to be yes, because who would not want to have that?
If I can just clarify one more thing. Remember, that particular slide you're referring to, the slide 6. Yeah, slide 6, page 3, you've correctly identified it, but was specifically about that element of that of the state rent cap. Mm-hmm. When we get into the exemptions, they start to decline in terms of support. But specifically, you're reading it absolutely correctly.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if this question will go to staff, but I heard earlier at the podium that mom and pop owners make 10% of our homeowners or the stock in the city of Burbank. Do we have a number to how many mom and pop? And I know we can never really, we're able to identify what really makes mom and pop but it's 5, according to the survey, it's 10 units or less that you surveyed, correct? You have.
I'll answer the first part while
Okay.
he's
Yeah,
looking it up.
yeah.
The data, that we don't have specific data on the mom and pops and what that number looks like. And the reason why is because we don't have a rent registry. So we just don't have that information available. We would have to have a rent registry in place to fully understand what the ownership looks like of our rental properties.
So the statement that was made, I just want to clarify if it was accurate or not, when I hear that mom and pop make up 10% of our landlord stock. I want to make
So
sure
I
that
can't-
this statement.
I can't say that that's correct
Okay.
or not correct. We just don't have that data. I don't know where the data came from for that statement. So we would have to look into it, but we don't have the data to go say, yes, it's correct, or no, it's not correct.
Okay, thank you.
So perhaps, council member, if we looked at, from the FM3 survey results, we can ask more questions here. Page 10, slide 19. If we're looking at 18% of tenants live in developments, complexes of 1 to 4 units, is that 18% of all rental units? Can we extend that number statistically to, is it more like 18% than 10%?
It's a very helpful, at least initial marker. I would concur with Simone that you would need something to be more accurate, but it would suggest to me in terms of the renter experience that you've got 17, well, one could define mom and pop in different ways, right? So if you're going to define mom and pop as 1 to 4 units, then you could say that approximately 81% are not mom and pops. But if you want to include 5 to 10 units, then, so as you go down, I do housing issues on a survey level, but I'm not a housing expert. I'll defer to the experts here. But as you look, and I think you're right to choose that particular slide, by the way, if you look at that slide 20 on page 10, if you want to define mom and pops as 10 or less units, and I suspect some larger organizations, businesses may own 10 units, multiple places, and are, but if you want to do a loose kind of analysis of that, that's 41%. So the balance would be non-mom and pops. So it gives you something to work with, but I would agree with Simone, it's not exact.
Okay, so we're missing that component to really know exactly how many mom and pop we have in the city because we haven't identified.
So council gave us a homework assignment
Thank
to
you.
come up with a different
Yes.
mom and pop exemption.
Okay.
Some of it had to do with the nature of the entity owning the units. We did not do a carve out for corporations and REITs. And so I know that the council, by consensus, gave us homework. So we don't know whether it's 1 to 4 or up to 10. And then we didn't ask about the type of entity because this is a renter question. So we don't know whether they're real estate investment trusts, corporations, or LLCs where at least one member is a corporation. And that's the carve-out exception in 1482.
Thank you for that. And I think it's good to clarify it because it might be a misunderstanding or a misperception that the 10% is what we have, which the number didn't make sense to me. So that's why it's important. I wanted to know if we had those numbers. The other question I have, and again, it's from our speakers, and we hear this quite often. Have we, because I didn't see the answer in the survey, but I often hear we have lots of renters are being displaced from their homes, meaning they're being evicted. And I know that the survey asks for the rent increases. How much rent increases have you had in the last 12 months? What's the percentage? Have you seen in any of the questions or the survey, the displacement, the percentage of displacement? And if it is, which slide is it on?
Sure. Well, I'll start by saying, remember this survey, and I know you know this, but I'm just telling a lot of people.
I like you to remind me.
All
It's
right,
okay.
that's okay. And I really appreciate that. We only interviewed Burbank residents. So there's a selection bias. If you've been displaced and have now gone to another city, we can't capture that in this survey, right? So by definition, we don't know the answer. What we do know is that of the 327 respondents who are renters who are living in the survey 10 years or less, that 36% of them have moved. So that is, I'm referring to slide 21 on page 11. Yeah. So we know some of that, but that large component of people who have left the city are not captured here. And that will undercount the folks who have left.
So could we also assume that the 36% that have left the city left for other reasons, but beside being evicted?
So the 36% left apartment A in Burbank to go to apartment B in Burbank.
Okay.
I don't know, and there may be data on that. I have no idea who have left the city. I mean, you can look at census data to see movement in and out in terms of changes in population, but you can't determine whether they were renters at the time and they moved out. So we don't have that data for you. Maybe someone in the city staff does. I don't even know how they'd get it.
Okay. Simone, would that data be available to us where we know?
We don't have that data either.
Okay. So again, it's a perception that I think I'm concerned, because when I hear people are being displaced constantly or they're being evicted, that is a concern, because where are these people going? Are they going to other places in Burbank, or is it because of eviction or wrongful eviction? So these are a lot of questions that I have that, hopefully in the future we can have staff maybe look into it and see what is really the accurate number, or if we can even come close to that. I think I'm going to stop right now and allow somebody else to go, and then I'll have some comments. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Mullins. I wonder who's next. Councilmember Takahashi.
Sure.
Raring to go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thank you for asking those questions. I had some of them too, so I could take them off my list. Appreciate it. Yes. So first, thank you both for presenting your data. I'm a data person, and I really appreciate all this information, and Pivotal and FM3 for all of your work during the surveys, community meetings, and collecting all this data and presenting it. This has really been a marathon effort on your part, so I appreciate it. So I had a follow-up question regarding the $20 monthly cost that was discussed earlier. When a city implements that, is it generally just applied to the units that are subject to rent caps, or is it applied to all rental units in the city? Does anyone know?
It would have to be charged only to the units that actually are subject to the regulation.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Wasn't sure about that. Okay. I have a few questions that came up during the public comment that I wanted to just get some follow-up on, and then I have a couple of questions for each of the groups. So, a few of the speakers spoke about fear of eviction, fear of family move-in. A few talked about their landlord not maintaining the unit. Right now, what do we have for our tenants who are having these issues going on with them in their unit, in their situation? So fear of being evicted, fear of family move-in, the landlord not maintaining the unit. What can they do now?
So if a unit is not being maintained, the tenant contacts housing services or code enforcement directly. They make a complaint. and an inspector is sent out, they schedule an inspection. It's an iterative process. The property owners have to come in, have to get a permit or agree to the inspection. And that's how it's handled. In an extreme case where a violation affecting the habitability of the unit is not remedied, then a case gets referred to our office. And in extreme cases, we've brought receivership actions to compel code compliance, and even done so with jurisdiction of the court in a very limited number of cases. Almost always the unit is brought up to code, but it can take a while. And I know that City Council quite often receives fragments of emails that end up going through everybody's inbox about these. But that's how a code violation happens. The prospect of an eviction is real, and they happen. And in the case, we have had enforcement cases where we have sent letters advising property owners that they have not complied with the notice or the notice requirements, providing the permits, providing the explanation of why the work can't be done within 30 days, clarifying that they have to give 3 months of relocation assistance, et cetera, et cetera. And invariably, in many of the cases, the property owners remedy the defect, and state law still allows a renovation eviction. In some cases, there are units that are exempt, but the property owners have not yet complied. This goes to several of the early comments about the single-family exemption, and I will just point out to them that it is a conditional exemption. In other words, it's a single-family resident or a separately alienable unit. It could be a condo, it could be a single-family residential. They still have to meet the notice requirements, letting the tenant know that they are occupying an exempt unit before it's exempt. If it's owner-occupied, then there's, different requirements. And so evictions, I'm sure, are a concern for many, and they are allowed to happen if the requirements of the code are met. In the case of family move-ins, those are allowed to happen, but there are requirements both on the renovation evictions and on the family move-ins. If they don't happen timely, the tenant may stay in the unit or move back in. If a family member does not stay long enough, if they don't come in within, I think it's 90 days, and if they don't stay at least a year, the tenant has a right to return. As we discussed early on, if someone has a concern, they would reach out to the housing services at 818-238-5180.
Yes.
Okay.
Good job.
And they would do case intake.
Yeah.
It may involve submitting the lease, submitting the notice, and they'll immediately start a case workup and interface.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I wanted to just point that out because I think that sometimes we cross paths on what folks are asking for help for. And so for those things, we do have assistance, at least somewhat at this point. And a rent cap, would it affect any of those three things? Would you have any impact? Yeah, okay. Also, one was mentioned an illegal rent hike, that illegal rent hikes are happening now. And wondering very briefly, what does a tenant do if there's an illegal rent hike? And would a rent cap affect that at all?
I will be more brief.
Thank you.
So the council has adopted an ordinance which allows my office to undertake injunctive relief if evidence demonstrates an excessive rent increase. We will undertake enforcement, again, 818-238-5180.
Or housinginfo@burbankca.gov.
Yes, either of those.
Yes.
They will refer it, and we will engage in enforcement discussions, which can include going to court.
Okay. And a rent cap wouldn't change that process. It would just change what the percentage.
Council's already put that in place, and we're already staffing it, even though we don't have the people on board yet.
Okay. And then Up to this point so far, how much funding have we allocated for the housing enforcement unit up to this point?
$650,000 for staffing and one-time funding of $100,000 for the mediation, the legal services grants for qualified low-income tenants and landlords, and then some amount of mediation training for landlord-tenant commission.
Great, thank you. Thank you. All right. I have a few questions for the presenters. For Pivotal, for the questions you asked about CPI, when you mentioned CPI, did you explain to the folks who you asked the question to what CPI is from a like theoretical perspective, and also what it is from an actual percentage perspective right now?
That is correct. I think that's one of the benefits of what we were able to do is we had a lot of time to explain these complex topics, going on an hour and a half or 2 hours to go through things in detail with these folks that participated. But yes, for each instance where we asked one of those questions, we explained what CPI is, what it means, it's a market basket of goods, so on, and explain what the current rate was allowed as of August 2024, which is 8.9%. So all of that was laid out in detail before they responded, so they had that information.
Okay, and you explained that CPI is a lot lower than 8.9.
Correct. It was a combination of the 5% plus the 3.9, which was the CPI for this past calendar year.
Okay, great. And then I saw a trend, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that the answers to the various questions were pretty divided down the renter-landlord line. Would you say that's pretty accurate?
I would say so. I think your inclination is correct again. So again, this was self-selected folks that were highly engaged in the process, so I wasn't surprised to see kind of a division right down the middle based on the responses we received.
Okay. Let's see, and let's see, I'm looking at the wrong one. I have a question on page 52. Slide. Okay, so on page 52, there's a breakdown of the landlord responses to the types of units that they have, the buildings that they have. When you asked these questions, was there any discussion about how old their units were and whether they were applicable under AB 1482?
We did not ask that specific question for landlords. There is data based on what we asked tenants.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, we did not ask that specifically to landlords.
Okay. And all the ones who answered questions on this slide were all the resident small-scale landlords, right? There's no...
In opposition to FM3 survey, we did not throw away any particular or exclude folks that were large landlords or lived out of the area. So if you actually look at the appendix, as I mentioned earlier, there are open comments where we do receive comments from people saying, I own 100 units or more in the city.
Okay.
So there is more detail inside those comments that can maybe shed a little bit more light on this. But, those are the questions we asked based on the so we had some similarities with the FM3 survey.
Great. Okay, great. I think this gives a little bit more context to those numbers. Okay, thank you. And then a few more questions for FM3. By the way, the FM3 presentation, this data, I love the community data and the importance of input. This data, in general, I like it's because you reached out to people kind of randomly, that gave a really good broad view of the overarching opinions of folks. Self-selecting is great, but also the overarching is really important. And to that point, it was a random sampling, right? So how much can we extrapolate this information to represent the renter and resident landlord population in general in Burbank?
Well, it's really based in essence on statistics and margin of error, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I could tell you for the entire residence, it's plus or minus 5.0.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at the margin of error, and I'll do it on the unweighted one, I can't off the top of my head get exact numbers, but it's 0.98 divided by the square root of 371. So if I had a calculator, I could give you all of them. But they're obviously, I could tell you the 123 resident landlords, we're looking at, I know 100 is like plus or minus 9.8. So let's say it's 0.8 something. So it's a very large margin of error because it's a small number of people. So I feel better about the generalizability to the entire adult population. And I would say while the numbers are generalizable to the renters, the landlords, the homeowners respectively, that margin of error is larger. But because the gaps appear, not in all, but in disproportionate number of questions to be so great, even when you factor in the margin of error, you see that bifurcation that's true within the context of Pivotal's results and in terms of the comments that you see at council, if that's helpful.
Yes, that is helpful. Thank you. Let's see. And when you say resident landlords, it's basically landlords that live in Burbank, right? So,
Correct.
You know, we say small scale landlords, mom and pop landlords. Is resident landlords just another way to say those things, or is it specifically, how is it different than those two categories? It's small scale and mom.
Well, I mean, I guess mom and pops are kind of a nice folksy way of saying things, right? But if you look at, I would say if you looked at slide 31, page 16 of the FM3 presentation, it sort of gives you a sense of who these folks are, right? We only interviewed 11% of people who own apartment buildings with more than 4 units, and we don't know if that's 4 units, 6 units, 8 units. I suspect, and I suspect you may know some of this, that some of the larger property owners of the 100 units, 50 units, I suspect you would know whether they actually physically lived in the city or not. And so that you probably know what that answer would mean.
Great. Okay. So I like the concept of resident landlords, just kind of generally, because it's a little bit more measurable, a little bit more clear on what that means. It means the landlord lives in Burbank, which I think is it's a little bit more solid of a description. It may mean that they're maybe not small always, but that they live here. So I do like that definition.
Councilmember?
Yeah.
Sorry, not to interrupt, but just on your point of terminology, I know that's something that you're passionate about. I also love small scale landlord because we often colloquially use mom and pop. It's not funny. No, it's really like, but that's presumptuous. It could be mom and mom, pop and pop, just mom, just pop. But like small scale landlord is small scale housing provider is really a more inclusive term of everybody.
Yeah.
So just if we're going to use good terminology, let's start now.
Right,
Yeah.
but not all of them would be residents in that circumstance.
So but both of those are measurable, right? They're both really understandable.
Small scale residential housing provider. I can say that.
There you go. There you go. I'm in.
You're still trying to work out that square root from earlier. I know that.
Square root of 8 divided by 70. What was it? I'm going to get that number. Square root of 8 divided by
0.98 divided by the square root of that sample size.
Well done. Back to you, Councilman.
So I imagine that the small scale landlord and the resident landlord is a Venn diagram that overlaps pretty solidly, I would imagine. Okay. But they're both measurable-ish circles versus mom and pop. And so I like those two. To your point, I like that one too. Let's see. Okay, and on slide 28, just a question about that. Okay, so the slide 28 refers to the landlords that report that they had tenants who did not pay their full rent at some point in the last 12 months. Was it captured at all what kind of unit that these landlords are talking about? Or is there any more granular data for this particular slide?
If you give me a minute, I might be able to answer that question.
Yeah. This is my last question.
You can take as long as you want. I'm having fun.
20. One second. No, it's further across.
There's no more drinks in the box.
I know where the kitchen is.
Box is empty.
I'm paying for that for the record,
There are
Mr.
some
S.
snacks left, though, so be careful.
I'm not sure that I have that.
Okay. Yeah.
I should have it. No, I do.
Yeah.
But the numbers are super small. And so, because if you put it in context, that, did the cost of maintaining rental go, oh, sorry, I'm looking at.
It's,
I'm
it's the
looking
one
at
about
wrong
not paying their rent.
Yeah, it's
in
27.
full.
I got
Yeah.
it. All right, sorry. Let me try it again. I had the wrong one. Thank you very much. 27. Yeah, it is a dissertation.
Okay.
The sample is too small because
Yeah.
the 24% are 24% of 88.
Right.
So then you're looking at, when we look at it, it's
15.
It's like like if I were to look at single-family homes, it's 33%, condos, townhouses are 46, 24% of apartments, but the samples are so small, the
Okay.
margin of errors are huge. So I
Right,
would
it's
not
hard to
feel
know. Okay.
comfortable, staking my
Yeah.
hat to that.
I would be, I don't know if it's possible, but I would be interested to find out more information about the unpaid rent situation. Because I think we do hear about it and talk about it and about that concept of who's not paying rent and how that's happening. And I think it's different than, say, if you've got an ADU or a single family home and you've got a one-to-one relationship versus a unit with 10 units, or just a little bit different. And I think that also would just give us a little bit more context. So anyway, the data is great. We could also I could talk about this data for like hours, but I just really appreciate this presentation. It's a lot of information though, so it does take some parsing. I think there's some thoughts to be had about it, but I do appreciate so much that you put this together, and there's, a lot of good stuff here. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Anthony, back to you.
I have a follow-up question to that. During the pandemic, there was a few state programs where if somebody couldn't pay their rent, they could apply for an exemption, and they had to work through with their landlord and stuff. Do we have any local data on how many folks in Burbank did that process or applied for that? Can we get that information? Like, do we know?
The only data that we would have is maybe the data that we have through Home Again LA when the council put the policy into place where we were helping people out. Okay. We would have data from that, but we wouldn't have overall statistics from the city.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, colleagues? Mr. Jones, you still with us?
I've gotten several texts saying I look grumpy, but I am here.
I think it looks swell. Quick question for you, just to involve you in this whole thing. Any feedback just regarding the outreach methods, positive or negative? Just anything you heard from the community?
First of all, we saw a lot of new faces at these community meetings, and that was something that all of you talked about. We saw a lot of familiar faces, which is great. The engagement's always awesome here in Burbank, but bringing out folks that we haven't heard from, in my opinion, was a super positive. Lessons learned, we could always do better with everything we do, but I feel like we took what we learned from districting, added that to this, and then next time we do another robust outreach, we'll have learned from this and make it even better.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jones. I got two final questions for myself, and then unless there's any other questions, we can get to the part we've all been waiting for. To both of our consultants, thank you so much for your presentations. I had the same question for both of you. Walking into this meeting, I had heard a lot about, and I was interested in what you both generally referred to as the Glendale model. And I'll be honest, I to my surprise, I will describe it as pretty generally unpopular. I'm not saying like across the board, but generally speaking, neither side was thrilled about it. My only question is, I think you both in your own way referenced that you thought that maybe there was confusion in the survey results. Speak to me about where you I'll be honest, it doesn't give me a lot of confidence, because if we couldn't communicate the thought in a survey, I don't know that we're going to have much more luck later. But what do you think was ineffectively communicated to either side of this issue about the Glendale model?
Thank you for the question. I do stand by that. Our our efforts had a greater ability to educate before we asked a question. So I don't know if I would necessarily buy in that we weren't able to explain complex topics. Yes, it's very, very dense, but throughout all of our meetings, we had a staff presentation where the staff went through the different breakdowns of the various models, soft cap, rent, hard rent cap. We also had the public input sessions where people can go by, learn all the different information, get even more clarification. We had the Q&A. We had 4 hours of Q&A. What I would say in terms of the overall support for the, quote, Glendale model, there's a lot of actual anecdotal information, again, in the appendix. Having read through all 54 pages myself, it seems that a lot of the renters actually oppose it just because they didn't think it went far enough. So that's kind of some information I can provide that wasn't covered in my presentation. So again, I would go read the appendix because I can see the kind of crosstabs, and a lot of the renters basically say they don't support it because it, again, doesn't go far enough.
What about the housing providers? They didn't seem to like it too much either.
I think it's just they are more in favor of either sticking with the current policy of AB 1482, so any attempt. But this is, as far as the opposition drop, I have the data if you want to pull up the chart, but this is slide 43. We have 54% opposition. Again, our data didn't break out demographics, so I'm not able to state, this is landlord specific or where they fall into this, but the one anecdotal information I can add is, again, read the appendix. A lot of renters are saying they don't support it because it doesn't go far enough.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Bernard, what would you add?
Yeah, well, I agree with my colleague that they had more time to enumerate, to detail as to what it means. Remember, these people weren't expecting a survey. Maybe someone was making dinner or doing something on the mowing the lawn or whatever. And as you go down the questions, we start with capping annual rent increase at no more than rate of inflation, capping annual rate increase at 75% rate of inflation. And then the next thing is capping, and I'm going to read it just so you can put in context, capping an annual rent increase at 7%. However, residential rental property owners are allowed to raise the rent higher than 7% up to the state cap if they provide relocation assistance of 3 months' rent for tenants who move out because of the increase. That's a lot of information in a short period of time. That being said, when you look at the people who said, I don't know, it was only 11%. So there was an opinion. Everyone has an opinion. Sometimes it's not a well-educated opinion, but they have an opinion. And we see that the renters are at 49%. I would argue partly because it's a lower cap at 7%, right, than the current one that's a 9.8. And to your point, the resident landlords, only 24% support it because they don't want a lower rent cap to begin with. Plus, there's an additional expense to them. So the data bears out with what you would expect, but I still contend that's a mouthful.
Sure.
So that's where I'm coming from.
Mr. Mayor, if I can add that the benefits of a soft rent cap are a smaller program, and the question that when I called Glendale, they didn't have hard data on is, does the added expense, does it work as a disincentive to increasing rents without a $5 million program? And Pasadena's experience of 2 years to actually get the program standing on its feet. So I think the benefits from the brief amount of time that I've spent with it, it's more to the city in terms of being able to implement a lighter program that's a disincentive to increasing, and that's not necessarily, it's a mouthful, but it's not as easy to understand as just a cap.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. McDougall. Dr. Bernard, just to be clear on that question, you said 24% of our small-scale residential housing providers, only 24% supported it?
Correct.
Okay, I remember what I wrote down, Harry. All right. Councilmember Mullins, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I actually had the same kind of curiosity, but in our pre-meeting, going over the charts, that was something we talked about. I did actually attend 3 meetings that we had, 2 in person and 1 virtual, and I don't think it was 100% clear to everyone. I know staff did their best to explain what it is, but again, you're in a meeting that you're trying to comprehend all this information. One thing that I heard from the public while I was there is just a lot of information. Look, we've been sitting here talking about it for the last year and a half. The same folks have been coming here and talking about it, and there's still questions that we have. So I think a lot of it too was just capturing all this data and information that staff was talking about between 1482, between all the different regulations that we have. And it's no fault to how it was conducted, because I think you guys did a marvelous job. Staff did an amazing job trying to explain everything and allow enough time for questions. But I do agree that it might have been an overwhelming type of situation where there's not enough explanation. Because when we first talked about the Glendale model here, remember we called it, I think it was rent control, rent stabilization, and it was something completely different. So, I'm more interested to really explore that as well and see, if we get more information, talk some more about it, and maybe break things down for people to understand what that model means. But it wasn't something that either one of you or staff could not provide the answers or information. It's just a lot to comprehend in a short period of time.
Yeah, and I want to just add on to the excellent point, Councilmember Mullins. No criticism aimed at either of you.
Absolutely not.
I think you did a great job. It's complicated to explain, hey, it's rent control, but it's not. I mean, it sounds easy to say, but it's actually kind of tough to grasp your mind around. And so I see your point. And at the end of the day, the data still shows that there weren't a lot of folks that were sort of not having a position on it. It was generally panned. Folks didn't like it. I'm just expressing contemporaneously that I was surprised to see that result, but the result's the result, and we're about to go to deliberation. But I'm going to give my colleague here the last question.
I just want to point out, Mr. Mayor, one thing. On the FM3 15-minute survey, where they have to go really quick, rapid fire, the Glendale Mall had 41%. And then in the pivotal 2 to 3 hour explanatory, in-depth discussion, the Glendale Mall had 42%. So they're pretty similar. And so my guess is either A, everyone really got the concept real quick and understood it, or B, it's just hard to figure out anyways, and whether you had 10 seconds or you had 10 hours with it, you're about the same concept on it. So, yeah.
Okay. Oh, did you have a question, Councilmember?
Yeah, I have one more question. Actually, it's about soft caps.
Sure, yeah.
So I have a general question about soft caps versus hard caps. So is there a difference in the units that would qualify to be, could be applied a soft cap or hard cap? Or is it the same, either way, it's the same units that qualify?
It would be the same.
Okay. Okay.
Different programs.
Got it. Okay, great, thanks.
Should we get a motion to extend beyond 11 o'clock since we're almost there?
Sure, let's get a motion to extend past 11 o'clock. In conference with the city manager.
You now have to confirm with me to make sure, and I will say this is the last item, so I would continue to move. I would recommend to continue to move forward. I'd get into the deliberations, and let's wrap this up.
I would agree with that recommendation. Does anybody have a motion?
I make a motion to go beyond 11 o'clock.
I'll second.
Thank you. A motion by Mullins, second by Anthony. All in favor? All right, motion passes 4-0, so we will go past 11 o'clock. Thank you. All right, any further questions?
Nope, we're good.
I had one last question for our PIO. Can you just give a quick brief overview on how we picked these two different companies to come in?
We have worked with FM 304 on the community survey several years ago, and we found them to be absolutely excellent, and I think the applause after his presentation kind of speak to that. As for Pivotal, Pivotal has been a partner of the city for quite a while. They've worked with BWP, and correct me if I'm wrong, the airport as well. They did the airport charrettes as well. And from the very beginning, we wanted this to be interactive, the community meetings, and the expertise that they learned from the airport, we thought they could apply to our community meetings, and they did.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. Last call for questions. No. Great. Okay, so let's begin deliberation. Who would like to start? Go ahead.
Why not?
For the
Okay.
record, I'm not picking on you.
Oh, that's okay.
I will not be
I
doing
enjoy
that.
it. I enjoy it. No, I do want to thank both of you again. Great job. I didn't take the survey because I was excluded, which is fine. But I did attend, and I saw the participation from the public, both online and in person. And it was really refreshing to see new faces. And that was something the vice mayor had talked about. Let's see if we can get people out to come in and speak beside the same people that we hear from all the time. They were also there, which is also great. I appreciated that they were there. But also we heard from other individuals that typically don't come to the council meeting. And I did see some expressions of concerns on faces, whether it's from the landlords and some from the tenants being a little bit anxious about what results are we going to see. But that's expected because we're talking about something that affects both sides financially.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes,
I am so sorry to interrupt
That's
you.
okay.
We
did.
It is 11 o'clock. Oh.
We did while you were gone.
I
We
was
took
just going to
advantage
suggest
of you.
Justin wants to go home. I thought we pack it up, call it a night. Okay, by all means.
He
Continue.
actually gave us permission
ready
to
to
go
go
on.
We moved it forward.
Yeah, he gave us permission, so thank you.
I'm just a stickler for
That's
procedure. I
okay.
wanted to make sure we did that.
We're on board. We did it. So with that, it's great information. This survey, for me, I don't know that it was something that I discovered in there that I was not expecting. I think we've heard enough for the past year and a half from the landlords and from the tenants, and it was kind of expected. Yeah, there was some additional information that we didn't know, and it's good to have it in writing, and it's good to see it in numbers because it kind of affirms what we have or we don't have. I am looking at this as being one component from a whole package that we're trying to put together for the rent stabilization and looking at the city and what we're going to do moving forward for tenant protection. But also, I don't want to overlook, and thank you, Ms. Weaver, if she's still here, brought something good about talking about the landlords and what can we do for them as well. That is something that, for me personally, as a council member, looking at the balance for the renters, looking at the balance for the landlords, it is a very difficult situation because we're dealing with financial concerns. Data is always great to help us understand. So, for example, when I hear 10% mom and pop, or there is a mass displacement in the city, I'm concerned about it, but is it really happening? And this is what I need to know. And these are the components that we're missing, that we still have work to do. So I want to talk about page 4 in the staff report. In page 4, we had directed staff to also come back. One is a tenant's bill of rights, modeled after Culver City, regarding the anti-harassment provision. 2, and narrow down to what's mom and pop exemption, or the new terms that we want to use, the mayor used.
Small scale residential housing provider, or SSRHP for short.
Okay, here you go. We'll come up with the new terms. But,
SSRHP.
and I'm sure staff got that really quick. So Number 2, SSRHP. Got it. So we also directed staff to come back and we talk about the exemption for excluding corporation or limited liability. So that is a component that we're still missing from what we asked for. We also asked for exploring extension of just cause protection of all rental types. That is still information that's missing to make a determination. The end of renovation evictions by requiring a right to return to the same rental rate. We need to look at that as well and see. So there's still homework. And then the last thing that we have on here is explore additional relocation payments that we need to also include in our overall study for the whole rental stabilization. So I want to direct my question to staff. I know that we are currently working, the city attorney talked about working right now with just getting the staff on board so we can start doing the study or start looking at these components. I want to ask, how long do you think that we can come back and provide us the complete package on these extra items that we've asked for?
That's a question to me.
Whoever wants to jump at the podium or answer, yes.
So some of this is packaging and some of this is significant policy work. The Tenants' Bill of Rights is pretty straightforward from Culver City. The mom and pop exemption or small-scale housing provider exemption is something that the council's going to have to talk about. We can bring in the number of units and provide that discussion. And I'm pretty sure, anyway, some of these we've contacted our outside counsel, ending renovation evictions. That one could be problematic in a way. And then exploring, eliminating some of the exemptions is one that is going to require additional work. So, and the council's agenda is packed for the next 2 months. So I don't know that we can bring back these 5 things before the end of the year.
Okay, the other item that I really would like to explore, and I know that it was discussed and we have the survey, but also the Glendale model, and what is their displacement rate? How successful are they in implementing their program? And then also maybe to dive into it a little bit more and talking about what that program looks like and how it would look like for a city of Burbank, for example. I think I don't want to even touch Pasadena because they haven't even done anything, and it's been 2 years. And the model in Pasadena, I'm not very in favor of. But I think I would like to hear some more about Glendale and to see how could we do this as to explore more options, to get more information from Glendale, and to see has it been working for the tenants and the landlords. Is it a success story? Because it sounds to me like it's a business deal between a landlord and a tenant. Here's what we offer you, and we're making a business deal. Here's the money, goodbye, kind of in contract. Is it that simple or not? Is it going to prevent evictions?
The ordinance, which is attached to the staff report, requires that for it. So it does several things. It requires that every landlord offer a 1-year lease to the tenants. So the first thing it does is it locks in a lease rather than a tenant having to wait for 12 months. It gives them a lease, so they automatically get the 12 months, and a renovation eviction conceivably could be a breach of contract. So there's that component. Then for any future lease renewal, and I don't think they can increase, they may not be able to increase the rate during the lease. And then for any renewal, they have to present, for any increased rent at a lease renewal, they have to also provide an offer for relocation assistance at 3 times the proposed increased rent. So the tenant gets both at the same time. And it gets even more confusing because they don't call it a cap, they call it a non-relocation rent increase. So it's a little convoluted. We would make it more simple. But 7% is the number they picked, so council could pick a different number. So there's flexible components. They have a provision that I don't think stands up to SB 1482 as revised. They still have a banking concept in there which violates the maximum cap, and they have a 15% number in there. So it wouldn't be all of it. We would have to carve part of it out, but there's nothing magic about the 7% from what I've seen. And the mechanism can be a little bit simpler, but essentially it's on a proposed rent increase, you have to also offer, on a proposed rent increase that exceeds whatever threshold the council sets, they have to offer both 3 months relocation assistance, not at the current rent, at the proposed increased rent, and the new lease. And that could be added as a tenant protection to the tenant protection ordinance.
Okay.
And if I could clarify your request regarding the Glendale model. The other thing I think you kind of said it, but didn't specifically say it, is also to bring back what additional resources, if any, would be necessary for us to implement a successful model that's similar to that.
Yes.
To the Glendale model.
Yes, what would be for the city of Burbank and how would it work here? Because it will require additional staffing, or I don't know if you can work, and you don't have to answer now because I don't know if you could work with the staffing that we approved, the funding, the $650,000.
Well, I think if council's going to gauge whether it's successful, we would need to capture data, right?
Okay.
So we've
Yes.
heard staff say, we get the information of the landlord or property owner when they walk in, and they write us the check, and that's it. We don't know really anything else, probably other than the address of their units. And in this case, I would think council would want information. Certainly you've heard from the public about getting information about the rents. So if we captured that, then at some point we would be able to tell council, did the cap actually hold down rent increases? For purposes of evaluation.
Yes, thank you. So yeah, I'm just looking at the 5 items, the Glendale model. I mean, I know that the rent cap was one of the components that we wanted to look at and get data and information because we didn't have that information before. And I feel, better now that I have this information and the outreach that we've done to hear from both the renters and the landlords to see where do they fall in. And I think as expected for me, I didn't feel the numbers were going to be really off because we've been listening to them. We've been getting emails for the last year and a half. So it's kind of, it kind of spoke for itself. So those are kind of my thoughts right now, and I'll wait and see what everybody else's thoughts are, and then we can weigh in later.
Before I go to our next speaker, colleagues, I'm not going to give my opinion. I just kind of wanted to offer what I think is a potential structure for the deliberation. So we've been talking about this for 2 years. Not saying that we have all the answers to everything, but we have been studying it for 2 years. So the way I look at it, there's 3 or maybe 4 different routes that we could take tonight. If you feel that AB 1482 is fine and sufficient to the point of one commenter, done. No need to discuss further, right? Or maybe you think that there should be a rent cap in Burbank. I think there's very few black and white issues in politics, but I mean, to me, you're either for it or you're not. we're at that point. There is this other alternative model, Glendale model. If that's something that folks want to express an interest and preference for getting more information back, that's great. And if there really is data that we don't have, that's fantastic. But look, I will wrap at this point. This is probably my last time touching the issue. My only suggestion as we go through deliberation is it has been almost 2 years. We're reaching a point where I do think we owe the community a sense of where we all stand, what direction we're going, and at least leaving some recommendations for the next council that may have to finish the issue. But now is the time to start, I think, honing in on where we think we actually need to go. That's just my suggestion, and with that, I leave it to all of you to share whatever thoughts you have. Yes, Councilmember Takahashi.
Yeah, could I go next? I'm almost out of batteries, so I want to make sure I get this in before all my notes go away. Okay. Thank you. To that point, thank you for bringing that up. I agree that we need to have a direction tonight. I do disagree, though, that we have been talking about it for 2 years. We have not been talking about this for 2 years. We've been hearing about it for 2 years. This is the first real chance we've had a conversation about specifically rent caps. We've kind of alluded to it. We've kind of wrapped it in other things, but we've been working on other items, and this is the first time we've really been able to dig into rent caps. So while, yes, the topic has been in the air and it's been kind of generally around, this is the first time it's been really agendized. So I just wanted to I wanted to put that forward. But I do agree that it would be prudent to move something forward, a direction forward for sure. I want to also take a moment to thank the staff for all the work that you put in squishing this all into our very, very busy schedule. And thank you for only scheduling this basically tonight, just one thing. Appreciate that. So while this data, there's a lot of data here, there are still questions in this data, but I love having this information during this conversation. It helps us be able to direct it. I also appreciate everybody who participated in getting this data. And I'm encouraged by the number of folks here who are here tonight because it's indicative that folks are being heard, that there wasn't like 1,000 people here, that it was it was a lot, but it wasn't, we were worried that maybe 200, but it was not as much as we might have anticipated. What that tells me is that we're listening to people other than just in this dais here. So that's a good sign. And then, so some of the things that kind of came up during these conversations and studying all the materials and listening to the folks is I'm very intrigued by, it's been brought up a couple times, the possibility of expanding our rental assistance program to help renters in emergencies, like the one that we have with HALA, and expanding that for renters in emergencies for serious illness, job loss, sudden change in financial situation, very targeted support. I like that idea, and if my colleagues are interested, I'd like to see if we can look into that as well. I also have concern, like one of the speakers, with our tenants who are on fixed incomes, families, and folks who have been displaced outside of our city. So again, if there's any way that we can look at targeting those folks to ensure that folks whose income will never change are not forced out of their homes. I'm also still interested in looking closer at two particular parts of the Glendale model, which is a cap with the option of having a relocation fee instead as a negotiation tool for the tenant and the renters to be able to negotiate. It gives a little bit more wiggle room to decide. I'm open to other ideas, but so far that one to me seems like it offers both the rent increase kind of restriction of how often that rent would be increased, but also an option to be negotiated in case it's just not going to work, that rent increase. But I do think that we need to simplify it. I think as it stands now, it's too complicated, and just way we phrase it and communicate it, if we go that direction to make it simpler to understand. Speaking of the data in the materials about the Glendale model, I just wanted to put in there that looking at the data, the immediate thing that popped out to me is a complexity bias and multiple parts bias. So the questions before were simple, and then we got the Glendale model, which was very complex, and the brain naturally will then go, that's too hard to deal with, I don't want that. Or it has multiple parts, and each part gets evaluated together with a collection of then deciding how we feel about it. Our brains naturally will go towards the negative the more things you add to a list. So that's just, those are bias on how we think about things and how we listen to information. So it's possible that there could be a little bit of complexity and multiple part bias.
You don't think it was the version where I said everyone understood it immediately?
Maybe. But I just noticed that right away, so. I do also, I'm interested in looking at how SSRHP allowances for unexpected capital improvement expenditures. I think that's an interesting option to consider. If we were to expand the program out for HALA for folks who have unexpected financial loss tenants, and we have an unexpected capital improvement expenditure exception, we have means testing for both sides. So I like that idea of having means testing for help for both sides, meaning that it's not just universally like everybody gets the same support, but those who really need it get more. I like that concept. I'm not a fan of a rent board, so if there's anything we can do to avoid that, be great. And there is some more data that, okay, so there's a lot of material that was sent to us in an email. Thank you, by the way, to all the data that was sent. You guys are learning about what I like, so I appreciate that so much. And one of the things that really stood out to me was a study that LA City had done, that they have done over many years, I think it might have been 15 years now, that collected data from various sources to get actual on-the-ground information about actual costs and actual losses and actual gains. So some of the things that they were able to get in this analysis is actual costs of what it costs to run as a landlord, and actual income and profit on each unit. Actual shift in ownerships when there's a rent cap added, and actual conversion to condos. They also were able to look at vacancy rates, how long people stayed in the same unit, how big the increases were for RSOs versus not RSOs, meaning that the rent cap ones, actual operating costs for both RSOs and for market rate, actual owners of units, of whether the owners were local or not, and actual rents shifting over time. And this is based on actual data. So anyway, I like that study and what it looked at, and that's it was the rent stabilization standards of the city of Los Angeles. It was published last month, and it's on economicrt.org. So I can send the link to the clerks to be able to be published. I think it's worth a look at to see the kind of data they got. And even though LA is different as a city than we are, it can kind of get a sense of what kinds of things we can see in the data, which I think is good. Let's see. So overall, I do feel like we can get to a place where we have a really, really good policy on this. I do feel like we can get to a place where we can do mostly a win-win-win. And we have done this with other issues that have been hard, and I think we can do it with this one too. We're thoughtful, we're thorough, and I'm sure if we hash it out and give ourselves the time and the process, we can come up with a policy that will be sustainable and stick, regardless of what happens November 5th, 6th, whatever day it is that we have the election, and that we'll be able to as we move forward, whatever time we decide on the policy, that as we move forward, it will be a policy that sticks. I do believe we can. But I do also think that this is the first conversation, and we need just a little bit more discussion to be able to land on a specific thing that we want, although we're going in the right direction. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and my battery is just about to run out, so it was perfect. I left it in my office.
Well timed. All right.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Mullins.
May I add something?
Yeah, of course.
I'd like to add something to Council Takahashi's point, because that was something that I put a big asterisk next to it, which is assisting the low income and also elderly. When I was at the meeting, one of the individuals who came and spoke, she pays below market rent, it's like $500. And obviously she was going to be evicted and for renovation purpose, but the $500 would not get rent somewhere else right now. So I think situations like that with very low income seniors, and I think our speaker earlier, Dr. Morrison, I believe, he did mention about the seniors and on living on fixed income. So it's something that our city manager can look into the program similar to HALA, but maybe need to be targeted really towards seniors and low income, following the low income model that we currently have. And I know it's not for Section 8, but it's for the housing, there's low income housing, income base.
Yes, so there are affordable rent standards for every income bracket that we use for all affordable housing projects, whether they're inclusionary in private or BHC. And I think you use the same thresholds for Section 8, but Section 8's different because we directly fund.
Right.
But it's area median income and their thresholds, like 80 to 120 and 60 to 80. So those are all clearly defined.
Yeah, so it'd be, the income will be clearly defined, so we're not doing what we did with HALA in the previous round where everyone was eligible for it within, like, some people applied that made over $100,000. So I think it's focusing on those, these two populations is really important right now. Thank you.
That's on, right? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Anthony, I was corrected. We haven't just been talking about 2 years. You've been talking about it 7 years, including on Sunday night. Would you like to add your comments?
First of all, I just want to thank Mr. Donahue for coming down. I don't know how you do it. You consistently show me in such a wonderful light. It's the coolest stuff I say. Trust me, I'm not that cool, but you always point out the most badass quotes that I give. So thank you for that. To answer your question, I would like to refer you to Mr. Jaramillo's whiteboard. If you notice, after Culver City implemented their rent control, they converted 400 units from rentals to for sale. Very exciting stuff. Very exciting stuff. I really like what Councilmember Takahashi was pointing out, that with the data in front of us, with the information that we have, I really do think we can put something together that works. I want to point out, in the survey, one of the first questions was, do you support the statewide rent control, the AB 1482? And across all residents, it's 73%. But even with the housing providers, it's a 63% support for AB 1482. I was in this room 5 years ago. I was sitting right where Ms. Pinheiro is sitting, and I watched this city council, sorry, not this city council, the prior city council, adopt the policies of AB 1482 and look at the code and talk through it. And I will tell you, everyone here was saying the sky was going to fall, that it was the worst thing ever, and they would all oppose it and fight it, and it was terrible. And now here we are 5 years later, 63% support it. Someone came up earlier and mentioned how, I believe it was George, about how we shouldn't do things that are divisive. Familiarity breeds comfort. I am of the mind that AB 1482 has been around long enough that people are now comfortable with it. They understand it, they understand the pros and the cons, and they're supportive of it because they're aware of what it is and how it works. We've never had a local rent cap in Burbank, and so we're unfamiliar with it, and so it feels uncomfortable. We've done that with a lot of new stuff in town. When new things come along, we feel like it's uncomfortable and different and hard, but we're here to help you manage that. We're in these seats because the voters want us to guide the city through these big changes. There's a lot of state housing bills coming down the pike. There's a pandemic that we just got out of, historic strikes happening. So we're here to weather that storm. We're here to figure it out together. We're here to find the policies that work. I commend staff for, and our two outreach specialists for doing the work of bringing us that information, of bringing us that data so we can make those informed decisions. You know, all of the stuff that I've been seeing from the surveys, from the outreach, from folks coming here at the microphone, they're asking for a lot of stuff. a lot of change, a lot of new things. And I'm okay moving forward because I know it's going to be uncomfortable, but that we're going to get past that. And at a certain point, it will become comfortable. You know, I saw a lot of things over the last 2 years, if not more. I think the adoption of a rent registry is going to be really beneficial for the city. But I have an interesting question that I didn't think of before. Can a rent registry also include units that are exempt from RSOs at the state level? Do we know if that's even possible? So that, I think, needs to be something considered on how a rent registry would work.
Is that an actual question?
I mean, do you have an answer? I don't even know if you have an answer.
Well, so our obligation is to be at least as protective as 1482. So it's possible, I mean, that's an issue we can look at, is how far we can extend data collection. So we could add, rent caps aside. We already require landlords to register and pay a fee for a very small regulatory program, right? We could add pieces to that regulatory program to collect data in terms of number of units, and we could go from there. So none of that affects their fair return. It's the city collecting data for purposes of being able to manage its housing inventory and consider more tenant protections. So that is different than a cap, and I don't know, I think it would fall under a category of reasonable burdens of a regulatory program. So then it depends on how big that program becomes, but the problem, one of the number one problems we have is that we don't have precise data on our own inventory. So I would think that that is more of an easy lift to add something to a program that already exists, that's already on a schedule. So they're preparing the bills for December to send to all the landlords. And so there is a program to attach more data collection to.
And we send those bills to every single residential.
Everyone that complies with the ordinance, I believe.
Gotcha. But even ones that would be exempt under AB 1482, they still get.
So I don't know all the details, and we don't have someone from our business license section. And it's not the people on the second floor, it's the people on the first floor that I believe manage that program. In fact, Maribel's not even listening to me. So.
Ouch, shots fired.
No. What I mean is the licensing of landlords happens downstairs at the business license counter. That's what I meant.
Don't come for the employee of the year. That'll get you in trouble. So then we would need some more information on that anyways. I
will interrupt you for one point, council member. If that's something that you wanted to look at, I think that's the direction that staff is looking at tonight. Because if you're not interested in pursuing it, that's okay. Say so now. If you are interested in pursuing it, I think that's the level of direction that they're looking for that they have not previously heard from council.
Well, so I would be in favor because I think that follows along with our understanding of data. Knowing the units, all of the information that we're missing in those components. So I think that would be the easiest lift to move forward. So I'm okay with that. I do like the option of the capital improvements to do a pass-through. I think that is easy and simple to understand. If you have to put in a whole new roof or a whole new elevator, I think that's fine and complies with right of fair return and the Fifth Amendment and all that stuff. I wanted to talk a little bit about something that we've been floating around for a while, which is a universal just cause. We're coming back on eviction protections and tenant protections later. We already listed there's like 4 or 5 things coming back. So at that point, would that be a more appropriate time to talk about those specifics, or should we just?
So I think that is number 3 on the list.
Right.
Explore an extension of just cause protections.
Okay.
That is universal just cause.
Okay, all right.
And we have to explore that.
Okay, so then the last thing I would say is, I'm looking at what's happening regionally, and Pasadena passed theirs 2 years ago, and theirs is at, if I'm not mistaken, they're at 60% of CPI for their rent cap. Is that right? Do we know that number? I believe that's their number, because the County Board of Supervisors just did, I believe, 60% of CPI as well, and I think that's kind of the way things are going. I'm seeing there was just a recent move by LA City to look at their RSO as well to see if they could bring down their cap. So those are the kind of numbers that are floating around regionally. I don't know what Glendale is doing, if they're staying at their 7%. I haven't seen them make any moves differently. But for me, moving towards a similar rent cap, I think
Well, Glendale's different.
Right, they're wildly
It's
different.
not the
There's a whole-
same.
Yeah, it's not a rent cap at all. Soft cap. That's kind of where I'm looking at to match our neighbors so that we're not ahead or behind or different from everybody. I wish we would have known those pieces before we sent out the survey. I would have liked to have seen that number in there. Yeah, so that's just where I'm at right now. Mr. Mayor.
All right. Vice Mayor, you care to weigh in?
Okay. So to Councilmember Takahashi's point, we've been talking about this, hearing about this for almost 2 years now. We have looked at a myriad of options on tenant protections and creating the housing enforcement unit. And to that, for that point to staff, I'm really grateful. Thank you for all that you are doing. It's not lost on me that it is a lift of work. And Councilor Anthony, to your point, it is a new type of work and an adjustment to meet the conditions we're in this moment. What I'm hearing from my colleagues, well, we've moved a lot of things forward, but the reality is we're getting to the culmination of this discussion. And we're touching the point of contention today, which is rent cap, no rent cap, soft rent cap, blah, blah, blah. That's what we're talking about today. And so that's where I want to stay. What I hear from most of my colleagues is Glendale model or expanding rental assistance, rent registry, and 60% of CPI. I think that summarizes what everybody has kind of thrown out there. During my time campaigning for this very seat and even now on council, I've talked to thousands of residents, and the number one issue mentioned by the vast majority of renters is the increasing cost and the unpredictable increase of rent. Our survey and the extensive outreach have echoed that. I agree with Councilor Mullins. I didn't really hear anything different in the survey. I'm just glad we heard it from a wider swath of folks. And the reality is that most people budget on a monthly and a yearly basis, and it's hard to budget what for many households is the most expensive thing in their budget, rent, if they have no idea what an increase may look like that year. And to our landlords, it is very hard to budget yourself if you don't know what the percentage cap is or what a soft cap is or what's going to happen. So Councilmember Takahashi made this point as well. I'd like to get an answer of what direction we're heading in tonight. Ultimately, what I hear from the tenants and what I know from experience is that an 8 to 10% increase is just too hard at one given time. It's a hefty sum at one time. And what I hear from the landlords is that 2% is too low, and that many of them don't give that increase yearly. In fact, I've taken the time to ask the folks, what was the new word we're using? SSHRP? I was the one who gave the acronym, and I don't even remember. SSHRP. So the folks who own property, what I hear from them, and thank you to those of you who have taken the time to answer my questions, to meet with me, to email me, to let me know what it's like on your side of the table, because I'm not a property owner. Over the last 2 years, I've been talking with you in an effort to understand the economics and the strategy behind running your business investment. What I ultimately learned is that many of you do not want to give increases until it's necessary. And sometimes you've had to give a higher increase because you feel it's absolutely needed. When I asked why maybe, what I heard from most folks was, I don't give increases on an annual basis until I really, really have to. And then it may be a bit higher than I might like or my tenants might like. And when I asked why, what's the business strategy behind that? The answer I got, and thank you for the honesty, was there isn't a business strategy. It is just that's when I need it. And I just don't like raising rents, but that's when the time comes. And a lot of the answers were, I like my tenants. I don't want them to leave. I want to space it out as much as possible until I can't financially handle it. And many of you also acknowledge that maybe that wasn't the soundest business model, but it was what you thought was the practical way to go. And I thought about these comments, and I can appreciate where you're coming from. And I can only think of the data I've received. And I know thank you to both of you for giving us data. Thank you for sharing the potential gaps in that. We also have the anecdotal stuff that folks have told us. And I can only come from that point. But I can tell you that as a tenant, I have to say a few smaller regular increases are much less financially painful and would help somebody stay housed more than a giant unexpected increase. It's not so much about just being low income. It is about getting a hard increase. I know we had this discussion in the past about low income folks and blah, blah, blah. I would caution us to think about the folks in that medium income, because it is like, I can liken it to a medical bill, or I can liken it to your car breaking down, or some kind of unexpected increase like that. That is what it's like to get hit with a 10% increase, an 8.9% increase. It is an unexpected increase that you have 30 days to kind of scramble for. And so it's why I always have been a proponent of rent stabilization, because that helps everyone economically stabilize. If you know that this is your percentage that you can raise on an annual basis, then you are going to go by that percentage, and there are no surprises on either side. And so where I've landed, taking all this in, I considered at one point the Glendale model that both of you mentioned. I did. I even brought it up. I was the one who asked for information to come back on this. And all of you in the audience, every single one of you poo-pooed that apparently. Because it felt like overall most of y'all don't like it on either side of this issue. I would be happy seeing information about that come back as well. I'm not opposed to it. But it sounds like that's what folks have said no to for whatever reason. I can't speculate on whether it's based on that they don't understand it, or based on they just don't like it, or it's too complex. I don't know why you don't like it, but you don't. So I have come to the conclusion that a rent cap would allow us to protect tenants, and I would like to see something, and this is one council member's opinion, in the 4% range. That's the number where, in looking at the range, folks are giving that percent of an increase. If you're mom and pop, that's where you're about. I know that 6 to 9 gets into the high range for tenants to pay. I know that 6 to 9 is the minority of folks giving those increases. So I'm throwing out a number, 4%, and I think it also protects renters in not having to reach that 10%, almost 10% increase overnight. And it will still allow a landlord to make the necessary revenue based on the conversations I've had. This will allow us to keep folks housed while allowing property owners to make a return on their investment. I know it doesn't make everybody happy, and in fact, I think I said this from the very beginning. If all of you are a little bit unhappy, I've succeeded. If one side is very happy, that's not an equal balance. It's just not. And my goal is not to make one side happy. My goal is to keep folks housed and keep folks making an income. And so that's what I'm proposing. I really like the capital improvement expenditures, point as well. And I know, because I want you all to know that I did read it, the BTU ordinance does include a version of that. That's where I learned about it. Although, as you all know as well, there are parts of your ordinance that I didn't agree with, given the percentage that I'm giving out today. And the last thing I will say is that I'm also open to seeing some type of sunset on this. A lot of you had said that affordable housing is the way we move forward, right? Building more housing units. To the mayor's point, we're building those units, but not fast enough. They're not here. We can't consider them a part of being online. And anything this council decides is probably not going to be built until many of us are off this council. I know it sounds pessimistic, but it's just the rate of things being built. And so I'm open to a sunset clause as well, the same way the state was, but I do know that 10% is just too high. 8.9% is just too high. And so that's where I'm at.
All right, thank you, colleagues. Before I weigh in, I know there was a lot in that comment. Was there anyone who wanted to respond or had a question to that? Yes, Councilmember Mullins.
I have a question regarding the 4%. What is the current CPI?
Approximately 3.9%.
3.9?
5 plus 3.9 is 8.9. in
Okay,
Los
so
Angeles
that's
County.
almost CPI. Thank you. I'm just wondering where the 4% came from.
I actually have a question on your proposal. And again, we're just spitballing ideas here, but are you suggesting 4% flat, or I know some folks will say 4% or CPI, whichever's higher, or you can go lower? Like, just want to clarify what you're throwing out.
Actually, to be in parity with a lot of our neighbors, I mean, 4% or CPI, whichever's higher, is a common model that I've seen. I have to say the 60% of CPI gets into that place where we've heard from folks on both sides of the table. It's confusing to everybody. Like 60% of blank, right? Like, and I tried to give out a flat number, but I do know that in an effort to be fair and given inflation, many jurisdictions do, or CPI, whichever is higher. That is a common practice.
Councilmember Anthony.
So, in my research, it's typically a percentage of CPI, 60, 75, 100%, or a target number, whichever is lower, is what I've seen. Because if you do whichever is higher and inflation skyrockets up to 7 or 8%, then you can do a 7 or 8% pass through. And so what I've seen is a percentage of CPI or a hard number, whichever is lower. That's just what I've seen.
To be clear, I'm only speaking to the information that we received based on the cities that we got in our, I don't want to call it a survey, but the list of cities that we received. That's what I'm going off of.
All right. Councilmember Mullins, do you have another thought there?
I was going to make a comment about lower. So what we do is we expect the landlords to be out of pocket, getting less return on their investment than CPI. That's what Councilmember Anthony alluded to. It would be lower.
So we can't, under protections, we can't limit someone's return on investment. Like, we have to give them.
Correct.
It's
At least,
just the increase.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Councilmember Takahashi,
Great.
weigh in.
So thank you for throwing out a number for us to start from. I appreciate that. So 4% feels to me like a number that's safe in the sense of it not reaching dipping into the right of return area. Like it's a flexible.
May.
It may.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We have to bring something back.
Got it.
And for instance, LA City's ordinance, it doesn't have just a capital pass-through. They actually have a different, they look at the historic rate of return, and as you indicated, LA has a very mature program, so they call theirs the Just and Reasonable Rent Adjustment Program, and they require a landlord to go back as far as 1977 and build their rate of return and show why the current rate of return doesn't match that. Now, it's more complicated than I understand, but it's different than just, I have to do a capital improvement.
Right.
So we'll have to, there needs to be a relief valve for extraordinary costs.
Yes.
When I waded into this conversation during the second community forum, people got kind of heated about it because their question was, so if I own my unit, I get less of a rate of return than someone who has a mortgage. And it's, we weren't going there, but people in their own mind, they have a portfolio, whether it's the house next door or the ADU behind them or a 4-unit complex or whatever, and they're going to hear these numbers in their financial structure. I can just imagine Ron Bax starting to run numbers on, and he's given me some correction pointers on some of the things I've said. So we want to bring back a framework that provides whatever the legally necessary relief valves are so that there is a fair rate of return. But it's not an exact science, but it includes the many things that you all have talked about this evening for capital improvements, but it could be some other extraordinary costs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that having a number to start with, we could definitely look at that and from that angle as well. And to your point about relief valves, it's legally required, but I think also it's just important for our community to know that if there's something that happens, that there's a release valve in both directions. So if 4 is too low for the landlords or 4 is too high for the renter, there's a relief valve in both directions. And then I also, your point about having consistency, I was actually thinking about that from a sense of some of the stories we've heard about not knowing they were going to get a rent increase until last minute, and then they had to scramble. So whatever the number is, at least everyone knows what it is, so you can plan ahead. You can plan ahead for it, both sides. And then your mention of a sunset, I think that it was a kind of a side comment, but I like the idea at least of something where we come back in some amount of time and either look at it, reevaluate it, something to kind of check to see how it's going, and to adjust it. I think it's good practice anyway for this kind of really new policy, but have it explicitly in the ordinance or in the direction, I think is a good idea too. So thank you for offering that.
And let me be clear, I definitely want the sunset, and I want something that comes back with data on what we've done that's specific to Burbank. Because to the point, and the one other thing I will say, agree with you, Councilmember Anthony, is the rent registry. I think the word rent registry gets a really bad rep, but it's just a collection of information about how many units are out there, how much you charge per unit, and the fact that we don't have that currently is a little nuts for both sides, right? I would love to know that exact number and to say that with confidence, not based off Zillow or, some other market app.
Yeah, Councilmember Anthony.
I just wanted to, I was looking through the staff report. Just when this comes back, if it does come back, I would like to see the language from the surrounding cities, because if I'm not mistaken, I believe Pasadena, Cudahy, Bell Gardens, and Culver City are all a percentage of CPI or a targeted percentage, whichever is lower. Can we make sure we find that, whichever is lower, whichever is higher? I want our language to match, because if I'm mistaken, I would like to be corrected on that. That's
okay. Any other brief?
If they're different, it can't match all of them.
No. Correct, but I'm pretty sure they're all the same, and I can't remember which of us is correct on this one now, because now my brain is freaking me out.
If I'm reading the tea leaves here, Mr. McDougall, I'm already sensing a consensus of the council, a majority of the council. If it comes back at a later date, whatever the number, the rest of the framework largely has to be intact. The number can be 2, 3, 5, whatever, but the rest of the framework of what we're talking about, you'd have to bring back.
Well, yes, but I also heard Councilmember Takahashi say she doesn't want a rent review board.
And
this doesn't happen without a rent review board.
I wanted to ask about that.
Yeah.
Actually. So we use these colloquial terms like relief valves. My understanding is you're talking about a couple different things there. To Ms. Weaver's point, which I thought was astute, you have the concept of the capital improvement expenditures. That would potentially be, if included, one relief valve to help defray the cost. But in terms of a rent review board or whatever you wanted to call it, my understanding, I'm certainly not an expert, is that that would be a critical relief valve, because without it, there's no mechanism for a housing provider to come forward and say, you know what, this cap is too restrictive, it doesn't fit my situation, I need relief from it. So I just wanted to clarify that, because if you're interested in a cap, then you have to have, for due process reasons, a mechanism for folks to appeal it. And I don't believe in my research that councils typically do that role for a variety of legal reasons. But you can probably speak more to, Joe.
Yeah, so it's a body like the other 20 boards and commissions that this council has that conducts that due process proceeding. There's an application process, there's going to be criteria. It's going to be, there will be some level of burden to people applying and going through the process.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mullins, you had your hand up?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would also like to add for the city manager, when we come back and talk about the review board, the registry, I want to also find out what is all this going to cost us as a whole program, and I want to know where the money's coming from and what services are we going to cut, if we're going to cut any services, because earlier, as the vice mayor stated, how much is this costing? We heard $5 million. What are we going to look at, and what are we going to, where are we going to pay it from, and what services if we need to cut? This needs to come back as a very important discussion, because I don't want to mislead anybody sitting in this room thinking we're going to be paying for all these programs. We're going to have a registry. We're going to have this. All this takes money, as we've seen in Pasadena, and they haven't even moved, and it's been 2 years. But it's good to get that information. But before I make any decision, I need to know what we're going to give up. Thank you.
Yeah, we would absolutely provide you that, because that is a lot more with the rent cap and some of these things that's a lot more costly than the Glendale, looking at kind of a tweak of the Glendale model. So right now I'm hearing exploring the Glendale model of how we can make it our own, and what resources are necessary for that, and how we can make it a Burbank appropriate to Burbank.
For the record, I'm hearing at least 3 council members indicate some interest in that, varying degrees of interest,
So I
but some
see
interest.
that as kind of I'll say option loosely, and then the other option though is kind of the more enhanced, the full-on rent cap 4% with the sunset, the rent registry, which is going to be a little bit. I don't even know how much we haven't figured that out, but that one will come. We'll have to provide you with what the cost would be, estimated cost on that
Right.
would be.
All right, I'm hearing, frankly, consensus on that across the board. And to your point, Councilmember Mullins, when it comes back, if you have a change of heart, or if the new information comes to light, leads you to, there will be another opportunity to weigh in.
I'd like a motion and a second and a vote, just so that
Sure.
you're clear, whatever your final policy direction is, what we're bringing back.
Sure. Would you all mind if I weigh in? Well, I mean, we have at least, I haven't even made my comments. I got at least 2 folks running for council in this room, and probably 3 folks, and probably countless more watching. I mean, I figure whatever I have to say might be worth something. No, I'll actually join my colleagues on this, but I do want to just make a couple quick observations. First of all, Cheryl, I appreciate you bringing that up. I think that's a really excellent observation. And to your point, Vice Mayor, I know BTU, you put that in your ordinance. I'm always looking for those areas of common ground. That's one thing not everyone agrees on, but there does seem to be some common ground there. I think that's really, really insightful. I think it's worth exploring for the next council. I just wanted to explain, I asked the question about the projects, and I know there are folks that are fans of some of these projects, and there's some critics in the room, but the reason I asked about the Pickwick and Mariposa and the old Fry's location and Empire is to illustrate the point that we have entitled more units of housing in the last 4 years than we did in the prior 20 combined. I checked the math myself. But the reality is it takes time to construct those units of housing. And that's why I have always held the position when I ran in 2020, and I still hold it to this day. I do think there are a few black or white issues in governance and politics. You either believe that rent stabilization is a small but critical component in the toolkit of solutions, or you don't. I do. And the reason I do is because we do need to build more housing, absolutely. And in terms of a sunset, Vice Mayor, tying it, if the future council were to consider it and approve it, tying it to something like 2035, which is when our general plan ends, makes a lot of sense because we should have 12,000 units of new housing on board by then. That makes sense to me. But I've said it before, I don't view personally, rent control, rent stabilization as a long-term solution. It's not. It's a Band-Aid on a bleed. The only long-term solution is to add more housing, and preferably affordable housing too, and that's why we need more revenue streams from the state, because when you rely on private developers, you're never going to get enough affordable housing truly built. But the question is, what do you do in the meantime, in the years, and I do mean years that it takes to construct all that housing that we're approving, or in some cases we may not even have a choice to approve. Rent stabilization prevents a displacement of people. It's a critical part of the toolkit, and so I do support it. I did want to mention one thing though. When I was walking in tonight, I know I mentioned to some of you, I really have an open mind. I still do about what the outcome would be. 4% doesn't offend me, and I think that ultimately it'll be probably a different group of people that'll decide that. But I had actually walked in, I know Vice President Harris has been talking about 5%, and the reason I brought that up was because I asked for the data on wage growth. 3.6% this year, projected to be 4.1%, and then 4.6% in the year following. 5% had made sense to me because it's on track with wage growth. And so I don't think that that's a final answer that we need to decide tonight, but the point that I'm trying to make is this, and this will be my last point. The problem that I've seen in my time on council and in other capacities is that we have an affordability crisis. That's the one common thing that binds everybody. Gas is up, groceries are up, utility rates are up, everything is up. But in terms of housing, which is the primary cost driver, which is fueling the bulk of our affordability crisis, we have to look at the reality, and that is that an 8.9%, I mean, I don't know about anyone else here, I'll raise my hand. I did not get an 8.9% wage increase this year. I don't know that anyone did. If you do, raise your hand and good for you. That's the, okay, one person did, good for you. And I mean that, no, seriously, that's great. But the reality is that most people are getting 3 or 4 or maybe 5% wage increase, and it's being swallowed up by the high cost of housing. And that is through no fault, no nefarious actors. That's just the market and what it dictates, and that's why we have to build more housing, period. But it's not sustainable. It's not tenable, and we are losing people from Burbank, and we're losing people from California because they cannot afford to live and survive in this economy. So yeah, long-term solution, we got to build, build, build. Short term, we have to prevent the displacement of people. And yes, we have to do more for our housing providers too. It's not an us versus them. It's not an either and or. It's an all of the above approach. So that would be my 2 cents. But at the end of the day, we do have to decide in this moment, are we willing to take a look at a rent cap or not? I agree with all of my colleagues in that you're saying that you want to take a look at it. I think it's the right thing to do. I think it's the moral thing to do. Frankly, I think it's the only thing that we can do responsibly. So I'm with all of you, and if someone wants to make the motion, I'll support it.
Well, can I read through what you said you had a consensus on? Because...
Well, I was going to have someone make a motion, but by all means, Joe.
Well, go ahead, and then
No,
I'll
it's,
ask
you volunteered.
if you included
You volunteered.
everything. Okay. So what Mr. Hess, his is prettier than mine. What we heard is you want information on 2 different approaches. We heard Councilmember Takahashi went first in deliberations, and the number one thing, the first thing mentioned, outside of a rent cap or a soft cap, was a low-income assistance program using HALA to provide supplemental assistance to low-income people in accordance with our housing affordability standards to help the elderly and low-income people that need more assistance than our tenant protections ordinance provides.
That was my recollection.
That's one thing.
And that was what I said as well.
Okay, yes. Well, yes, it's, I've got.
How about we
numbers
don't
one.
attribute who said it, just
Yes.
the items of
No,
consensus?
I'm saying there is
Yes.
support because I
Right,
said the
right.
exact same
Okay.
thing.
So then Councilmember Anthony's first thing was a rental registry. And I think it makes sense because of data that would happen under either approach. Under a soft cap and under a rent cap, that there would be a registry so that we actually have our own data on how this is moving forward. Then council mentioned two things, either 60% of CPI or 4%, but we want the formula to match all the cities, which we believe are consistent. Majority of them have a standard approach. We heard 60%, not to exceed 3%. Vice Mayor Perez mentioned 4%. So we will have a place to drop in that, and we'll bring you information. Sunset clause, which the mayor indicated he thought 2035 makes sense because that's our long-term planning horizon. The other relevant deadline might be housing cycles, but we could bring those, because that's how our RENA compliance numbers, but we could offer a couple. Rent registry under both data, we want costs for both. So what's the estimated cost of administering a soft cap with a rental registry? We would have a separate cost for the low-income program. Did you have anything? You got it. Okay.
Could I just ask about a sunset? For me, one of the biggest problems with AB 1482 is that it does have a sunset, and people are now scrambling to figure out what to do with it. I don't think we've ever passed anything in our 4 years that has a sunset.
No, but I'll tell you why I do support a sunset, or why I would recommend that the next decision makers have a sunset. For two reasons. I don't think it's a long-term sustainable solution, but more importantly, that is the motivation, knowing that there's a sunset to actually build the housing. Yes, you can talk about state mandates and all that, but the reality is you have to have incentives, because when you look at jurisdictions where, I'm not going to say it's failed, but certainly it hasn't been as effective as it ought to be, they've implemented rent stabilization and they haven't built the housing. You have to do both. There's no option. So that would be my recommendation, but anyone else can weigh in.
I would say it keeps us accountable, and I was going to say still move to everything Joe said.
Oh.
Can I? So integral to the rent cap is the relief valve for capital improvement and other considerations that bear on fair rate of return.
Councilmember Mullins, do you have a question?
In regards to the sunset, because obviously this discussion is going to take place after new council members or current council. I know you're not going to be here, so thank you.
I have a feeling I'll be involved in some capacity.
I'm sure you will. You'll be sending your energy down here, but
I'll be sitting right where Judy's sitting.
But I think the sunset, instead of having staff kind of working on it now and wondering what that year will be, I think that's something should be for the new council to discuss, to see whether it's 2035, whether it's 10 years, 5 years, at the time when it comes back. And if it makes sense, and this is what we want to move forward with, then that's when we decide what the sunset should be. I think that's fair enough for the new folks coming on board to be doing that.
Yeah. Look, tonight's agenda item was a report back on the outreach, and we're certainly giving direction to staff. But whatever the proposal is, not only will the public have a chance to comment on it, to lobby for or against it, to your point, Councilmember Mullins, whether it's this council or the next council, nothing's set in stone until it's set in stone. I mean, so there's still some flexibility here and more information that needs to come back. But what I am hearing is that there's unanimity in that this is a concept that we do find value in exploring and directing staff to do work on, because we have the option of not, but I'm seeing unanimity out of this council in giving that direction.
Well, and I do want to, I'm glad you mentioned nothing is set in stone, because I don't want people leaving tonight feeling one way or another that this is a done deal and things already worked out and this is what we're doing or we're not doing, because there's still going to be a lot of research, a lot of discussions, an opportunity to weigh in on all this, and also having, again, new council members perhaps coming on board in a discussion, can go either way in either direction, which I don't know. I mean, this is just providing staff to go back and look at some options and bringing it back. So I don't want a panic to go out one way or another. I don't want people to feel that this is a done deal. We voted on something tonight. This is just providing directions like we typically do, come back, discuss it, and seeing which works better for us. Thank you.
To Councilman Mullins' point, I think, I want to say April, it was, we told all of you in this room, to your friends, to the folks please go back and let them know that nothing is set in stone. Please don't have folks come back saying, well, now the rent cap is this or whatever it is. And that helps keep the panic out of the room. So if we can ask that of you all again. And to your point as well, I know we talked about a number. I want to see a number too, because it's not 5 million, not yet at least. I want to know what that number is for Burbank.
Just to clarify, I heard consensus on the cost feasibility as well. Yeah, just to make sure that you're baking that in.
Cost feasibility for both options. So you have that, and that's a big decision point when we come back, is that you're going to have both the Glendale model or soft cap along with the cost and all the pros and cons there, along with the more hard cap of the 4% and that information with the costs associated for that.
Yeah, Councilmember Anthony.
I wanted to just throw one more thing out there, and it's regards to, like we mentioned, panic. We have been sort of dancing around this topic for a couple of years, and I know a number of the ordinances that we saw, Bell Gardens, Culver, Pasadena, they have a mechanism where the cap, once they've instituted it, is applied to the start date prior to the adoption, basically at the time that it was introduced or agendized. Because, there's this phenomenon that happens that the moment you start talking about rent caps in any regard, you start to see increases, big increases, the maximum increases possible across all housing units. And so what I'd like to see come back, and I'm not saying we adopt it or not, but I'd love to see some kind of, I think they call it a rollback, where it looks at the prior agendized time of discussion, and it applies the rent at that point. Do you know what I'm talking about, Ms. McFarland? It's like a mechanism there.
Sure. We've used it on a couple other things where we will just set a date and then it will be implemented. If the council passes it, it would be implemented at a specific date.
Okay. Is that okay? Can we just bring back that to see?
I'm not in favor of doing that. I think we need to, we give it enough directions to staff. We gave a lot of homework for them to go and look at. And let's just make it happen when it happens. When it comes back, we're gonna take a vote. We figure out which plan we want to go with. But I don't want to roll anything back, because that's going to cause even more of a panic.
Well, I just want to see what it would be. I think.
Yeah, but we're asking, let's see what this is going to look like. Let's see what this is going to look like. We need to stay in our lane. And I think, in my opinion, we gave a lot more than we really were supposed to tonight, which is it's a good thing because we had a good discussion. But I don't want to keep throwing things. Let's see what that means, because every time we say what it is. One more thing. I don't know how long this is going to take. Okay, I don't know that one more thing.
Hold on. We have a council member who's asking for information on.
It's just information.
What you call a rollback.
Yeah.
How do both of you feel? Is that information that you'd like to have? Sure.
Okay, clarification. Are you asking for information, or are you asking that it be included in staff's proposal?
So just the information on how it would be, like what the numbers would look like is basically all I'm asking. If we were to do
so
something
that's
like
going to
that.
be difficult because you're going to require us to speculate. But I can tell you that what happened with 1482 is that they said any rent increases that exceeded the cap in 1482, they shaved the top off of those rent increases during some period of time after the bill was already in motion. And I couldn't tell you the exact dates, but
So they went back in time a little bit and looked at the rent increase as it was in the new 1482.
it might have
applied to
been
the old
from when
rate.
the bill was signed until the bill became effective. I'm not really prepared to discuss it
Okay.
in detail, but there's some language.
See, that's what I would ask. What is that language? What does that look like?
Your request is for if the council were to adopt it, how it would operate.
Yeah.
So that sounds informational, and that sounds like stuff we're already asking them for. We're basically asking them to bring back information on a program. We've looked at a lot of cities in the past. We've given you a couple numbers that are specific to us. I would like to let them go and do what they will with that and bring back a program. I'm sure they have a lot of cities to base themselves off of, including Glendale, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
And that can always be something that information or that concept can also be added to the next discussion too, because we're going to have to think about timing and implicate and how it would be implemented and when. So there's more time to talk about it.
And the only reason I bring it up is because I think a number of the cities we've been talking about have that provision in there.
Which is why I'm saying we're going in circles. We've asked staff to carry out this program and do this, and I continue to say what I said. Still move to what Joe said.
All right. Before I'm going to ask someone to do a motion, even if the motion is as simple as everything that Joe said. But I would like that motion so we can take a roll and know where everyone's at. I did want to just do two very quick final responses to public comment because we had a lot of people that came down. I don't think either of these folks are here anymore. But there was one. I apologize. I'm blanking on the gentleman's name. But the gist of the comment was, well, if you're doing this for renters, why not do it for homeowners? Like, where's the cost relief for everybody? Totally agree with that sentiment, and that's very much why we have Prop 13 as one example, because we have to control the rising costs, property taxes at 1% plus locals year to year. We have to look at how you control cost growth across the sector. So I don't view this as inconsistent. And the other thing, I do remember this gentleman's name. Mr. Bellamy asked a very good question, which I do not believe was rhetorical, but I think it's a good way to sum up tonight. I had wrote it down. Essentially, it was, why do anything if existing protections under state law are already there? Because they're inadequate, for the reason that I just mentioned. Because wage growth of 3.6% is vastly incompatible with housing cost growth of 8.9%. So from this council member's perspective, that's why it's worth exploring. Sure.
Something that I just thought about as you were talking when you mentioned Prop 13, we also have a measure on the ballot.
Prop 33.
33, which could impact a lot of our discussions as well. So that really needs to be taken also in consideration of the discussion and the dialogue, because we might even have to look into other things, to
I think we'll have a
expand.
sense in approximately 21 days.
Exactly. So
20 days.
I'm saying, I'm saying all these things that we've asked staff to do that would even add more to it with Prop 33 if it does pass. So we don't know.
Sure. Can I get a motion?
I make a motion to do everything that Joe said.
Clear as mud. Is there a second? I'll second. Any other discussion? No.
I'm going to vote in favor. I'm not yet convinced on the sunset, but I'm going to vote in favor. So,
Okay.
you got to convince me.
Okay, fair enough. Ms. Clark, call the roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
And Mayor Schultz?
Yes. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, everyone, for staying so late into the evening. But we are not done. Now we'll hear from council regarding reporting on council committee assignments, attendance at conferences, regional meetings, and community events. Once again, I want to thank the incredible council members Zette Mullins for volunteering to go first. And as many of you leave the room, I hope that you will do so quietly so we can all hear what Councilmember Mullins has been doing.
Oh, that's okay. October 2nd, we had Boards and Commissions Recognition Dinner. It was really great to acknowledge all the boards and commissions, and the mayor did a great job, him and the vice mayor. On October 5th, I attended, along with some of you, I think all of you were there, FSA event at Nickelodeon. It was a lot of fun, and congratulations to Terry Walker for the recognition he received. October 8th, I attended the audit committee meeting, and the same afternoon, we had a discussion regarding the BRT subcommittee, and I believe that you wanted to get an update, Mayor. Is that correct?
I would love an update on where we stand with Metro.
Okay. Do you want me to go for it? Okay.
Briefly.
Briefly.
And if we need to go longer, I can have it agendized maybe.
Well, so we've had some dialogues with staff regarding the agreement and also some corrections within the agreement that Councilmember Takahashi and myself reviewed it, and with staff's recommendation, it wasn't significant for the minor changes they did for the agreement. And quickly, the other discussion and dialogue we had during this meeting pertains to the segment from First Street to Glen Oaks, and what Metro had proposed is I take away the parking spaces to.
This is too much.
Oh, I know. I don't know, but it's really
It
hard.
needs to come back.
So for clarity, this was my agenda item. I asked for it to come back, and it just got clarity from the city attorney that it should come back as an agenda item.
But let me give it a go.
Put you guys on the spot.
I'm going to give it a go. We talked about what you said about the contract changes and the potential contract signing in the process that's going on. Some potential changes and updates to the downtown area BRT section. And we did not get to it, but we're going to talk about next time the bridge update.
I just have one question, if it's acceptable, Mr. McDougall. To the best of your knowledge, has Metro signed the agreement as of yet? I'm hearing no. Okay. All right.
It's being routed.
Yes.
I look forward to this agenda item. Thank you.
Well, but if it
And
makes you,
thank you both.
if it makes you feel better, Glendale hasn't even started the agreement, nor did Pasadena. So we're doing a lot better than the other two cities.
Burbank first.
And exactly. So we're doing much better. And I have to say, the subcommittee is making
Too much.
great progress. Let me finish. We're making great progress on the discussion and the dialogue. I'm not telling you what it is.
I look forward to the
Okay.
agenda item, but thank you, Councilmember.
We're doing good stuff.
I want to make sure she
And,
finishes her update.
lastly, we had a domestic violence task force meeting, and that was all. Thank you.
Outstanding. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Anthony.
I'll be very quick. I attended the FSA party, and it was very fun. That was it.
Oh. Sounds like a hoot. Councilmember
I've been busy with
Takahashi.
other stuff this
See.
week.
As with the rest of you, the boards and commission recognition on the 2nd, also the FSA party on the 5th. I went to the Burbank Philharmonic at the Colony Theater on the 5th as well. And it's the first time they've been back in Burbank for a while. They are amazing. If you have not seen the Philharmonic, I love it. It's amazing. You just melt into the music. The 7th, I attended a Burbank Coordinating Council. That's our first meeting of the fiscal year, getting ready for our holiday baskets. On the 8th, BRT Subcommittee. I also attended a SCAG workshop, Fostering Smart Cities. So they gave an update on some of the funding that SCAG has available. And lastly, on the 10th, I attended the Cultural Arts Commission meeting.
Outstanding. Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Sure. So I also attended the boards and commissions recognition and read 25 pages worth of names and commissions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Happy to allow you that opportunity.
Thank you. It was grand. And then on Friday, October 4th through Saturday, October 5th, I attended the Metropolitan Water District State Water Project inspection trip. Great opportunity to learn about the Delta Conveyance Project and other things that are coming down the pipeline from the state because, as a reminder, we do not have any water rights. We buy all of our water. And so it's important that we are advocating for getting water to the Southern California region and to ourselves here in Burbank. On Monday, October 7th, I attended a memorial service with the Jewish Federation of Los Angeles for October 7th. And then on October 8th, along with Councilmember Mullins, I attended the Audit Committee meeting. Same night, I attended the Public Schools Night event at the Burbank Masonic Lodge. Shout out to them, and thank you for recognizing our teachers, and earlier this year, our first responders. And that is all I have.
All right. Well, I'll try to be quick. Wednesday, October 2nd, Board and Commission recognition. Thank you to all of our board members, commission members, committee members for your service, and thank you to the Vice Mayor for helping, and thank you, colleagues, for showing up. Had a ribbon cutting on the 3rd for Studio Hope Boutique. Friday, October 4th, got to celebrate the 40th anniversary of Paquito Mas, not their Burbank location, but their Studio City location, and got to see the one and only Kevin McCartney. That was a good night for him. Saturday, October 5th, FSA Imagine a City. Let's see here. Thursday, October 10th, ribbon cutting for Elevate Health Group right there on Riverside. If you're looking for a primary care physician, they got great facilities. Friday, October 11th, I had a chance to address the latest Leadership Burbank class about what it is that a mayor does, and got to be followed up by Joe McDougall talking about his role as city attorney. And then today I had a chance to meet with representatives from Providence St. Joseph Medical Center about a variety of issues, including seismic retrofit and just other issues that are pressing the hospital right now. There was more, but that's more than enough for this late hour, so that completes my report. Colleagues, now is the time for the introduction of additional agenda items. Does anyone have an additional item? Yes, Councilmember Takahashi.
I have a few. I don't know if they're agenda items, maybe memos. The first one is to get an update or information on the Verdugo Olive Spark intersection, but when that's coming back, and roundabouts in there.
Yeah, it's coming back mid-2025, next year.
Okay.
Next year.
Great, thank you. And then also, one of the commenters mentioned an entertainment industry roundtable. That'd be actually really interesting to do. So in 2025, maybe we can find a way to do a roundtable for the entertainment industry. Are you going to do that too? You're going to say that?
So I actually agendized a while back, and I was going to ask for it back. I asked for a subcommittee or a task force or something around the entertainment industry. So I would also like an update on when that's coming back.
Yeah.
I know you got a lot on your plate. So
Same.
May I add, and I had asked also to give us an update to what's happening, and I don't know where you have it on the list, what's happening in the entertainment with our studios. So I think if we go back and look at all entertainment, you'll see that maybe there
Perhaps
was
these could be
different
one item.
times.
Yeah, we'll try to wrap that up in a nice bow.
Thank you.
You know, we just did our entertainment media fair, which I think that's where our focus was, but we'll
Sweet.
jump on that.
Great. Yeah, it's definitely becoming a bigger and bigger topic. And then lastly, Councilmember Anthony mentioned speaking with Metro and working on correcting the record. I'm just making sure that the BRT subcommittee gets a memo or information about how that goes, what's going on with that, so that we're updated. Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like a memo from our city clerk on the potential feasibility of capping expenditure limits in local campaigns.
I want to be clear, Councilmember, are you talking about campaign expenditures or independent expenditures?
Independent expenditures.
I asked because I was aware there was another request in on that.
Just a memo.
Did you get that, Ms. Clark?
Yes, I don't actually think we have control over that, but I will.
Yeah, I know. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? No? Okay. With that, we now adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, October 29th, 2024, Halloween edition. Costumes are not required, but highly suggested. I know who I'm going as, you guys. It will be a regular meeting in the council chamber located at 275 East Olive Avenue, second floor. Thank you, Burbank, and good night.